ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Hello everyone and welcome to another day of the ESL StarCraft 2 Masters. Apparently the scenes want to go all the way around, but there we go. We're on the screen, we're on camera, we're looking lovely. I'm Wardy, joined by Zombie Grew Up. How are we feeling, Jess? Good to see you. We've not had the chance to cast this season, so it's good to catch you on the final day.
Yeah, no, I've only done 2 days, and today is my birthday, so...
Oh no, of course. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, so this is how I prefer to spend my birthday.
Same birthday as my mom. Happy birthday, Jess.
Oh, happy birthday, Wardy's mom.
I actually, like, as soon as you said it, I was like, of course it is. Like, this wasn't just like, oh yeah, I should have noticed. Like, I was like, of course it is. I also forgot to message my mom for a couple hours this morning, so, you know. Yeah. All right, so We're excited to have the final day of the ESL SC2 Masters Spring Regionals upon us. I will be looking at what matches are coming up. Of course, 4 series a day across EU and Americas. But of course, first of all, we're here because of Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, the US Air Force, and ESL Shop. They've been helping us to take us through the last 4 weeks of regionals, and they're of course helping us to get to Dallas, where you can join us as well at DreamHack. At Dallas, but you can get your tickets at DreamHack.com/Dallas/tickets for 15% off with the code StarCraft. And of course, as always, this is all built into the Esports World Cup, which has got a $1 million prize pool for StarCraft 2, record-breaking prize money in a game that is sold as StarCraft 2 is incredible. And of course, if you want to find out more about that, you can check it out at the Esports World Cup Twitter, which I believe is at ESWCGG. So do check all of that out. It's super exciting to be here with Esports World Cup, kind of, getting the steam rolling towards it. The information's coming out. It's very exciting. And we've got ourselves one final day of action. I was going to show the bracket. Let's actually just look at the schedule coming up because the players are ready. So we're going to be starting in Europe with Spirit versus Clem. Winner takes on Max Bax in the grand finals. And we'll be dipping our toes into Americas later on to wrap up that region too. Jess, what are we most excited for today?
That's a good question. I should have expected it. I don't have an answer.
Everything, naturally. It's just so hard to
just
pick.
say everything. Yeah. You know what? I am very much looking forward to, I guess, it's a cheat. It sounds lazy, but the series that we're getting into, as this was maybe not the biggest upset of the entire tournament. I have to recheck the bracket for that one, but it was definitely an upset. I mean, it might not seem like it to people who didn't pay attention to the stats or haven't watched these two compete in the Open Cups, but the Spirit was not supposed to win, especially as he was down 0-2 on Friday. So a rematch between these two could end in a clobbering. I'm not going to lie. It could be one of those rematch completely flat, not interesting, but I hope it's interesting.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was meant to be Clem, right? He was meant to be in the winner bracket final and kind of continuing his streak from there. And then he got knocked down after being up 2-0. So, yeah, the rematch obviously makes this very intriguing. Will the fortune continue for the Red Terran? In the bottom left-hand side of the map from Na'Vi, this is Spirit.
In the top right, there's the Blue Terran for Team Liquid. He is Clem.
Look at Spirit go. Just going to go straight across the map with an SCV. And only the single SCV as well. Ooh, gonna mine out some minerals and build off to this right-hand side. Cheeky to start things off.
Yeah, he is. Cheeky. All right, so definitely starting things off very differently. Trying to be the aggressor. It's not going to be a double 2 racks. Very, very committed, but still something. A little pepper thrown Clem's way. And Clem actually is gonna go for a 1 racks expand. So kind of the best situation, really. They had, I think, 3 games out of 5 on Friday that actually ended up being 1 racks expands, so maybe picking up on some type of habit. I mean, Clem is SCV scouting, actually, so that is a important addition to the 1 racks expand.
Yeah, having the information to know whether you should actually put the CC down or not is kind of huge. Right now, you move the orbital in. Obviously, we can afford ourselves. Well, we should have afforded ourselves a Reaper. This is the greediest expand you can kind of do off 1 racks because you don't go unit first. Now he builds a unit because the scout, he sees no CC or anything on the low ground, I think. So now he starts the Reaper, and now he's going to not build the CC on the low ground. That's what I was kind of built into with the SCV scout. You should get across in time to see, hey, I do not want to build my base. And this is actually going to be Marauders from Spirit. It's a very good thing. He doesn't have a base on that low ground. Bunker comes up to the high ground as well, and Clement begins his defensive preparations.
Yeah, so you do want to get that SCV in time, so there's no big kerfuffle around the command center, but it does obviously still mess up with your build. Taking it very, very seriously. I don't think he, I'm just looking at the situation. It looks like he thinks that it is potentially a lot of Reapers. Otherwise, he wouldn't put that second bunker up on that high ground. It is not, so that might not be particularly useful. But the point is that first bunker is going to be there to stall out the Marauders from getting into Clem's base. As far as saving a supply depot, maybe not. Maybe that dies. And again, as far as breaking out of a kind of pseudo contain, might be a little bit difficult. But this isn't the most committed thing from Spirit, but he is continuing to build up to a 1-1-1, so just for the fact that the command center is so delayed, it is obviously getting more committed and wants to do some damage.
Yeah, you're right, exactly that. He wants to do some damage. He needs to do a bit of something, even if you get the CC going now, it is going to be a fairly late CC, so Yeah, a couple Marauders will be able to find, you know, maybe a depot on the edge. Quite nice. Definitely a starting point. Obviously, the bunker, somewhere you can put your units, but not going to really help to defend this. As he knows it's Marauders, he will actually salvage the bunker as well, because it's just not needed in that main base. If this was Reapers, it's a great bunker to have, but against Marauders, it's just not necessary. Good catch with the Reaper as well from Clem. Stops the bunker coming up down the ramp, so just nullifies the ability to kind of really make this last longer than it ever should. So that's an important starting point. And again, we have Spirit building up into that starport. He's getting a medevac, 2 Cyclones. It's all about aggression from him, while Clem is still going to be trying to play catch-up unit-wise because he's got that CC just now completing.
Yeah, but he does have a CC completing, and Spirits might be on the low ground, you know, eventually, but that is a significant delay. So you are looking for either, again, a lot of damage on Clem's side or kind of their own significant delay on actually placing the command center, you know, a contain that lasts a decent while, which is possible. I mean, breaking down your main ramp, very small choke, difficult to do, and assuming that Spirits also has to get the rest of the units, yeah, you just don't have enough units. So it's a dicey situation, you know, but one that Clem might be kind of familiar with just as far as like theories go. I don't know how often he faces a proxy Marauder into 1-1-1. Maybe in not this particular follow-up, as I don't know, sending his own Cyclones out, which is going to be scouted by the Tech Lab, by the way, might be a bit dangerous to do. Spirit has his own Medevac sharking around.
Yeah, I'm happy to see Clem actually just drop off, kill the Tech Lab, clear the map control that's actually provided, and yeah, I honestly wouldn't mind if he just turns back. You know, it's been seen. Spirit knows the possibility of him being out on the map is there, and you're right, Spirit is sharking around, looking for an opportunity with his own units, so just nice to have Clem kind of pulling back defensively. He's up a good amount of workers. Spirit has not found the damage he's looking for yet. If that tank sieges a Clem, I don't see where Spirit finds the damage at all.
Yep, I'm with you, and that tank siege is up pretty much immediately. Very small period of time in which Spirit maybe could have tackled the Marines. Even then, I feel like it would have been an elongated battle that still had the tank kind of active in it. Plus the Cyclones, if they knew where the attack was coming from, could have helped out as well. They actually don't because Spirit waited so long, but now it's more about, okay, yeah, if you weren't going to find that particular timing, then perhaps waiting for the interference matrix is the best way to go. But Clem already working on tanks, so he's going to have 2 as soon as I'm done talking here. Means that, you know, there is that backup, assuming that the interference matrices don't all get to be in perfect position. Then actually taking these tanks out of the equation to bust the natural, pretty difficult to do. Liberator seems like it's going to try and just go for maybe combination attack rather than try and hit that front alongside a big push.
I've seen a lot of the libs just trying to backstab lately, and obviously just waiting and being patient until you really have an opportunity to use them well. Seems to be one of the things that's been a big credit to the libs when they've done well, just kind of, again, picking the right moments. So don't hate that Spirit just sits that there for now. I'm actually not going to see it with the medevac either, so just going out. Also, don't mind that Clem gets on the map with his couple Cyclones. There's definitely potential for damage being done because Spirit is sitting with most of his army out in the center. So if that's the case, then yeah, there's likely to not be a lot of defense at home, and even if there's a bit of defense, with the mobility of the medevac and the 2 Cyclones, there's a lot that you can get done as well. You can definitely find some different openings. So let's see what Clem can find as he shows up. There's going to be a bunch of Cyclones already here from Spirit. And he must have made so many Cyclones this game. He built 8.
Yeah, exactly. He just has so many, which means that his their value is in question, I suppose. His army value is in question. The Cyclones can be extremely helpful at delaying pushes, catching anything in the air, obviously, and I mean can add their own little weight to some of these early mid-game pushes, but then they fall off. I mean, they get 2 shot by tanks, so they are going to fall off as Clem continues pumping them out. He did delay his 3rd tank, actually, and went... Okay, all right. One of the most micro-intensive ways you do the Liberator, but all right, yeah, he deals with it. Anyways, he delayed it because he wanted to swap off and get a little bit faster of stim, which is actually something that Spirit was doing very reliably in their last best of 5. They actually kind of have a turnaround on at least one of their games. Obviously, the beginning is very different, but, you know, Clem getting into that faster stim and those combat shields, faster upgrades, much faster upgrades. And then, not having the Cyclones. His opponent has the Cyclones, which they've got potential, but it's really running out at this point, and you're just going to have, you know, I don't know, a lot of units that aren't going to be maybe particularly helpful. Clem does chase down the Liberator, so yeah, Cyclones are very microable. Yeah, that's good stuff. But we're heading into the mid game. We're heading to 3cc versus 3cc, and Cyclones really start to power down at this point.
Yeah, they do. It's really going to be one of those moments where it's just like, what does this supply really achieve for you? And Spirit lands his third. We're talking about a 15+ worker deficit. It's a tough place to be, and you're behind in upgrades, you're behind in economy, you're behind in, honestly, the tech units that are out as well. Every part of this from Spirit just does not look pretty. I mean, you're down a tank, down a Raven. The only advantage he has is actually Cyclones, which, as you just said, pretty much gone in terms of, the need for Cyclones at this point. So, Clem's looking great, and if he gets some good Matrixes, he could just bust into this third base, because there's just not the Marine counter to really deal with that as Spirit, I don't think. He's got 23 Marines, but so much of it's actually Doom dropping as well, so that could create some complications also.
Yeah, I mean, this could actually be a really good idea. Clem hesitant to really pull the trigger, especially as he's the one that gets Matrix, takes it a Raven out of the equation. There's that drop into the natural, and I know Clem had a tank reinforcing, but it looks like he didn't even realize. It's just out chilling. Apparently, he does not need it. His units had combat shields and 1-1, which is also going to help in this fight. The Ravens finally taking out Spirit's tanks. One will be active in this battle. It'll get, what, 2 shots? And that is not going to be enough. Not even, actually, as Clem just blitzes on through.
No, absolutely no way that's happening, and Clem is just going to take the advantage and run with it. It's a cool idea to obviously kind of go dropping in that moment, because you're like, well, you know what? Spirit is behind, he needs to do something, but Clem, the fact he can just clean it up and he's just got all the tools necessary to push in, it makes the push in even easier on the other side of the map, so very damning stuff, and Clem is going to open with a 1-0 lead here against Spirit. No time wasted to open up this series with a game number 2 coming up on Ghost River.
Cool map, yeah. I mean, Spirit tried to control the flow of the best of with the opener, but when that opener really doesn't do anything, I mean, it didn't even look to make Clem that uncomfortable. The most uncomfortable thing was that he had to change his build order, right? He got caught 1x expanding, which is like 50-50 in DVT, or maybe a little bit less likely, but still, you know what happens. That's the only part that looks uncomfortable. And then he was able to expand, as soon as he chose to, which I would say usually in a more ideal world for Spirit, he at least gets a little hesitation on that. Didn't get anything into his opponent's base to kill a couple of SCVs, and without that significant delay in the command center and third command center, which we didn't even talk about. We just started saying Spirit was behind. Yeah, that's way too much. So Spirit's not going to get the first win. He was hoping to avoid the reverse sweep that is extra difficult. He might not do it today.
No, definitely I mean, I feel like such an important game to kind of set the tone for Clem, because you come off of that reverse sweep, rematches here, it's just a couple of days later, come in, just be like, you know what, none of your nonsense, none of these wacky builds, which is where Spirit may feel the most comfortable as well. And he's just like, no, you're going to have to play more normal, and you're just going to have to outplay me, and I'm playing well already. So I feel like that's kind of a scary sentiment to go up against if you're Spirit right now, because yeah, I mean, it's not easy to take down Clem, and this is from the point of view of someone that has taken down Clem a couple of days ago. Like, those things just don't happen often. Having to do it again here is going to be tough, and Spirit has just readied, so we should be good to go on to Ghost River in a couple of moments here. Get this second game started. How are you enjoying the new maps, Jess? I haven't talked to you about them yet.
Yeah, I don't have as much experience with them as I usually would, but I think I like them. I like them as a spectator, though, which you have to clarify when these maps start to get weirder, because it usually is the competitive players who start to complain a little bit more, and I think I've heard some of that.
Yeah, I think as a viewer, they're very fun, very different. I mean, even Ghost River is kind of a bit different. I think Ghost River is kind of like, to me it's so intriguing, but then it's like, it's almost boring, because it's like there's one set of expansions. If you get to 3 bases, you're probably going to get to 4. Like, it feels like the intrigue kind of disappears a little bit, but then it's still a short map, so you kind of expect aggression. I don't know, this is the one that my jury's still out on, I suppose, as we dive into it for game number 2. We'll be figuring out if it's going to be a map that will help out this man in the top right, as he is currently down a game in the series. The red Terran player is, of course, Spirit.
In the top left for Team Liquid, up 1, he is Clem.
Let's see what kind of builds we see here. This is maybe, if I was playing this map, I think I'd like to double gas more than single gas, especially just because close by air, sometimes those earlier drops can get there. Medevac boosting a couple Cyclones over could arrive very quickly, so just a bit tougher to deal with if you try and one gas a fast expand. So I'd probably play double gas, but these guys are also very capable of just trying to fast expand and kind of pulling out the defense, so it's not a guarantee of anything. We'll see what they're thinking. That's double gas from both. So there we go.
Is this the shortest map in the map pool? I think it might be.
Not cheap host youth is shorter rush distance.
Yeah, you're right, by a second.
Yeah.
That is
surprising, right?
Yeah, we don't have too many of those. I guess it's been like 2 years since we had anything sub 30-second rush distance. I might have been Beckett last or something, but it's still pretty freaking short. So second shortest, there you go. And so yeah, maybe factory expand is usually what you would go for. Kind of makes sense on especially the older maps. It can be the bigger map, sure, but they can also be the map that you're most comfortable with to try and go for that 1x expand, especially because in a way Clem is also kind of setting a tone by trying to be greedy, in a game, in a match that easily could have been 1x expand versus factory expand. The last game ended up being a proxy, but that was fine. But no, both factory expanding here, and with this I do expect then Clem to do what we most expect from him, which is to go into a drop a little more offensively. Last game he did it, was kind of found out, so then it was a question mark as to whether or not you should drop with your units when you're still kind of being pseudo-contained. This time we might see Clem do more of his normal stuff, which was effective last best of 5 they played for the first 2 games. It was very effective. Kind of felt like normal stuff considering their history. Clem just getting a lot of favoritism in the early game with his micro and his aggression, and then things started to turn around more in the mid game, and so the Spirit's going to try and replicate that success. I mean, first goal, don't take a lot of damage in the early game, which is still pretty freaking difficult against Clem, because he is so good with the micro, even though things have slightly changed as far as like the patch goes. And then second of all, I guess, is get that ideal build order and ideal timing, which he was getting in the Friday, which is actually really hard. I'm actually still kind of surprised he did it 3 times in a row and reverse swept Clem. So it'd be pretty freaking amazing if he did it again.
2 Reapers meet the 2 Reapers. Easy defense here for the moment. Both building the Cyclones. Really quite mirrored so far. A little bit of a faster reactor from Spirit. But, yeah, the general ideas of things are kind of coming along, single Cyclone each. And as that reactor finishes from Clem, would be kind of surprised if he did anything too funky apart from just build Marines too. There is the Medevac already on the way from Clem, so just on his way to kind of being able to get out on the map and create pressure and aggression. We've talked about this so much, but Clem just loves to be that aggressive player. He's going to make room on the reactor, so maybe just really doubles down on the Cyclone production for a while longer, whereas it looks as though Spirit is not going to be doing that. Yeah,
Spirit went for a reactor on his starport. So doing that, ASAP as opposed to getting a Medevac, a Liberator, or a Tech Lab, kind of signifies something important here. A very different opener. Certainly we got a lot of Cyclones versus Clem, versus what could be a bit of a push here from Spirit, something that Clem did to him off of this like 1-1-1, and then I know we saw at least one of the 2 starport games in the Here Marine Clem series, so I'm not sure we're going to get to that point, but the point is these Vikings alongside a tank push, if Clem isn't totally on point about his scouting and map control, gets right into his natural, can be very difficult to break. Got those Reapers in the main base kind of getting some scouting done, but not enough. Those SCVs pulled in, did try and block out the scout, but actually it saw the reactor, and I think that might be enough of a tell. Very rarely would you bother moving your front barracks, which kind of presumably it was, over to the backside to just build a reactor on it.
Yeah, I think the information there is actually, you can, like you say, you can kind of piece together the pieces of the puzzle and figure out the general story as Spirit starts building those libs, and this is just going to be full on pushing mode, but Clem going to go double starport, right? So
yeah,
this is something he was bringing out against Here Marine yesterday. He was doing a little bit here and there in general. This creates generally a very aggressive push. It's going to be very good against someone trying to go libs, because you're just going to be able to control those Liberators. You're going to have a Viking count. This seems as though Clem's going to get the better end of the build orders in the early moments.
Yeah, and it doesn't seem like it was on purpose either. It seems a little coincidental. I don't know about the timing here, but, I think the starport was already built by the time the Reapers saw that reactor. And I don't think there was any other indication. because like his own medevac drop wasn't hitting, so Spirit's medevac drop wouldn't have hit at that time either. So yeah, I think that this is a little bit of a coincidence, but one that Clem is going to be very happy about. I do kind of feel like this is a build order win, but I guess there is the initial push that can still go really, really poorly as far as Clem's defense goes, because he isn't going to immediately dominate the skies, but you know, obviously with a couple of production rounds he will, especially as he swaps his starport onto reactor. But here's the first push, and I think this really comes down to this question: does this first push do the damage necessary? Already going to be delayed just by the threat of the Ravens, so you know, no seems to be the answer.
Yeah, I mean, you're already delaying a big bunch by, you know, Clem just backing it up, and of course the moment as he actually kills a Viking there as well, which is huge. The moment his Vikings pop, he just pushes those libs away, and there's just nothing scary in this army of Spirit anymore. It's a good lib position because it actually forced 2 tanks back, and we continue to push in with the Liberators, but again, we are just counting down. We might even just use the Matrixes here to help us kind of break some time, buy some time. We knocked the auto turrets down, just going to actually use those to go through the Vikings, and we have the Vikings here. Okay, you've pushed into a position with these tanks, but now Clem can, as long as he keeps the CC alive, he can obviously just go into his own round of Liberators. If he adds 1 or 2, there's nothing for Spirit to stop that. And then Clem is absolutely bopping, especially as he's done good damage across the map, so he's not falling behind on workers as he takes damage here. He's actually going to be maintaining about the same work count as his opponent, so that's looking good for him as well.
He's got a 3rd CC finishing as well.
Yeah.
I mean, basically, you know, Spirit's build hits a little faster, as we saw. Like, it was seconds before technically Clem had that air control, but you know, that doesn't really matter when your opponent's just doing your thing better and with more access to a macro game, apparently. Spirit is going to try and play this out, but it's extraordinarily difficult. That 3rd CC is so much later. I kind of like the really out-of-the-box thinking to try and play this out, to go for just all starports at this point. I don't think it's going to work, though. You know, like, there is potentially a game in which they're both doing like the exact same build, and they're in the exact same SAV situation and command center situation, and then it is just air versus air, and it's weird, but it's kind of cool. This isn't that. Spirit's just straight up behind. So as he loses his army, he acknowledges it and taps out.
Clem just starts to rampage, CG. He is just on the move already, looking very good at the start of this. So yeah, having a very good start so far and putting himself in a good position. Clem looking for full revenge, but he was up 2-0 against Spirit the other day. You know, until the series is done, we're going to have to just keep saying Spirit has reverse swept him once this week. Never say never to a second time, even if it is probably very unlikely.
Yeah, it is. And I think these 2 games have been a little more brutal to Spirit. Not that I think that truly matters, because even if the first 2 games were a little more of a contest in the original best of 5, the point was still standing that Clem looked as dominating as ever over Spirit, and he still brought it back. But he really has got to try and get some type of the success that he found in the last best of 5 did seem to be around more of that mid game, right? So Spirit's trying a couple different opener build orders, and of course I'm not blaming him, and it's very much necessary and usually a very good idea and a repeated best of, but that's, you know, they're not working. So I mean, maybe go back to try and find out the secret that worked in the last best of 5, which was more around that mid game, finding a slightly faster stim in 1-1, and then actually being able to bust through Clem's defenses. It's not something you can actually just replicate easy peasy lemon squeezy, but different openers definitely aren't working that well for Spirit.
Nope. Nope. They're just not working great so far, and time to make it work out. Amphion for game number 3, very interesting map layout if we get to see the extra bases and everything, but the way it's going so far, Clem is just setting himself up nicely. The builds are working out for him, and yeah, Spirit needs to kind of throw a spanner in the works. He needs to slow it down almost, which doesn't feel great because going into the longer game against Clem is not usually fun, but the shorter games, the attempts to do things a little bit funkier and more aggressively just aren't working either, so we get this up and running. Time for game number 3, as we already have a 2-0 lead established for the player in the bottom left-hand side from Team Liquid, looking to make grand finals today and have another shot at another ESL regional in Europe. It's Clem.
And in the top left, we do have the Red Terran for Na'Vi, Spirits.
Bit of a speedrun start to the day.
A little bit. And the openers are so decisive. One Spirit did no damage with this proxy. It was a real question mark. And then a second game was just brutal to watch unfold. Probably a build order counter, you know? Like I like to say that there's not too many direct build order counters in StarCraft. There's soft build order counters. Execution still matters a lot. But as far as just, you know, I literally have, you know, 2 more units of this almost exact same type of composition. Just, you know, it's you'd have to mess up pretty bad on the mechanics to lose that as Clem, basically. You'd have to get supply blocked over and over again and build Liberators first of your own in some weird situation or something like that. So to really screw that up, we just rarely have someone dedicate to a 2-base 1/1/1 Viking tank push versus, coincidentally, a 2 starport play. I would say both are outliers as far as like mainstream build orders go for professional TVT, which so often go into either like the Cyclone drop into Ravens, or I mean that's like really a popular one between these two. So like that's what we're usually thinking of. So it's very unfortunate. It's very unlucky for Spirit, lucky for Clem, and Spirit's needs to hope that luck starts to look his way a little bit more. Going on to another, you know, interesting map with this kind of close by air setup, but even more expanded because of the lack of ability to get into that left side. I mean, maybe something can be done there. I don't actually remember how these two played on this map last time, but I think we had a lot of denials of each other from abusing that dead space on the left side, so we'll probably see that again.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a huge factor on the map as whoa, Clem, super fast third CC. So he is not going to add that second gas on, and well, the only way to spend the money is to 3CC it up.
I like it though, and the reason I'm ugging is just because, you know, I want Spirit to get a game, and I want Spirit to be as competitive as we know that he can be. But this seems like such a great idea. Like, damn it, why didn't I think of it, kind of thing. But it's just, Spirit has tried 2 different aggressive openers, one very, very early on, one a little bit later, but still pretty much early game opener, right? And they both failed. So here we are as commentators talking about, well, maybe you shouldn't do these weird openers anymore. And Spirit isn't, you know, it's very typical so far. And then that just means it's middle of the road. And middle of the road will not punish an extremely greedy third CC. So that's why I'm just ugging, because I feel like Clem has already gotten such a good position in this game.
Yeah, it just doesn't feel as though, unless, I mean, here's a moment, right? Perhaps that he can get something done. Clem's a bit away from Marines, a Cyclone. He does not have a full wall off either, but I don't think Spirit's going to go any further. So Spirit's just going to sit here, hit the CC a bit, but that's not going to do enough in the long run to make up for the fast third. And as soon as Clem has a Cyclone here, he will be able to start pushing this back more easily. Now, Spirit has the tank. He's got the medevac coming, so he's going to keep the pressure up. It's a question of, will that pressure be enough to actually get in and deal some damage? Clem is going to find himself a lock-on. That's going to be the first Reaper going down. There's going to be a second Reaper going down. Hellion takes a shot or 2 extra as well. Good chase away from Clem in the end as Spirit goes running. It's going to be down to this medevac and eventual tank drop to set up and try and find more, as Clem otherwise is just going to start running away SCV count-wise.
I do think Spirit is able to tell that there is something there, right? The significant delay on any type of factory unit is very weird. No Hellion, no tank, obviously. Just that Cyclone popping when it did. So Spirit, I mean, he was probably already planning on being this aggressive, but then is really going to feel the urgency if he's figured out that the third CC. These are still little bits of timings that he has where he is in the advantageous position. He's up a few army supply units. He has a tank. His opponent doesn't, but it's not going to last for very long. Clem needs to hold on. That tank of his that is going to eventually pop is going to be crucial, as well as the Raven to counter this Liberator that Spirit is getting. But he can't really mess up here, which is still possible. Very stressful scenario when your command center is being attacked.
Gonna pull the SCVs, which you don't hate. You can afford to lose SCVs here, as Clem obviously is gonna close the distance on the siege tank, wraps around it with the SCVs. The Cyclone is still healthy, and there is a new tank showing up, but it's so far back. Spirit's gonna have to go through the whole kind of rigmarole of just resetting the tank position. Did eat a big nasty tank shot down that Cyclone thought we might back away sooner. And now Clem gets a tank in front, so he gives up 5 SCVs to put himself in a much safer spot. That Liberator is a slight issue, but we do have Raven number 2 popping in. Oh, the tank's enraged. That's so bad.
Yeah, and the Liberator was just out of range from killing that tank. That is extremely unfortunate, because that was the one thing he had. The Raven had to use its auto turret to break out of the first contain, so didn't have anything to try and go up against that Liberator. Could have been the second awkward piece here, but it's not. And simply put, that wasn't enough damage for Spirit to make up for that third CC deficit. His is still only halfway done. He's also going to fall behind on the engineering bays. He's already fallen behind on the barracks production, which is not only the barracks are done, but their add-ons are added on. For Clem, it's all around really bad news for Spirit. He had a sliver of time in which he could have tried to really force Clem to make a mistake, because I think that's kind of what it comes down to, and he's actually the one that made the mistake. He lost out on any type of further contain he might have been able to have. Don't even know how long that would have lasted, and now it is just everything you look at is favoring Clem, even the army supply, even as he loses the Cyclone. I mean, this tiny little pokes of damage is not going to be enough. It is combined with the Liberator, to be fair, so we're actually getting some decent amount of SCVs. I still don't think it's enough.
I mean, you kill 9 SCVs, and yet here you are down, well, okay, you're ahead by 5, but of course the triple CC from Clem will keep on pumping. Your own third CC coming up, but you're behind in a bunch of other ways. Stim is slightly slower, 1-1 slightly slower. Clem's army supply is looking great, and that's the issue, that Clem has already just been benefiting from those earlier workers up until now, and a lot of his setup from this point on is looking fantastic. I mean, we're also talking about Barracks 4 and 5 completed versus just starting for Spirit. These are all big advantages, and right now, the numbers are close enough. You can be like, okay, this is a game. But the things that are actually in play means that in a minute and a half from now, those numbers are not going to be anywhere near as close as they are now. Clem is going to be absolutely booming in terms of Marine count. He's going to have the potential to push across the map. He's going to have the Raven energy to potentially set up positions as well. And we saw it in the last game. It doesn't even sometimes come down to the tanks. Marines alone will overwhelm if you can turn off the tanks of your opponent. And that's exactly what, the main thing that Clem is going to have here. As those reactors finish in Barracks 4 and 5, it's going to be the Marine Town Parade from here on out.
Very similar to that first game. Entirely different openers, but similar situation for what could be the finale, which is, Clem breaking Spirit's defensive line just with the number of units, as well as the very important upgrades finishing. Again, combat shields or snow combat shields by about 10 seconds, but 1-1. Much farther ahead. These Marines just better. They're also finding Spirit on siege. Raven's not active. Spirit's Ravens, their disables are going to come in so late it won't even matter. Yeah. I mean, they can't even disable every single tank, so this is going to be it.
Yep, that's absolutely horrible. That was one of the worst fights Spirit could have possibly taken here, as Clem is just going to absolutely monster mode his way through. GG's. A statement of a series, if we've ever seen one, as Clem just comes in and says, I probably should have had the shot at making it to the grand final yesterday. Well, I'm going to be there now. We'll have to start down a map, but man, I mean, what else do you say? He just absolutely destroyed Spirit across this best of 5.
Yeah, and I'll be honest here, taking my own feelings about wanting Spirit to do better and get some games in there and whatnot. Clem has just entirely obliterated Spirit before in some of their best of 3s. It has absolutely happened. I would say that is even more brutal. It's a best of 5 instead of the best of 3s they usually play, and it wasn't even just like that showing of micro that Clem was abusing every other Terran with a couple of months ago. It actually had a lot to do with build orders, and that second game with luck on Clem's side, you maybe start to get into feel that kind of just like, oh, Clem always wins against Spirit. There's something in the universe that just makes it so that Spirit never has a fair chance. That second game was especially brutal for that, but the third game was just so smart. It was just a really simple change up to his build order to abuse what made sense for Spirit, which is to stop trying these early game things, but it just feels so abusive. Like poor Spirit kind of situation. Clem really wanted to come back with a vengeance, and he certainly did.
Clem's actually just been on a streak. Just to kind of point this out, so in the lower bracket, since Clem lost to Spirit, he went 3-0 Reynold, 3-0 Hero Marine, now 3-0 Spirit again. I'm now going to bring up the upper bracket, and it's kind of crazy, because when you look at the upper bracket as well, it's like, oh my goodness, this guy has just been on an absolute streak. I'll bring up the upper bracket in a second. My thing doesn't want to work. What's new in the world? It'll work in a second though, guys, don't worry. I'm going to fight Photoshop until it does work. Right about now. So yeah, you look at the upper bracket as well. Clem, 3-0 Blythe, 3-0 Halston. the only games he's lost is against Spirit, so it's like he almost just had like a little blip, half an hour TVT that went wrong. And other than that, Clem has been absolutely monstrous in these playoffs, which means as he faces off against MaxPax in this grand final CG, even though he'll be down the one map, do we think Clem is still the favorite? That's my question to you.
Yes, 100%. Sorry, MaxPax.
But like, well, okay, that was easy question, easy answer, I guess. Yeah, I'm kind of with you as well. Like, it's hard to truly imagine this not being just good for Clem. He's been looking good lately. He continues to look fantastic. I mean, what else do you really say, right? Like, it's Clem. It's a Clem that's playing very well, and that's just very, very scary. Very, very scary indeed. So that is going to be our, well, yeah, the grand finals of Europe. It's kind of wild that we're already kind of at the point where we're talking about the grand finals of Europe, because this first series was not very long at all. So we do have just a little bit of time before we get into that, because there is a mandatory 20-minute wait between the lower bracket final and the grand final, just because of allowing players time to prep and, take a breather from the previous series and stuff. I'm not sure Clem necessarily needs a breather based on just how quickly he went through that matchup, but he is mandatorily forced to take this breather. So, with that said, we are going to take a couple of minutes, well, 16 minutes here. That's going to be the countdown timer. When we return, it is going to be Clem versus MaxPax in the grand finals. MaxPax gets to start up 1-0, and the grand finals of Europe will be on the way. A best-7 PVT MaxPax versus Clem coming up. We'll see you guys on the other side of this.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, everybody, to more ESL SC2 Masters Regional Spring action as we have the final match of Europe for this season. Coming up, Clem versus MaxPax in a best-of-7 TVT. Clem came from the lower bracket, he'll start down a map, but he's still our favorite zombie group as we get ready for this series. As MaxPax needs to figure out what he's going to do against Clem here, because Clem has been on a streak apart from those couple of blips against Spirit, so I guess we'll see if MaxPax can be the one to stop him.
Sometimes he is. You can look at some of the Open Cups and maybe see the same storyline, which is that one, Clem dominates the entire way through, including the finals versus MaxPax. And you're like, all right, another one done for Clem. Or he dominates all the way through until he meets MaxPax. And that happens every now and again. So it's certainly possible. MaxPax has stopped them in his tracks 3-0, even after Clem had done nothing but 2 zeros for everyone else. That's kind of the story that we've set up here, is if MaxPax can do it again. It happens, but I want to say it's more rare, and I do feel like Clem is just generally on a tear, which I give that momentum a lot more to Clem than to MaxPax. But MaxPax has been playing some pretty good PvT himself against a multitude of Terrans, just not Clem yet.
Yeah, I feel like MaxPax has had phases where he's been a little bit more dominant against Clem, and then right now Clem's just kind of got, you know, the number kind of on lockdown once again. So we'll see what happens. Of course, MaxPax is looking to win his first ever ESL European Regional. Clem looking to add to the count, as apparently they're still going through a final bit of the vetoing process. And just before we talk about this any further, I will just quickly mention once again that the Esports World Cup is coming this August 14th through 18th. You can check out all the information over at ESWCGG on Twitter, or X, if that's how you like to call it. It's got a $1 million prize pool. Yeah, I know. I just can't. It's like, it just doesn't, like, saying that something's on X. No, this is not the place or the time to make a statement on this, but like, it just doesn't work in my head at all. So
no, it doesn't.
Not about that.
I mean, it still goes to twitter.com. So
yeah. So do check that out. Obviously, we'd love to see you guys tune into the Esports World Cup. Obviously, you got Dallas before then, but it's all building up to that $1 million prize pool. So yes, we are waiting for MaxPax versus Clem to start up, get this series underway. Apparently, my ticker's broken. I see why. Give me a second, I will fix it. Oh, because I didn't save it. That's
I thought you meant Clem's invite was broken.
Well, that might be the case as well. We've been waiting a little bit here, but oh, something's definitely wrong on my side. What have I not done right, ZG? Oh.
What's broken? I don't know.
It'd be great if you just told me, you know, like.
Yeah, I don't even know what's happening.
Yeah, you literally have no idea what's going on. No, it's okay, I fixed it. Just a little scrolly thing that goes across the bottom with map scores and stuff, and no one actually ever reads it. But like, yeah, the ticker. It was like, somehow, I don't know how I did this, but I recreated the ticker file an extra time. So and then I was trying to save it, but it wouldn't save into the right one. It was a thing. It's all good. We fixed it. We're good to go.
I enjoyed that story. Thank you.
I mean, it was really not a thrown story. Yeah.
It bought an appropriate amount of time, though. Clem finally joined the lobby.
You know what? That's what they say about production. They may not be the most interesting stories, but they're the stories that you need to get into the game. Age-old saying.
Sure. It's good time. It's good stuff. It goes in the Casting Hall of Fame. This is why we were chosen as the finals casters. You know, there was definitely a decision made. This is kind of like a throwing it at the
someone
wall.
was sitting in the ESL offices, like looking at all the VODs, thinking like, who's gonna be the finals cast? And they saw our like pre-finals hype, you know, segment, and they're like, this is what we need more of on finals day.
Heck
Absolutely.
Yeah. Prepare for the Wardy Zombie Group finals cast. The World Championship is going to happen.
It's okay. We all know you only got the finals because it's your birthday, CG.
That's right.
Can't believe you did all the other casters dirty like this by having your birthday on the right day.
You know, you guys have never once made a joke in public on broadcast about me getting a job because of a woman. But I 100% thought that's where you were going. I forget it's my birthday so often. I was like, Wardy, really? Wow, okay.
Good to know what you think of. Good to know what you expect of me, I guess.
No. But yeah, it's because my birthday. That's why.
Yeah.
Everyone knows my birthday. Everyone celebrates it. I will not be going out to get any type of Mexican or I don't know. I guess like Mexican food. I won't even have a Corona today. I'm gonna have Korean barbecue.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Jealous.
Yeah.
Well,
it's good stuff.
Our fascinating downtime, killing time
Yeah.
segment is done. Unfortunately for you guys, you're now going to have to watch StarCraft. As Clem vs. MaxPax gets underway here, the countdown is good. Dynasty is going to be the opening map. This one gets wild early. You know, if anyone tries to take gold, the other guy's going to try and deny it, and it generally makes for very exciting back and forth kind of bumpy games. So excited to see what will happen here. As Clem and MaxPax are in the process of loading in. We're slowly getting there. And we will finally be able to talk StarCraft 2 once more. It is time to get into this best of 7. We're going to be starting off in the top right-hand corner with the blue Terran player from the lower bracket. So he starts down a map. It's going to be our Team Liquid Terran Clem.
In the bottom left is the red Protoss for Psy Storm. He is MaxPax.
One lead feels good. Can benefit from the winner's bracket. And of course, MaxPax, last time he got to the grand finals, he played against Serral, but he also came from the lower bracket, so he was down a map. And a hard-fought series as well. So, be cool to see if he can get it done with that 1-0 lead today. Turn that into a regional championship for himself.
I mean, it certainly feels nicer not to have to play that extra game, possibly, versus Clem. But it is, you know, actually the start of the series. There was no game that you guys missed, and that is very important to note, not just for understanding, but also just to understand that the person who has momentum here is Clem. Clem just went on 3-0 Terra against Spirit, and while that's a different matchup, it certainly gives him all the confidence that he needs. We're actually, you know, going into the original Best of 5 versus Spirit on Friday, he had a poor performance for him in the WTL, which did seem to affect his entire day. You know, I think after that day where he lost to both Firefly as well as Spirits, he did tweet, you know, not a great day, which is the truth, right? For Clem's expectations, we would expect him to defeat both those players rather handedly. And I saw some people like mention in chat, like, I wonder if MaxPax would have looked at anything that Firefly did to see, you know, some inspiration to try and take on Clem. It's possible. I think it's wise always to do that, and MaxPax is definitely a guy who studies a lot and plays a lot. But I think there's like 2 reasons why this probably won't really affect this series. And that's one, I think Firefly's style is very hit or miss. There are days where it looks like it's the most amazing thing ever, and then everyone talks about the guy and his revolutionary PvT, and then other days it looks really flat and really figured out. And then 2, I think MaxPax really likes what he does. You know what I mean? Like, he could be a unique player, but only because like the way he plays is a little different, but the way he plays is pretty consistent at the very least. But we actually have a little bit of an interesting opener. This bunker finishing is very awkward because it is within range of one of the shield batteries at the very least. So 2 shield batteries is the way to go. And then the recall of probes with a surround. I mean, that works, but it means maybe 1 or 2 probes could die. No! And now both shield batteries are done. All the probes will live, but then 2 shield batteries had to be built here.
Yeah, second Reaver shows up, gonna grenade the probes a little bit, draining a lot of the battery energy as well. This bunker obviously absolutely is gonna go down, but we will get the salvage as well, so 75 75 minerals back in the pocket of Clem, and altogether you gotta be kind of saying, okay, you know, this was great, so many probes recalled to the gold, do not mine this entire time as well. Well, you gotta be very happy as Clem so far. And the follow-up.
Yeah. That's that was the kerfuffle that you hope for when you go for a bunker and a Reaper, you know? Like, and the best that Protoss can do against that is try and keep a calm head. But at the end of the day, they're going to have to invest into defending into it, which they already don't really like, but then to have to do even more investment because it's in such a weird situation. I mean, you feel pretty good for Clem, but now it is a gold-based mining Protoss. So Clem does need to do something about that. And his choice, 1 base all in. Not what we expect from Clem, but it is happening, man. And MaxPax's Oracle only just getting across the map now. MaxPax has no idea And this is so unlikely in professional PvT, but I think especially from Clem. This is really cool.
It's different, it's unique, it's obviously built around the idea of what MaxPax is doing on the map, and he's only just now going to start figuring it out as he sees the main base a little bit more easily. I mean, he obviously saw no gold base, but even that could still just be a base on the other side, so I wouldn't even say his full info is there. The Stalker's getting caught, and of course, just in general, you're going to be out of position a lot of the time here, because your bases are so far apart. Oracle will activate. That's going to be able to get a little bit of work done for the foreseeable future as a couple of SCVs go down immediately. This Oracle will chase in for 3 and 4 workers. The Lib and the Marines are setting up. Cyclone actually get intercepted, so reinforcements are being shut down, but Clem is sieging up in the main base, and he is working his way through pylons, and a super battery has to be popped just to keep the pylons alive, to keep production going at the moment. There's a Void Ray that pops out that will be part of this defense, but Clem just going for the heart of production here of MaxPax.
Losing that Cyclone is going to haunt him, though. Really necessary to deal with the Void Ray. At MaxPax so far with an excellent response, making this one base all in look like it's absolutely nothing. It's not over yet. We have more reinforcements finally on the way. But Clem, you know, that card has been shown. MaxPax knows the situation, and that is already making a one base all in much less likely to work. Now it is all about making sure you don't get caught out of position. Against these very positional units, Tank will get 2 shots. Stalkers will get blown apart, as well as that Void Ray. That was a lot to sacrifice to kill the Tank and the Liberator, but it does kill both strong units.
Well, that was a that was a turnaround. I really thought MaxPax was just going to be looking pretty, and then he tries to dive the tank. He loses so much, so many units going down. And, well, Oracle on the other side still trying to get extra damage. The Viking dealing with it, and new tank showing up. Clem is ahead on army supplies still. His economy is not great, but the army is fine. I mean, MaxPax has money to spend. He's getting 4 additional gateways. That's a big deal. He might actually just be able to hold out long enough to overwhelm his opponent. And that's the problem. Clem is on a little bit of a timer, and that timer is ticking away. Right now, he's kind of stuck not making progress.
No, it's I really like the idea, but I do think that it had to be everything showing up as a surprise in that main base to really get the damage done. Because, like, you might say, like, well, why not just go after kind of like the safe choice and go after the gold base, which is a shorter, I think, rush distance should be. And, you know, there's not production there. Of course, they can warp in, but it's a little awkward warping in right into the tank fire. Well, it's because there is the option of also, like, sacking the gold base, depending on how the game works out. Whereas if you did successfully hit the main, like, you just win. You know, you kill all the production and technology, you would just win. Trying to play a game where it's drawn out either way, which is this now is, I would say generally doesn't favor these one base all-ins. We're not in Wing of Liberty anymore, and yeah, it's actually ended up being very easy for MaxPax there.
Oh, well, MaxPax is going to extend his lead to 2-0 as he wins the first played map in the series. Obviously, it's very easy to let the series get away from his Clem for all the hype you bring in for him. It was a 1-0 deficit. You lose the first game. Now you've already kind of, you know, starting to run out of wiggle room a little bit. Obviously, maybe Dynasty is one of the weirder maps. I'm sure the maps coming up are going to be, you know, starting to standardize a little bit. Post-Youth actually comes up next, so maybe not too much immediately. Obviously, Post-Youth is kind of weird in its own right, so we will see as we get our players joining the lobby, and we will be up and away into this in just a few moments, ready for another map of StarCraft 2 here, as Clem looks to get himself on the board and to really start making a series out of this grand final.
I think it's a really cool idea what he tried. It's so unexpected, and there is that vulnerability of having 2 different locations to safeguard for the what ifs, you know, until you scout especially. But you can see all the downsides of a one base all in, and why it isn't done very often. But I love the attempt. It just hopefully doesn't set Clem on an already negative mindset coming in with a loss because he's from the lower bracket, but then also losing a map like that. On the other hand, that could have been a very throwaway build and map. You know, you're like, oh, yep, that's the map. I don't really like it. Maybe he agrees with Marines' opinions on it. And so he does a one base all in. You know, maybe it works, maybe it doesn't, but I expect to lose this map anyway. And if he's thinking that way, then he's already brushed that map off.
Do you like that he dove for the main base instead of setting up on the gold?
I think I do, actually. I think if it wasn't an Oracle opener, which, you know, there's a pretty good chance it's Twilight Council with MaxPax, right? And the scout is so late. Actually, there's no scout, I guess I should say. There's, like, no scout. And then I do like the idea of killing all the production.
Yeah.
You know, but it just did not work out that way, especially because MaxPax had a safety shield battery in his mineral line default, and that helped save that pylon.
Well, MaxPax set himself up correctly in that last game. 2-0 lead for him right now in this best of 7 grand final in the bottom left. That red Protoss player from Sidestorm Gaming is indeed MaxPax.
In the top right, now down 2 for Team Liquid, he is Clem.
Obviously,
right.
we will hope to see an expand here from Clem.
I think so.
I would like to
I
see him.
think-
Yeah, not one base would be nice.
Yeah, I mean, a factory expand's always possible, but
Yeah, that's fine as well.
you know, we're in a map that does have this like in-base natural. I don't know how to put that. It's a very safe natural, even though it's a very short map overall. So I think he's going to go ahead and set up that way. And I guess we can say now that Clem's momentum from defeating Spirit 3-0 has been kind of stopped. But again, if that was his choice, if that was his strategy for an entire best of where he lets that map through that he's actually the most uncomfortable with first, just to kind of get out of the way, does an all-in almost, you know, like a why not thing, then maybe this series hasn't even really started. Not to take away the victory from MaxPax, who did have to handle a potentially very dangerous build. I mean, there is a chance that it is completely unseen and he really fumbles the ball against it and it's a super easy victory for Clem. But yeah, it also kind of feels like it might just be Clem saying this is the real start. But MaxPax wants to continue on with his lead, up to 0 now, and trying to go for a little bit of a proxy. This could be extremely dangerous considering how freaking close it is to that natural. Stargate's going to produce an Oracle that swoops right on in, and Clem does like to get aggressive, so sometimes caught without defensive units back at home, like the Cyclone moves out, you know, not back at home, creates a lot of awkwardness.
Is this Reaper is in the main base? Has the opportunity to obviously come through and try and spot that there's maybe tech or a pylon missing? Of course, it's up to this Adept to try and zone it back, and that's what we're doing as we fight around the Nexus. Adept actually takes a lot of shots. Reaper range being used well. Clem's micro is on point so far. As he continues to pull backwards, the Adept does still chase though, and again, Clem does not get any info to get close towards dealing with this, and he's going into extra racks. Now, in some ways that's nice because it means more Marines to help defend, but it does mean that he's not going to have like the starport tech so quickly. He does have a factory as well though, so of course he can utilize that as part of the defense, and he's going to get a Cyclone. That feels extremely good against this proxy Stargate.
And with no starport, he definitely won't be out in the map too much. So I do think this is it's a pretty good situation. The Reaper did not get close enough to really confirm that something is amiss. All it saw was the basic setup. Easily could have been second pylon in the back of the mineral line. So no idea for it, but the Oracle's going to show itself, kill an SCV, probably the Mule next. There we go. And then that might be it. Yeah, actually the Cyclone even pops out so perfectly timed, even if there was supposed to be dropped. It was fine. I mean, obviously MaxPax could have also tried waiting until he had more oracles and tried to blitz through and whatnot, but and hope like the timing of the units popping didn't work out so well, but not his choice. And probably better just to let that do the damage that it did. Literally 1 SCV and 1 Mule. And then hope that the second oracle combined with it causes a bit more problems. Clem's expecting this and has units on either side, so it seems this is not going to do the damage MaxPax wants.
Oracle diving in for more extra Marine, but yeah, it does not seem as though this is the damage we've really been setting out to achieve. Stimpak, Combat Shield continuing up, few Marines, Marauders, and the tank coming in from Clem. As you see, the Reaper is going to go after the probe, take that out. Nexus continues in, couple extra gates building. Just have ourselves the Adept continue to shade around over to the left-hand side.
You know, we saw Kelazur, I think, try and do a similar build to this a couple of times in NA on Friday, and he never got to do it. Trigger kept interrupting him in really weird games. Finally, we get to see the 3-1 actually do a push, and this has been entirely unscouted from MaxPax. He sees a barracks outside of the front, but I don't think that was actually enough information. So, you know, only now does he really realize what it is, and that's while he's killing a bunch of SCVs, jumping on top of the Cyclone zone as well. We get ourselves a little bit of an all-in now that the SCVs are all going to die. But it's a all-in that might work. I mean, MaxPax has very few units outside of these oracles.
Yep, he really does not have much at all. Stimpack and Combat Shield's about to be finished. That third base does not look long for this world. The Oracles, I believe, ran out of energy as well. So, yeah, they got a couple more SCVs. A new Oracle pops out. That's actually going to be the one dealing damage now. Clem, at the very least, going to deny the third. Would be very surprised if he didn't make more of a move towards the natural. Because especially with the damage he's taking, it feels like he needs more than just taking out the third base at the moment.
Yeah, you can only be so patient and careful about this, you know? Like, you actually have to go. MaxPack's able to warp in at least one sentry, but no more coming in as of yet. It's going to be just the actual defending units now with the shield batteries all finishing up too. But the choke is going to work against him. Anytime he tries to move forward like that, sentry number 2 does block out the ramp, but every time he gets dragged in even a little bit, you got a tank firing away. The Protoss army barely actually able to tap the frontline units of his opponent. Now a second tank is sieged up, and I mean, MaxPax is going to have to wait to take the engagement when the Terran army is actually in his base, and that's, well, not ideal either.
Juicy Charge is going to be finishing up soon. +1 attacks over halfway done. We have a couple of units still poking forwards and just trying to delay this kind of Bioforce coming up the ramp. I mean, with Charge finishing, Zealots could maybe help, but there goes a couple of the gateways that are being powered. So MaxPax now only has 2 active gates in the game. In fact, I think 1 active gate in the game. So warp-in numbers are not going to be good enough, and that's why Clem's army supply is looking a little bit untouchable, quite frankly. And that's the biggest issue of all right now. If MaxPax could just warp in, I would maybe honestly have a little bit of belief, but he's got no gateways left. There's really running out of chances here. Tank Siege is on the high ground, so we're just going to send it as MaxPax, but it looks as though Clem will probably have enough. I mean, the Oracles come back, they can get rid of all the Marines, so they will eventually defend, but surely way too late.
Yeah, I think so. And actually, they're not going to kill all the tanks. 1 Zealot being produced at a time. Now 2. Second gateway finishing up here. We'll take down the tanks. Yeah, Zealot's going to be pretty good at that. But now the bunker's even getting a couple more units inside of it. I mean, it's almost comical at this point. Can't blame MaxPax for trying, though. It is such a low unit battle that if those gateways did not go down, maybe he actually has enough all combined together with the Oracles coming back. But now it is too far gone. No recovery here. Clem, no doubt, starting to actually macro back on his side of the map. Yeah, MaxPax, fortunately, has let this one, I don't know, slip through, but maybe a little, just because maybe he could have actually done a better job of scouting and seeing this 3-1 coming from a lot longer away.
I think if he just got a sentry up a little bit sooner, the second force field he put down would just let the units up, and that was good enough for Clem, whereas if he just always had a force field available, he could have permanently kept the units on the low ground. Clem's only way to get high ground vision would have been scanning, and even then he couldn't advance his army too much further forward, so I feel like that was maybe a missed opportunity from MaxPax. Maybe that's where this could have been okay. The Oracles will give it a go, but as they go down, we're probably likely to see the GG follow a few moments later, because MaxPax just doesn't have much left at all. 23 supply, and Clem is going to get himself on the scoreboard, but man, it was not clean and it was not easy. And there was definitely, like I say, moments where it kind of felt like MaxPax had a good chance of being able to handle that, deal with it, and everything else. Now, though, Clem is going to make a series of this final.
Yeah, it's going to be a 2-1. Clem playing perhaps a little unexpected in total, right? So the first game, like I've been saying, maybe it is just like I'll try it, but I don't think it's going to work because it's so rare. Okay, fine. But it is still an all-in, unlike Clem to do. And then the second game even is, I would say, less likely to be seen from Clem. More likely, I feel like, to be seen from, yeah, some of the NA Terrans who do a lot more of those, I think, 2-base committed pushes against Protoss. So he's playing a little bit differently. Maybe because the maps are also a little bit different. We are finally going into an oldie, the Oceanborn map here. You might see more of a typical back and forth between the two. And I really liked your point about the force field. If it had been like exactly well placed and all the pylons and production is up and running for just, 10 seconds, 15 seconds longer even. I mean, charge is going to be really crucial to breaking out of that contain. It just didn't, it didn't stay a contain. It became an actual rush to the top.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what Clem would do if the force field was there, and what I'm just left with is like, you just sit on that low ground. Like, maybe you could siege the tanks up further forward, but you're not going to get up onto the gateways anywhere near as soon. The extra warp-ins and charge finishing might have just been all you needed, and, if you got one force field, in theory, you can have endless force fields, right? Because you would have had time to warp in another sentry, get another force field down. So then you buy all the time that you could possibly need. The Oracles have done a good job across the map. Yeah, it's a big what if, but fortunately for Clem and for us, it did go Clem's way because now we have a series on our hands. Clem's on the scoreboard. And as he says, it's going to be Oceanborn for our next map. As MaxPax looks to get up onto match point, and Clem looks to even out the series. Big difference, 2-2 versus 3-1. This is the sort of game which really sets the tone for everything else.
Well, it has been a little bit back and forth between the two, actually, overall, with MaxPax also trying to throw in a bit of a cheese. I mean, Proxy Stargate's kind of low on the cheese meter, but he did produce up to 4 or 5 oracles, so that raised it up a little bit. Will they continue? Or will be more of the typical mid-game action between the two. In the top left of Oceanborn, still up in the series, he is MaxPax.
Bottom right, our blue Terran player from Team Liquid is Clem. Bringing it back. Definitely being forced to play a bit of an aggressive series, it seems, here, so we will see as the gateway drops down from MaxPax in the main. And of course, Clem just building those barracks at home as well, so no one's going to proxy, at least for now, here in this game, which is a reasonably decent sign of maybe getting a fun little start going. So I'm a fan of that.
Maybe.
We'll see where it goes.
Yeah, mostly expected here. Yeah, I feel like I haven't seen Clem do too many of the proxy single or double Reaper, I guess, be no single barracks lately. I mean, we talk about typical PVTs and typical MaxPax versus Clems. I mean, there is a lot of that discussion more so around, I guess, the early mid-game, but around usually MaxPax's gateway timing. You know, does he go 3 or 4 gate with Blink? That's usually the biggest question. There's been times where he's done certainly less 4 gates. In fact, he kind of stopped doing 4 gates against Clem for a while, just really figuring didn't work out. Oh, okay, Proxy Factory instead. All right. I thought that SCV was going to go scout, you know, to protect itself, protect its home base, but nope. Good to know. And MaxPax is not going to feel, he's not going to feel anything out here, because you can do a factory expand, as we see, with a single gas. And so the timing kind of looks a little weird to the Protoss, who's like, well, I'm denying their command center, and then I'm going to skedaddle. I'm not going to recheck. I didn't even bother checking in the first place to see, you know, if it actually was a factory expand. And actually, well, factories and proxy. You can't produce too many gas-intensive units with this style of it, but yeah, Cyclone isn't too bad nowadays. So I just hope this doesn't end the game abruptly, you know?
It does.
Maybe some longer games.
It does feel like we're on a whirlwind of StarCraft 2 at the moment, and it's just like, yo, can we get put back on the ground for like 10 minutes of a game at least? Everything is just happening so quickly. Kind of a bit crazy. As a couple of Marines will pop out here from Clem. They're going to come join in at the front. CC is coming up on the natural. The Adept is going to go shading forwards. Going to move up this ramp and have a little bit of a peek around. Cyclone and the Marines continuing up from Clem. And the Twilight Council from MaxPax is also about to be done. So that's all neat and good, but the Cyclones are building on an aggressive position. And if you don't know that and you don't get batteries up in time as MaxPax, you could be in trouble. First one building now. But I'm going to get aggro in a moment or two with those Cyclones building up for the left-hand side.
Yeah, this might still be too late. Oh, he cancels the shield battery. Oh.
Yeah, that's not good.
That is not good at all. The Adept's going to see the Cyclone. Immediate action taken here. Emergency defense.
Ooh.
But you have no shield. Shield battery would have been so useful. I mean, maybe the pylons will get targeted down, but hot dang, that would have been helpful. Probes pulled as well, but a handful of Marines, couple of Cyclones. There's going to be damage no matter what.
Pylon is going to just be the target here. There's so much you shut down by getting rid of the pylon. Now the probes are going to start dropping as the Adepts are low, but kept alive at least. A couple new Marines about to show up as well. That Stalker, shield's gone, but still has its hit points as we are getting ourselves a new pylon up in a moment. That's going to be a dead Stalker before it happens, though. I mean, that's going to be a dead Cyclone, but I thought it was going to come at the cost of another Stalker. Not quite the case. Battery going to be drained of energy here in a moment. Another Cyclone is extremely low as MaxPax with the micro to try and keep this alive. Clem with additional barracks behind this. Already killed 7 probes. I think that's the big deal, right? We've already kind of done the damage necessary to just follow up from this in a very macro-centric way as Clem. You know, 7 probes is significant because it's not like he's on one base. He's on an expansion of his own. So this is going to be him just 3 workers behind, but with mules in his favor, he's going to have an income advantage, and he's powering into very powerful units after slowing his opponent down significantly at this portion of the game.
I also think it's really important that MaxPax is in fact going for a 2 gates expansion build. Like, because if he had been building up to a 3 or 4 gate, you know, I guess it was also like an awkward timing. So maybe that was initially his plan, but then things obviously had to change. But if he had the ability to warp in more than 2 units at a time with this warp prism, it'd be really scary because the factory's not producing the entire time it floats back, right? You got your cyclones and you have 0 tanks. Bunker also would have been maybe like a little bit of a question mark if the stalkers had immediately counterattacked. I don't know, that would have been a scary point, but it's not. It was a, you know, going to be maybe an expand build. Now MaxPax, knowing that he has to do some damage, is going to try and drop down that Dark Shrine to do something. And I do think it is unlikely a Raven will be built in this situation. I also believe that Clem will go ahead and save some scans. The timing does get kind of weird to tell exactly when a Dark Shrine would appear in this type of game, though. If it's a typical build order, it's, you know, 4:30 to 5 minutes, something like that. But that's kind of what we're coming down to, because the Blink Stalkers should not do a tremendous amount of damage, but the DTs might.
Yeah, I like the DTs. Good little mix-up as these Stalkers just going to put on some light pressure, taking the 3rd behind it. Extra Stalkers warping in, so making Clem really worry about the Stalker count. Obviously gives the DTs a good chance of maybe getting something done, so I like it. I like it a lot. Once you do see these Stalkers trying to push forward, and it's going to be seeing the Cyclones in the bunker holding for the moment. Looks as though we will not break through here as MaxPax going to try again for the bunker. It's going to go down at the cost of a Stalker. And 1 Stalker dropping there. I mean, nice to kind of get rid of a bit of the defense, but MaxPax getting pushed away. Clem's about to hit a power point with stim and combat shield. Those DTs are going to have to put in work, actually.
Oh, nice. Yeah, and missile turret coming down in the natural, too. I mean, not only helps to kind of guard a little bit of that natural against some Warp Prism micro, but obviously it helps a lot against any potential DTs that is trying to walk on through. The Warp Prism is still intact, so the DTs do not have to come in through that direction, but it's one less available area. And as you're saying, Clem is ready to go. He's got that great Terran army scouted by MaxPax's observer. MaxPax knows the pacing of PvT here, so knows that he's in some trouble. Can he actually get something done as far as the defense? Decent amount of Stalkers. His control is really good, but still loses a Stalker. No shield battery on the 3rd, so definitely not the best setup. No Archon from those DTs either to try and help out. It is just these Stalkers up against the Bio Ball. Maybe it'll be enough for the shield body overcharge soon to be had, and actually a force field helping, and Immortal popped out to help too. Clem is not going to be able to break through easy peasy, so back at home, what is happening? DT number 1 has been warped in, number 2 is on the way.
Going to be sending these forwards and just going to try and distract Clem, keep him busy for a little bit. Clem might see the shimmer there depending on what he's looking at, but that DT gets passed over the left side. The DT going to come in via the prism into the natural. There's a turret there, so this is not really where you want your DT to be. We're going to try and go to the main instead, but does not feel as though that's going to really work out. We do have Stalkers on the front as well from MaxPax. Going to try and find something. Good scan from Clem. Across the board, the defense is just spot on so far, isn't it? He's just not letting any opening come through. Exactly what you need to see if you want to see Clem looking good at this point in time.
Yeah, he definitely saw that shimmer. You know, I think he saw it like after the DT initially showed itself, right? But he definitely saw it, started moving over to it. Oh, that's 2 Wind of Mines! Oh! Actually, didn't even need a second Wind of Mine to hit. This is where it got the job done. Yeah, I know. Clem is playing super well because I think he also 100% predicted that the Stalkers would try and find some units in movement because MaxPax is usually so good at that, you know? You think you're only defending against the DTs. The Stalkers shouldn't be that much of a problem against the Bio Ball because you're moving around so much. A couple Marauders get AI'd or whatever. And Clem just anticipated everything really nicely there. MaxPax, ton of trouble. Those DTs are supposed to do a lot more damage, or at the very least buy a lot more time. Warp Prism is supposed to be there to threaten. Keep Clem just not focusing entirely on the offensive. But now Clem can, and that is a much bigger army with +1 this time around.
I'm going to turn around, hit a couple of Stalkers, and we are up 30 army supply. And a little bit of change beyond that as well, as this 4th base of MaxPax is going to be a tough hold. Because this is not set up with stacked defense or anything just yet. It is fresh and new. It's an instant cancel, an easy decision for MaxPax. But honestly, this army, what are we doing? Move commands down. Force field will, I don't want to say save the day, maybe buy you a few extra seconds as the Colossus showing up. Maybe those force fields do save the day because the Colossus gets to come in because of it. 3 Immortals are still a little bit beefy to kind of jump on, but just the size of this army from Clem, it's possible he could just decide to take this trade, honestly.
Well, at the very least, he can juke, force the overcharge, because you can't not go for it, and then just wait that out. That will be maybe another Colossus and another, warp in, but that's still such a powerful bio army. But I'd say as long as the shield battery isn't there, he's got a chance to certainly trade very efficiently. There's a lot of Marauders in here, so it's not like one or even two Colossus are really going to kill things. It's those Immortals, which might not be shooting the right thing every single time, might not even be shooting if they're not in range. It gets a little awkward. One Immortal does get sniped, but yeah, a lot of the army of Clem, I think, was dealing with something else. So Clem not going to take this particular fight. Now regrouping, still up 30 army supply. Now with Ghosts about to be on the field as well. Vikings coming out as well. I mean, Max Bax, he actually has made comebacks at this type of supply. He absolutely has. But he hasn't gotten any of his usual tricks here. And again, no War Prism to even threaten.
Yeah, he's just missing a lot of the tools he would need to typically bring this back at this point, as the bio can start to work onto a couple of those Zealots. A single Viking poking and prodding the Colossus. And again, Clem just threatening by being out the front here. Ghosts on the way, so his army only going to get better as they arrive. They start to drop some EMPs. Apparently this is going to be it for Clem. He's going to decide to start attacking in, kite those Zealots back. Vikings obviously can start onto the Colossus, and again, the numbers just are not here for MaxPax. The Zealots are melting with no armor upgrade, and Clem comfortably is going to take a game number 4. And that means that it's going to be 2-2. We really do have a finals on our hands as it's all tied up. MaxPax's 2-0 lead really disappears very quickly, as has been kind of the case of the entire day today. Speed has been of the essence, and now it's all tied up 2-2. Next player to win a map is actually going to go up onto match and tournament point.
Yeah. Yeah, things have certainly turned around. My gut, or perhaps my bias, either one, this says that Clem is his plan is working out. Again, that first map might have just been, why not try it? But I don't expect to win it. Yeah, the next two, he is still trying some interesting openers, but this time they're actually working. They're doing the appropriate amount of damage that he can at least say that he controls the situation to a certain extent. Certainly the last game. So he's getting ramped up again, I guess is what I'm saying. And it's up to MaxPax to try and full stop the momentum, which is usually what he's really good at. He can, stop momentum as far as best ofs go, as far as tournament runs go, and as far as games go. Clem could easily have started to fumble the ball in a game like last, actually, if that War Prism was around. If Zealots had a little more freedom to go for those run buys that typically happen. I mean, MaxPax is just so good at being insistent on those types of things, but Clem had to lock down his bases very nicely in that particular one.
Side data for the next game here as MaxPax and Clem have readied up, and we're heading into another map here to see who will take the lead. Will Clem take his first lead of the series, 3 in a row? Would be feeling great for him. Can MaxPax break that momentum a little bit and get another map for himself right now and put himself one away? As we get side delta loading on up. This grand final continues to get a little bit deeper along here in the European regions. Of course, all these guys qualified for Dallas, the offline finals and all of that, but there's still big prize money on the line. And being the champion of Europe, it's something we talk about. This is something we absolutely, keep in the talking points when it comes to, talking about these guys and their kind of prowess and what they've been able to get done across the course of their careers. So, big match. Huge opportunity for MaxPax to win his first, as he is going to spawn in as the red Protoss in the bottom right-hand side. This is MaxPax.
And I said he didn't often do it, but he's doing it this time. The top left going for a proxy racks. He is Clem. I said it's game 3 or something, but he was like, yeah, obviously you can throw the proxy racks in versus any Protoss, but I was trying to think of exactly when last time it happened. To be fair, I hadn't seen the last couple of times they played against each other. But it is happening here on Site Delta. So Clem really seems to be all about that type of control game. A lot of the times in other best of series between the two, it is just Clem doing a very normal Terran build order. Maybe a factor expand, but still expanding. And then MaxPax is kind of like 3-gate, 4-gate. Does he win with it? And it's just really not going that way. Clem either going for the super early aggression or MaxPax with that proxy Stargate. This time it is Clem who first off will get the control of the game. MaxPax knows this, he scouts it, that's expected. What is hoped, I suppose, what the Terran wants is for the Protoss to really mess up execution, even though they have the knowledge.
Nexus gets placed, and SCV here wants to be a little bit annoying. Probe sees the SCV, and the SCV is going to run in, put that bunker down. Annoying position because we're going to wall with the minerals in the Nexus, so the SCV can jump to different sides, so it's difficult to stop this with the probe. As you can see, Terrans are very good at keeping their SCV on the wrong side of the probe. So that goes one side, then the other, and of course the Reaper is coming soon, so this bunker already halfway done. Now the SCV taking a few more shots of damage, and yeah, the Reaper is going to be here to deflect the probe, and that means this bunker gets up. Actually, that pylon is in reach of the bunker as well, which is a concern usually, because that means it's somewhat targetable. Obviously, as long as the battery isn't in reach, it's usually still okay, but right now we're not even getting the battery started, and yeah, that's not ideal.
No. And these are the types of mistakes that can happen even at this top level, just because, I mean, he absolutely knew what was happening from the get-go, and could have been a little more cautious about the pylon placement, but as you said, usually it's like the shield battery can finish and then save that pylon, but the shield battery really wasn't that fast this time around, so I'm not sure that's the case here with 2 Reapers. That's the real kicker here. 2 Reapers now. That's why it's in question. Should finish, though. Should finish. Should be all right, and this will be cleaned up. Once again, the Protoss having to change up a little bit just to defend, but the Terran not getting too much of the kerfuffle. It's actually not even going to be able to salvage the bunker this time around. No, yes, he will, because the Stalkers go after the Reapers. 3 Reapers, by the way. 3 Reapers in total. That's scary if they ever get a backstab.
Quite an investment. But you're right, it is scary, because if they jump into a mineral line, boom, you are killing probes in 2 shots, and that's obviously very powerful. However, that's not the Reaper you want to jump up there. And that's going to be now 2 Reapers. A lot less scary. And that's actually a pretty big deal. Just a mistake from Clem as well. Completely unnecessary to hop up. Especially, it was just unfortunate timing, I guess, right? Because he takes the first shot, he hops up, that Reaper's then basically dead. He's going into the Cyclone Medevac. He wants to keep the pressure going, so this would really be nice to have all Reapers alive, because I guess the idea is the Cyclones are going to drop, and then the Reapers could have been elsewhere, or just powered up the attack with the Cyclones as well. Pick and choose your poison. As Clem does deny the probe coming out towards a 3rd location. So it's going to be able to get one more there with the 2 Reapers. Maxback's heading into Phoenix to try and help him deny this incoming aggression.
Hopefully it will. Phoenix can be a little tricky. Fantastic if they just find the medevac over dead space, but it's a little less so if both Cyclones drop out and the Phoenix aren't helped, which is what I'm most concerned about. Especially if the 2 Reapers are still threatening some other type of, the natural, I guess, or the main, whichever way else the Cyclones go. So Clem now has a natural command center, but it is still not an orbital, so again, a significant delay on his economy. Here comes the medevac drop. Phoenix are in position. And Maxpax isn't moving the rest of his army, particularly outside of the bases, so they can come back and help if they need to. They will not. Medevac's not going to even try and chance it. Not with the threat of even more Phoenix, some warp-ins, and the rest of the army coming through. Not worth it. Perhaps it will be worth it if he can get some type of, like, tri-pronged pressure going on. Medevac, Reapers, and Banshees. But the Cyclones are actually chased after and killed, so it's at least one prong gone.
Yeah, the Cyclone's getting cleaned up as we'll have one more lift, so this is going to work out. The Reapers try and dive through, and it's going to be another prong taken out, and we've gone from a fork to a knife over the last couple of moments. As, this Banshee's going to have to just try and cut its way through some mineral lines, try and get something done, because it feels like Clem is kind of missing on every front so far.
And the Banshees aren't going to be a surprise, unfortunately. These Phoenix are going to get in here and see a researching tech lab, and that really only means one thing. Well, technically, I guess it could be a Raven, but dedicating to Raven still versus Phoenix, like, So yeah, should know about it. Still means, though, that there's not units in position. And oh, a very untimely supply block. There is one observer on the field, but it's coming back. Actually, that was an Immortal being built anyway, so I guess he figured the Observer would be here, but it's just now unfortunate placement. The Banshee is going to find damage, despite Maxpax getting a little bit of a heads up. Just unfortunate timing on some of the things. The Observer placement, the shield battery. 6 probes killed for the Banshee that lives to be paired up later. Oh, no, never mind, actually.
The other one
Banshee
died
died.
with Phoenix, yeah.
That's right. Still, better than expected. Maybe that can come in at a really good time and kill another 6 probes.
Phoenix going to grab some SCVs to undo a little bit of what's just been done on the other side. Do you have one more lift for that fresh meal? Looks like no. He gets a few SCVs. Maxpax will maintain a 6-7 worker lead, so keeping the economy in his favor. And yeah, it was nice to see Clem get something done, but like I say, with the second Banshee getting shut down by the Phoenix, kind of feels like that was it. That was the Banshee harass, and now, well, it's going to be down to this Bio Army as we do move into Stim +1 combat shield. All of that coming in. Of course, MaxPax's preparations with splash damage are progressing with the Colossus now on the way through, halfway done. Extended Thermal Lance coming up as well, and that's what you really need here to make sure you can deal with this larger Bio Army. Some reliable splash, and we are very much so on the way to getting there.
Only one observer kept back at home, wary of the Banshee. Means that there's outside of the Phoenix being in the right place at the right time, there's nothing to see this triple drop. Kind of hard to call it a doom drop. It's not even completely full, but it is still going to be scary. Phoenix, obviously a major portion of MaxPax's army. So much dedication to those Phoenix, too. 8 of them. And if they're out of position or recalled back into the fight, you know, it gets really awkward. I want to recall these fragile units on top of Marines already unloaded, already stimmed. Here we go. Shield Body overcharge immediately popped. Army comes back at pretty much the perfect timing as well. The Phoenix did not overstay their welcome on the offensive, so they're here to ensure that there's some type of punishment. One medevac already went down. Second one will avoid dying for now. There's just literally so many Phoenix that MaxPax actually decided to go for it. Maybe that was a mistake. Does realize it, pulls back for losing a second Phoenix.
Gets out of there as we do have this Banshee going to get a couple more probies. So it's just coming in, and there's some extra probes going down. The extended Thermal Lance still coming through. Stalkers, Colossus, Phoenix all building up. Medevac, Marine Marauder coming out. A couple Widow Mines. And finally this Phoenix might be able to finish off the Banshee. So no more Banshee harass, but Clem, with an army around the map, going to potentially be able to join this up together. We'll see if he can get a bit of a bigger push going for himself. Next couple of moments as the Bio gathers and he gets set to maybe attack into this third base. It looks like the plan from Clem right now.
Really important, the observer is going to see the collapse of the Terran army. Everything's combined together, so MaxPax does the same in the nick of time as well. I actually force fields and Colossus using this choke is going to buy him time regardless, but that's kind of a trick, right? You know, you want to make sure you aren't being dropped with the Phoenix, but you also want to make sure that you're not just being overwhelmed as the Phoenix try and stop drops. Because 2 Colossus are standing on kind of shaky legs without some appropriate fodder units in front of them or appropriate force field slap down. MaxPax doing a wonderful job defending as we would expect as we finally get one of those more typical macro games. Big old pickup, but a little too close to those Phoenix for comfort. Clem not going to execute it. 3rd CC on location being built will finally finish. But obviously MaxPax has been able to gain some leads in the economy. Occasionally Clem has spiked, but feeling better as the game goes on. MaxPax does need some upgrades, though. He is only now working on that +1 attack. Charge finishing Templar Archives, about halfway done.
Definitely a potential in what MaxPax is building, but you're right. He kind of needs to get a bunch of stuff there right now to really be okay with all of this. You have the Bio. Definitely backing it up as well as Clem falls back home. The Ghosts and Vikings taken to the stage, and as just gets his 3rd CC online, ready to play the next step of this. MaxPax will add on some Archons, but not really the great time to add Archons. As Ghosts are kind of arriving, it feels like I'd much rather see that Storm upgrade start up on the Temple Archives and see that as the additional splash that MaxPax brings into play. I get the Archons are maybe a more immediate answer, but like I say, with Ghosts out, I'm not convinced they're going to really get much of a job done.
And 3 Ghosts is still a pretty magical number, even though their EMP radius has been reduced over and over and over again. It's still pretty magical as far as collecting the shields of a very balled up Protoss army. That's what the Protoss army has to do. So yeah, I'm with you. The Archons, you know, they seem big bad right now, but then they get popped pretty quickly if the EMPs are on point. Clem preparing for a very big push. He's got all of the types of units that he would need. A slight army supply lead, but now the upgrades have finished up. He never got that +1 armor. He is attacking into the 4th base when MaxPax is out of position, however, so this is a good start for him. I mean, is MaxPax going to try and defend this? Yes, he will. Going to try and go after everything. EMPs are coming down. Phoenix without shields. Vikings aren't target firing the Colossus. They are trying to take down the Phoenix, which means the Colossus have been burning through the Terran army. And Clem will go ahead and tap out, being unable to tackle the Protoss army or the 4th base.
MaxPax takes it to match point, a map away from being a European champion as Clem just runs out of steam on that attack. Just could not really get his way through to those Colossus. They were just lasering away throughout the entirety of it. And obviously that became quite a costly affair over the course of it. So with that said, we are going to get ready for a Game 6, which could be potentially MaxPax's European Championship. We'll find out whether it will happen or whether Clem will take us all the way to a final map. Honestly, kind of cool. I mean, honestly, I feel like both storylines here are kind of cool, right? Clem's like, you know, going to win another EU event, which is just like his hometown, of course. You know, that's always cool. On the other side, you've got MaxPax who's looking to do it for the first time. It's two extremes, right? Like two players who've always been on the top, but then one guy who just keeps on winning here, one guy who's trying to win for the first time. Who will it be right now? That man looking for his first rodeo is going to be up, and he just needs one map to round it out. It's Alcyone. The players are ready, so we should just be able to immediately get into this and keep the games moving. At least we saw something a little bit longer, although it did still feel like a lot of that early aggression kind of had an impact on the game as Clem just kind of fizzled after not doing too much early.
Yeah, he had this idea, as I was saying, to maybe even have like a fork, multi-pronged attack, and then that just never happened. The one Banshee getting as many kills as she did is like, it was something. It really was not the master plan. But now we go into a map that has favored the Terran, I suppose, and in this tournament at the very least. So there's something there, and I do believe these two are well matched enough that we could easily get a Game 7. But you're right. Storyline here is MaxPax either gets his first European regional win, or Clem continues to show that he dominates. We thought that he would. I thought that he would. When we knew that Raynor was going to be playing with Ping and Cyril wasn't going to be playing at all. But MaxPax is really bringing it to him. We spawn here on map 6 in the bottom left. For Psystorm Gaming, he is MaxPax.
On the top right-hand side, looking to take us to the full best of 7. It is going to be our blue Terran from Team Liquid, Clem.
So we got ourselves a little bit of a macro game in the last map, but it was marred by the early game for Clem. Despite his attempt to kind of one-punch his way through, that did not end up working out. So he's still going to try and go for some little cleverness, a little bit, not as dedicated, however. It's a hidden barracks, not a proxy, hoping to get MaxPax to over-defend. Let's see if he does, because his probe is out on the hunt, and it would be wise of him to check the main, see there's no barracks, and then go ahead and check a little bit around the natural, maybe even a little bit around the third. Can also be a common place for that's not proxied hidden barracks.
Yeah, let's we'll see what the move is here in just a sec. A probe gets all the way up into the main, and it's going to help us take note of this. So we'll just see what the scouting pattern is going to be here from MaxPax as he just tries to figure things out. Of course, he sees double gas, so there's all the reasons to be concerned. As Clem will put the factory down early. If MaxPax can stick around to see the factory in the main, at least that would be something to be like, okay, well, you know what? Now I kind of know that your factory is here. At least that's not a proxy. And like I say, that's, you know, part of some good info. And he's going to get to see that now. The probe gets trapped in, though, for seeing this. And so you are going to be losing this probe as the Reaper pops. That's the benefit of the barracks being back here. It means that this probe is now guaranteed to go down. Cleaned up early, and that probe just falls and then does not get any further info beyond what it's already seen.
Yeah, that is true. Could, you know, apparently, according to this series, it could be an entire one base. Not often it's gonna happen, but Clem did it in their first map of the day. Reaper takes out the probe like you were saying, so no further scouting to be done. I'd be very, very much shocked if there was another one base all in. It is 100% going to be a command center on location as well. Not going to play shy here. MaxPax did grab a Zealot, the expected response to not seeing a barracks back on your opponent's base. Sometimes the Zealot can be even something MaxPax was already planning on doing. But then really you'd hope the Zealot, you know, is paired up with something else behind it, like an Adept that's also chasing over, and then the Zealot doesn't get found out such a, like it did here. It was completely alone for so long, it's already at half health, so any form of minor aggression on Clem's natural, probably not going to work at this point.
No, most likely not the case. We'll see MaxPax's target coming up to being halfway done, so we'll just get oracles and be able to use that for information throughout the course of the next couple of minutes. As the Reaper comes in, I would love to obviously just double confirm everything that's going on. He's already going to hit a few probes. Stalkers show up. Time to try and play the getaway game, and he is going to be out of there. Oh, no we're not. One last Stalker shot is good.
Yeah, that is a bummer. Didn't actually see the Stargate after all, and he also has seen a lot of Stalker production, which, you know, maybe if it was all Adepts, there'd be a little bit more of a hesitation, like, okay, could it be Stargate? Nope, it is Stargate with Phoenix. It is going to be first Phoenix out very soon. Shield Battery nice and safe in the natural, all right? So Clem, if he wanted to try and get some early aggression, might have actually even had a good time against a budding Phoenix count, just because, again, those units are so fragile. They could be really good and also really bad if you use them inappropriately. But that's not what he's going to be looking for, not immediately. We do have ourselves a 3-1 setup once again. So this is what it did on post-youth, right? That needs to be scouted. And the Phoenix is going for that initial scouts. If you don't know what your opponent is doing, sometimes the more scared Protoss might keep that Phoenix at home and not get any scouting whatsoever. And that is really bad news if you're actually up against a 3-1. It looks like a 2-1 right now because that third barracks stayed where it was in the natural. So I wonder if MaxPax is actually picking up on this.
Yeah, it could be obviously good to kind of just know the exact numbers here, as Phoenix will be still back out into the maps. They really are just feeling good to adventure forwards. Clem is on the move, obviously getting kind of a push out early, but as Stim and Combat Shields finish, he would already be in position to take advantage of them, and we're still a minute away, so this is kind of definitely a pre-upgrade push out. We'll see how that goes with the Fire continuing through the center, taking the Watchtower. Again, Stim and Combat Shields are halfway done. And Phoenix is going to return back, as he is going to keep an eye and see that this army is here, so now Max backs his decision onto how to try and approach this.
So I think he did figure it out, or at least he was cautious, because a second shield battery on the front line was built and is already done. Another one is on the way, as he is going to have to take a lot of damage to the front line before he's really prepared to break out. You know, he does not have a very big army right now. Colossus might have been the original plan, but I wouldn't mind a disruptor. Clem sees a prepared Protoss already on the front lines, already with the shield battery well placed. It's going to take a lot of time for him to actually get someplace to, that's dangerous. You know, tanks taking out shield batteries and pylon is only so good. So Clem actually is going to decide to back up, at least temporarily. I mean, I think what this means that he's never going to pull the trigger. Unless Max back to the form, I guess. I mean, instead he's going to actually kind of more so wait for the medevacs. But if he can get these tanks to take out the shield batteries before those medevacs arrive, then that's is even better. Just got to be very careful not to get overwhelmed. MaxPax is going to go for the Colossus, by the way. That's going to burn through the Marines really quickly, but be vulnerable to the tanks, obviously.
Need to be super careful with this engagement. You basically need the tanks to not kill the Colossus, because you need the Colossus against the Marines. As Clem is going to back it off, so we'll just stay a siege. Just kind of afraid of maybe being chased down a little bit. Not putting on much further pressure right now. As the Phoenix are also kind of sitting there so they can kind of watch for reinforcements. Obviously, they see a few Marines and a tank coming. And it's nice to see little groups of units, because it means it's less likely the Phoenix decide to commit onto it. They'll actually find a tank in the front, though, so that's going to be a nice catch. SCVs pull instantly. Is that good enough of a repair? It is. Oh, maybe with the extra Phoenix? Oh, my goodness. It's just not enough.
Oh, it's so close. That's so close.
Oh, we got it.
The tank does go down. All right, tank dead, and so much lost mining time from a decent amount of SCVs as well. But Clem is still knocking on the front door. 4 tanks siege up here. Medevacs actually not being built. Is going to go for Vikings right off the bat. That is, I mean, it's a decision you have to make, isn't it? But one Stim going to severely injure these Marines. 2 Colossus working on the third. Going to burn them so quickly. And I guess that is the question. Do the tanks kill the Colossus first, or the Colossus kill the Marines first?
Great question. I mean, honestly, it feels as though it could go any which way. These tanks pulling back, one of them sieging up on the ramp, the other couple will siege as well. Bio continues to move around here. Twilight Council finishing up from Max back. So we got that Twilight completed charge on the way. So he immediately gets set up into something that would help him big time if he can survive to it. He's expanding on the left as well. And still just using these Phoenix to shut down some reinforcements. It's terrifying attacking into 4 tanks, but if you can stop a lot of the other units from kind of showing up and joining in with this, I mean, eventually this becomes better for you. Again, extended thermal lance up. I mean, these Phoenix are going to lose one of their numbers, but we do get rid of a Viking and a Marine, so I want to say I don't hit it too much. Going to do a couple more lifts here, and we do get rid of another Phoenix. Now the rest of these Phoenix are starting to look low, and this has started to backfire big time for MaxPax. Says, no, this is completely disastrous.
Yeah, very unfortunate timing. Some of the Marines popped, I think, which, you know, just a little bit extra was there. But then obviously the Vikings popping when they did. He thought he had a snowball. He thought he was going to kill the Vikings that were there and then camp the starport. And it didn't work out timing-wise. So he is forced to recall with now only 3 Phoenix to his name. 4th is on the way, but after losing 4 Phoenix, I'm sure Roddy is shaking his head right now. It is concerning. And Clem, you know, a lot of his game plan didn't necessarily work out. If your game plan is like, I hope this wins right off the bat, well, that didn't work out. But that's That's a little too easy against MaxPax, isn't it? But then maybe you think that, you know, you're going to do something a little bit later. Well, that also doesn't happen. Like, technically, Clem never took a fight. But just by providing this pressure and then trying to play a macro game regardless of his intentions, is kind of, you know, it's about waiting for the other guy to screw up a little bit. Get overeager, try and break out too soon, try and get too fancy for some of their units. And that kind of happened with the Phoenix. Let's see if that impacts this paddle. I mean, that is yeah, you're just not going to run into that easy peasy. And now the Phoenix numbers are smaller, that maybe they will not dive on the tank successfully to take them out of the fight.
Single Zerg going to take the Watchtower. Single Marine sits on it as well. The rest of this army is seeing, can MaxPax find a way to fight this? I mean, again, you got to be careful with the fights you pick here as, the Colossus nearly goes down. Or the fights you pick here as Clem, because we're still playing no medevacs. We're finally building the first two now. But yeah, if you take any damage from a stim or anything, it's pretty final damage until those medevacs get across and heal. And even then, there's not going to be a lot of them. Third base of MaxPax is just going to get straight up siege. He has a prism heading across the map, but this army has been able to kind of just wander in position. And this is where if you had a few more Phoenix, you could have done so much more. We're going to lift these tanks and just try and let the engagement happen. Zealot Archon going to go around the left-hand side, but the bio number there is looking very good to clean that up. The tanks are going to town on the Colossus, and I think this is a pretty one-sided affair here from Clem, who is going to take us all the way to a final map in this grand final.
Not the easiest game at all, and there is a lot of decision-making and a lot of like mental game there. You know, there's so much of non-action, I guess, that it might have seemed like a boring game or like an easy game to someone who wasn't paying attention until the very last 30 seconds. In which case you're like, well, Clem just looks like he's going to win. But there is a lot to decide there. That is an extraordinarily difficult game for both sides to really read perfectly, especially when you have people who are able to, I guess, call an audible, right, and do something different. So did MaxPax have a solid shot in that game? I think so. You know, and seriously, if he did not use his Phoenix in such a way, their numbers of 8, I think they would have been at 8. For the entire game, you know, leading up to that push would have done more, and then at the push would have helped more, and then he might have also been able to track the push a little bit better so that third didn't get immediately bombarded. Like, it could have been huge. But like I was saying in the game, like Clem kind of has to go like, well, I was going to zig, but now I have to zag, and now I'm going to zig again because I'm still pushing in prior to medevac, which is a little bit weird. Maybe he didn't expect that. And it's just so difficult to read exactly how that's going to play out. So that worked out well for Clem. The whole like difficulty reading the game worked out, but honestly, those types of pushes, when they don't just win the game, I don't know about you, but I get really scared for the Terran. So I was scared for Clem for a lot of that game. And it seems like he is insistent on doing these types of builds. And I just wonder if they're going to work to the point that he wins an entire best of 7. Final map coming in here. Does Clem once again do more dedicated mid-game or early game even type of cheese when everything is on the line? Or does he play finally into like a standard 1-Rax 1-1-1? It's Amphion, so it's a bit of a unique map. Maybe things will get crazy on both sides.
It's definitely a heck of a map to play the final game on, right? Expansion patterns are wild. Layout is interesting. And what comes down to this for these two as we look to crown champion of Europe. In the bottom left-hand corner, we have got ourselves the red Protoss player. Representing Psystorm Gaming, it is MaxPax.
And the top left for Team Liquid, he is Clem.
What do you think, CG? What build would you like to see?
I really don't know. I really don't. You know, this entire best of 7 has not really played out the way that I would have guessed if you had asked me to predict every game. I would have taken the challenge. I would have said at least 2 games go MaxPax's way because of really good 3-gate aggression into really good control with Warp Prism charge out run bys, because that's so many of his games. And not a single game has actually been like that. The closest we got was him trying to go for a 3rd base, so not really close at all, and then trying to use those DTs to, you know, buy time and run amok, and yeah, that didn't work either. So everything down to MaxPax's, I guess, ability to play his usual play style, to Clem's throwing a wrench into things build order wise, has left me uncertain about the finale, especially when it is on one of the newer, weirder maps.
Now, this map definitely leaves you kind of with some questions as to what the heck is about to happen. very tense as well, of course. Do not want to kind of do something funky and then it just doesn't work for you and it all falls apart. So, intense couple of moments. So we have our Cybercore Nexus coming up, our probe on the way. Our CC drops down. Everyone just playing it normal for the moment. That's a reactor after Marine, though. So, very quick to the reactor. Maybe something to note from that a bit further down the line. No Reaper. Obviously means you're now going to have Reactor and Factory a little sooner, but that is a pylon very far forward, too. I think we'll see something from that. Maybe just looking to block Reapers.
Yeah, probably, which is, not going to be useful this time around. I immediately started thinking about a factory with Starport, and obviously it's not a proxy drop, but like trying to drop. That's kind of on the nose, and so maybe the Protoss player always goes for a Stargate here and Phoenix here because they don't want to be dropped on this close by air map, but then sometimes, the most obvious thing is too obvious, and so it works, you know what I mean? Not going to be the case. Clem did throw down a second barracks first, then a factory. So, would he do another early game? I mean, he might present some type of push and hope that MaxPax scouts in correctly, but MaxPax is going for an Adept Scout. That will scout the natural, obviously, and a little bit of the main, and then whatever pops out of the Stargate will scout the rest ASAP. MaxPax did have a kind of heads up in the last game about what was going down. It just, again, was such a difficult game to read that it wasn't as simple as knowledge is power. You needed to actually get the proper execution at every step. That is faster stim. 2-1-1. It wasn't the drop that I was thinking of, but it is going to ultimately be a drop.
Very Clem as well. 2-1-1 allows you to be on the map early, be active, be aggressive, kind of get units to just have a good shot at getting stuff done. As you play the chase down on those Adepts, both of them get away with low HP. But yeah, Stim Pack already on the way through, so very powerful. This is the kind of thing where if you're not immediately ready for it, it can just shred you. And especially as you're playing like an Oracle into Twilight, I get a little bit afraid that Clem has the potential of just, shooting down the Stargate units and just overwhelming. If there's not enough gateway units there at first from MaxPax, Clem's army can do so well. And it's actually very important, I think, that these Adepts do not die. Because if those Adepts go down, there's going to be even less for Clem to work with. Here's the Stargate unit, obviously, here that will scout exactly what's going on in this main base. As it comes around, it will see the second racks and stim. It will see the starport on the reactor. So now MaxPax knows. Now it's up to him to figure out what he can do defensively, what units he can prepare with. Starts a blink of the Twilight. That's expected, but again, it's a long way until blink is done. How much can he do before then?
Yeah, what do you get when you see this at this point in time as the Protoss player? You do kind of have to rearrange your thought process here. You're like, well, first I do this, then I get a little bit of scouting. He might not be ready to attack me, if he's playing defensively into, simple what am I dropping a tank, something like that. But, now there's a kind of large army that could arrive. I'm not 100% certain where it's going to arrive because I do not track the medevacs. And that gets really, really scary. The Oracle doesn't track the medevacs, but at least it gets a couple of SCVs and will survive away from the Cyclone. MaxPax also did mine out to his triangle third, which isn't always the case in any of these matchups on this map, but I could see it being a very good idea. This time around, it just causes a cancel. Still no blink, by the way, guys. No shield battery over here either. Those Stalkers, very vulnerable. Adepts come in a little late, but it is going to be good enough. Everything combined together, and Clem is going to go to greener pastures in the main base. That's a bit of an Artosis pylon. Could go for it to delay blink. Isn't going to try, especially because, he doesn't know when blink is going to finish. Don't want to dive on it, not stop it, and then get blinked upon and lose you 2 medevacs.
You want to keep these units alive. I think the follow-up is obviously scary if you've got these 2 medevacs still about and then more units popping out at home. 8 probes going down is definitely a great start. Cyclone's going to lock onto the Oracle to chase that away as well, so that will get pushed back also here. The 2 medevacs are going to continue back up the right-hand side. So I'm actually going to keep everything alive while having done some good damage. And with upgrades finishing, definitely starting to hit a little bit of a power spike for him while MaxPax sits on okay. It's like, woohoo, I've got blink. A couple of stalkers, and that's really about it right now. So not a lot for MaxPax to work with. And of course, he's not even continuing his tech right now. No charge on the way. Okay, he's going to drop down a forge. So,
I mean, could he go into, just like a mass gateway style, bringing it back to the first game of the series, the start of our cast? I mentioned that we were bringing up even like Firefly, and that's a lot of mass gateway Firefly stuff. I just didn't think it was really going to be worthwhile because I don't think Clem's going to lose to Firefly again anytime soon. And just that style in general can be not necessarily what MaxPax does all the time. He can do it, obviously, but I feel like I have been seeing so many just very typical blink into Colossus or Phoenix into Colossus, obviously. But Mass Gateway might just be the plan. Still only on 3 gases. I'm also concerned about that plan just because you did lose some of your economy, and it really requires quite the build-up. You know, big economy, then big amount of charge lots coming in, perfectly timed. And it's not going to happen. And the Stalkers also get corralled. Clem takes down the army that is out there to try and stall this out, and now has revealed a gigantic weakness.
I mean, that's a lot of Stalkers. Stalkers are the sort of unit you do not want to be building a second time. The charge is nowhere near being done, so this is just pure Stalkers versus Bio. The super battery should go down there. It is. Probe started to pull in as MaxPax realizes the trouble he's in. We have got Marauders here, so they're going to shred through the Stalkers if they get in range, and obviously that's starting to happen. Stalker Blink is on cooldown already, and the Stalker numbers are dropping. Probes are pulling in. They are going to be dying, and Clem is doing masses of damage. Even if he doesn't clean up completely right now, his damage done is going to put him into a fantastic position. These last few Marauders will be so tough to get rid of, as MaxPax cannot stay alive, and Clem is once again the European champion of the ESL SC2 Masters.
For the nth time here, he is pretty dominant in the European regionals, even when we have our heady hitters in proper form and actually participating. But he was put through the ringer here, forced into the lower bracket, forced then to face a MaxPax who was pretty freaking on point. Finally does it though. Game 7 goes to Clem, and MaxPax will have to wait for another regional to try and take his own championship.
You know what they say, third time is the charm for finals for MaxPax. Maybe next time it will be it. It was so close today, but Clem just able to kind of clinch the victory, going to all, well, every single game, all 7 maps played. Obviously, we started off with a map win already. For MaxPax and Clem, really, yeah, a little bit here and there, but otherwise a very dominant series from him. He had to come from the lower bracket, but he looked absolutely unstoppable once he was in the lower bracket, so that didn't even really kind of stop you and, you know, make you have cause for concern or anything of the sort. And Clem was just absolutely just punching on through. Just a solid performance from him. Dropped, I think he dropped in total like 6 maps the whole tournament, which is not the most flawless, but man, it's still pretty darn good. So, yeah, great stuff from Clem. He's the champion of Europe yet again. There's just no stopping him.
Apparently not. Nothing will stop this man. MaxPax is getting to he's getting close, but not quite. And then there's always the question of if we even can see a rematch when it comes to Dallas. Obviously, a lot of expectations that he's not going to go, but then, you know, there's been some more and more talk every single season about him maybe going. It would be awesome to see them rematch offline, but as it is right now, we know for certain that Clem will be there, and we'll see if MaxPax is, or I guess Rainer is, a backup in case he doesn't.
Yeah, that's true. It's obviously you know, something to think about if MaxPax is going to attend Dallas or not, and obviously Reno would take his seed if he is not going to be there. Of course, you guys should also make sure to get your tickets for Dallas. Just mention this while on the topic, dreamhack.com/Dallas/tickets. Join us at the end of this month, as we have wrapped up Europe, and that means it is time to have a look towards Americas. Now, once again, Europe, you might have guessed, has not been very long. Yeah, even if we had a full series here between Clem and MaxPax, it wasn't super quick games. It wasn't super long games, sorry. It was pretty fast games overall, so we are a little bit away from Americas, about 20 minutes, so we're going to have a little bit of downtime. Nothing too serious, I think it's fair to say. Scarlet versus Estrella, Trigger versus the winner. ZG, a couple, you know, quick minute preview of what to expect from America, who you're looking out for.
Good question. I am looking out for whether or not Trigger can actually finally win a championship. It's gotten so close, but I'm kind of feeling that PvP finals again, and I'm still kind of feeling it for Estrella. Bit of a mirror to some of the earlier regionals. I think last year's regionals, actually. But we'll see. Trigger does seem to be in proper form.
He does indeed. Excited to see if Trigger can get it done, because he's the guy that's not done it out of the 3 so far. So that is America's coming up, as mentioned. That will be happening in about 20 minutes time. So that's what we're going to put the timer on for. That's our official start time for America, because we can't go any sooner. So we'll be back for that. It's going to be the lower bracket final, Scarlet versus Estrella. Winner versus Trigger in the grand finals. We've got another region to wrap up. We'll be seeing you guys very soon.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Europe is done. Asia was finished last week, and now one region remains. Americas, the last region standing, with Scarlet versus Australia, the winner versus Trigger coming up. Zombie Grub, how are we feeling about America? Hoping for some games that last more than 10 minutes, unlike Europe?
Yes, that would be cool. Though I feel like they'd be very, very action-packed, sub 10 minutes in NA. If that is what happens, then so be it. But it is truly the best region. And we have the best players, and the best storylines, and the best personalities, and the best casters.
Casters were literally the same from Europe to America, but...
Whatever, man. And Australia for Scarlet should be pretty good. Apparently, Scarlet's actually been putting in a lot of hours in StarCraft 2 practice, and while Australia did have a very surprising loss to Future in the upper brackets, I think that he's back into form, clearly getting revenge in the semifinal. And so, yeah, both players in fine form competing against each other does tend to go Australia's way. So I'm still kind of feeling it for that direction, but if Scarlet's taking StarCraft 2 seriously, then obviously she can be an expected champion of the NA region.
There's actually a really cool series statistically, because Australia all time is 18-15 over Scarlet in series, but Scarlet actually has more map wins than Australia in their history, so that's 59-57 in Scarlet's favor. So Scarlet has officially won more games, but Australia has netted more series throughout that. So I was thinking that's a cool little stat when it goes one way on one side and then one way on the other, as it looks as though everyone is ready. Someone just said Discord. Is that telling me to look at Discord? Telling other people to look at Discord?
Telling someone.
Telling someone to look at Discord. Wasn't me. No one messaged me on Discord. Wasn't you. Yeah.
Shaq defense. I mean, that is an interesting stat because it happens pretty rarely as well. But if you do look at something like more condensed, like let's say the last 2 years, then it is 12 and 24 in games. Pretty favored to Australia, honestly. And not too many times does Scarlet win and then win really, really handedly as well. Like she has a 2-0 way back in the day, and then otherwise just another 2-1, actually. So something about Australia that Scarlet just can't quite wrap her head around. They do certainly play, both of them, unique styles, and then maybe combine a little bit with Scarlet's opinions on the matchup at any given time, and then whether or not she's practicing full-time, kind of mixes all together and makes it so Australia has actually been pretty dominant in the last 2 years against her. But if Scarlet is playing to her max potential, and we can say that like 100%, then I would call her as the champion of Americas. That's just always the thing that's in question. They got map 1 finally underway, starting on Golden Aurora. In the top left, they do have the Red Protoss. Teamless currently. He is Australia.
In the bottom right, I'm a blue Zerg from the Shopify Rebellion. This is Scarlet. Scarlet was on a heck of a streak in this event since the map lost to MCAN. She'd won 13 maps in a row. Roddy was counting the maps she'd run in a row repeatedly until she then got 3-0'd on the reverse sweep by Trigger. She was up 2-0, then lost 3 in a row to Trigger. And yeah, that series obviously took a quick turnaround, and we'll see if Australia kind of brings any of the aggression that Trigger brought, because it's really Trigger's aggression that really caught Scarlet off guard and had her in trouble. A couple of blink timers especially had her in a lot of trouble throughout that series. Glaives obviously put her in a bit of trouble too, so yeah, that aggression is what had Scarlet kind of turning into this lower bracket finals player. As Australia obviously had to fight his way through the lower bracket from round 1 after he lost to Future in that round 1, but he got revenge yesterday as that probe comes across the map.
Yeah, there's some data to look at for Australia, and I think even though all 3 of our top competitors in the Americas, or typical top 3 anyway, do have unique styles, they are uniquely them, I would say that it kind of is like, it's uniquely them all together in the Americas region, you know what I mean? Like, they still obviously would know each other enough and would still be able to replicate to a certain degree each other's styles and know each other, I guess, that Australia could copy whatever Trigger did and say, like, well, that's going to work. Scarlet has a weakness to it. On the other hand, of course, Scarlet can say, well, I've I messed up that time, but I'm certainly not going to mess up in a similar way against Estrella. So I don't know if the best choice is to copy what worked or just figure that's not going to work out exactly as planned this time around. But no matter what anyone is thinking between these three players, we know that they don't even always know what's going to happen. You don't have any one of these players being a Showtime, who still is the go-to example of someone who maybe is very consistently macro heavy, maybe not PvP so much, but the other matchups. And so you expect in a 5-series game, 3 of them are Stargates into Third Nexus, into Blink +1. It's pretty basic, but I don't know. With Estrella, anything can happen. With Scarlet, anything can happen. We already have Estrella going for kind of that, I like to say that Hero does this, but I don't know if it's Hero's thing, but the pylon on the wall, which could be vulnerable against Ling Run, all-ins, but doesn't seem to care. Doesn't need that third structure to block it out. And then a Void Ray comes out first, so little bits of differences to open up this PvZ.
Estrella's just too freaking cool to care about pylon walls, man. He's just like, you know what?
Apparently.
Sunglasses on, playing the game, chilling. He doesn't care if there's a pylon in his wall. You're gonna Bane Bust me? I'll just defend it. No problem. Void Ray is fun. It's definitely not something you see every day, but it's a good mix-up because it can come out, it can knock down an Overlord, knock down Vision. Very good for keeping those guessing, especially at the start of the series, where you don't really know the feel of what Estrella is going to be doing. If the Void Ray pushes back the Overlord, Skull's going to really struggle to scout, and then aggressive follow-ups can be hard to kind of, notch onto. That's a very fast third base, so that's something the Void Ray can help you to protect. That third base could also lead into maybe you don't overly saturate it, and then maybe you do something aggressive, but I think it's so fast a third that that would be unlikely. As the Void Ray moves out towards the center, Fortune and Twilight Council coming through from Estrella at the moment. That Warp Gate is about to finish.
And we certainly have had some Protoss prove that there's just so many builds in the Protoss book of BS. Hero did play so many series in which he was able to showcase, or at least a slightly different build order in every single. It was like 14 games. He was like extended series, and he still was able to show a different build order. So you always got to be scared when this Void Ray pops up. I mean, there is a chance that a guy like Estrella could go for like a Fleet Beacon, 2 carries suddenly show up because you think it's going to be something else. But it is not. Despite the Void Ray opener, it goes into Twilight Council +1. Oracle, gets built after, so it can kind of look like more normalized, I suppose. And actually, there's going to be Charge Archon. Charge is on the way. Not too many Zealots have been produced, and we do have a handful of Lings. Getting into that third base, which
That's bad.
didn't really account for such an attack angle, I think.
Yeah, they're going to get in. Honestly, does not get on too many of the probes. A few of the probes actually run back across now. Stasis Ward is decent to catch a few drones as well. As the Lings could get rid of that Adept and then maybe have potential to continue on the front. A gateway going to be exposed. We want to get this pylon, knock down the power to these 2 gateways is a big deal as well. That's going to be the Lings backing away now. Scarlet, obviously, she made a lot of Lings to do this, but she definitely found success from it.
Yeah, so she made in total like 32 Lings and then killed a pylon, 4 probes, and 2 Adepts. I think there is, especially with the stasis traps actually doing some damage here. I could see like, either race kind of, saying that it's worse for them, I suppose, but it definitely wasn't the snowball that might have happened, for instance, if that natural had actually been broken. I think that's when you just guarantee Scarlet did enough damage. And as it is, we have more droning coming through, and Estrella is going into that, I was saying, Charge Archon. Templar Archives actually hasn't put down yet, but that is my assumption. Be interesting if you blink into, or charge into Blink and then just played Mass Gateway. I mean, I'm actually kind of feeling it because he only has 2 gases still, so that must be what it is.
I'll just drop the double rope.
Is it?
I mean, still very gateway heavy, I guess. And then
yes.
Some walls behind that. I mean, you said kind of like charge Blink, but maybe we just cancel the Blink and we just play charge into Immortals. These Zealots are going to show up into Queens and Roaches that are well positioned. The Queens tank, they transfuse each other up. The Roaches deal the damage from behind. As long as you're not getting your Roach counter cut down, this seems pretty okay for you. And a little worrying for Estrella that the only units on the map he has are Zealots, because that does feel like it opens the door to Scarlet maybe having some potential to actually go across the map and do some attacking. So, yeah, a little bit worried. But at least, obviously, with the Robos finishing, we should have access towards Immortals. So we are indeed going to go Blink as well. 2 gases can take you a long, long way if all you've built thus far is Zealots.
Yeah. You would expect at least 2 more gases eventually, but He knows what he's doing. So that Zealot attack, you know, that could have been a lot more worrisome if Scarlet had tried to go up to 75 or the 80 drone she's at now, right off the bat. She did get a handful of roaches though, you know, tucked in a corner. Zealot's really not a big deal at that point. And then I guess because she was inevitably going to go to 83 drones apparently, we don't have the attack before the Immortals, because that's totally with you. If it's only charge lots, not only was there not that many charge lots, it also comes down to a, you know, they can't get that surround, they can't chase. It gets really weird. Although the roaches don't have roach speed yet, so maybe they could have gotten us around. But obviously, Immortals coming in, making me feel a lot more comfortable in case Scarlet is revving up for an attack. Now, she is adding on Hydras, which is kind of the next concern, because you talk about that micro. It's going to get even worse with the Hydras, microing, particularly if they're going to be on creep, which is starting to get over to the halfway point. Not too bad, but it's clearly where Scarlet is headed. And then I'm worried about Estrella's lack of splash, because that's the end of the day what's going to be the composition here. Charge, Immortal, Blink. That's 0 splash, not even an Archon with little tiny arms to help out there. Now getting Templar Archives as well as a Robotics Bay. Now getting all the Gatzes up at once. 2 for like 7 minutes, and then just boom, suddenly all of them at 8. It's a different path, I suppose, to getting to ultimately a familiar composition. If Estrella get there fast enough, can he hold on against this mass Roach Hydra attack?
I feel like Estrella's style is not meant to do well against what Scarlet has right now. To me, she just has way too many units. You mentioned the lack of splash. That's a very real thing. Templar Archives is about to finish. We don't have that much gas to spend on Archons. There's a mass of Zealots running by the bottom left gold base, but Scarlet doesn't need that right now because she can give up the gold and crash through a base or two herself right here. And that's exactly what she's starting to do, taking out some gates. Still just sitting on this bottom side. I mean, starting to push into these Immortals. I almost feel like Scarlet is giving it too much respect. She's playing as though there's a bunch of sentries about to force field her army in half. That's not the case. I feel like she could have been on top of these Immortals and killing them. Instead, we just play a slower setup to try and deal with this. She's still just hanging back. Now going to move into the third base on the left side.
It's very possible that she's played against this style, and particularly against Estrella, and realized that she's been prone to over-attacking, but I'm with you, because that was mostly a Hydra Ravager army. You know, if it was 16 roaches against 4 Immortals and a shield battery, I'm like, oh yeah, okay, I understand the Zerg's indecision, but well, she has busted through the third base, so it might have taken a little while longer, but she is finally on top of multiple bases after losing one of her own. She also cleans up the Zealots, so she won't have to be losing any more. And there we go. There's everything collapsing now, because it felt like it was going to be a collapse. Just took 30 extra seconds. But that is a 100 supply difference between the two now, and kind of a weird first game of the day.
You know, Roddy said it a lot yesterday. He's like, man, Estrella sometimes is such a frustrating player to watch because he's so good, and yet he makes his life so difficult because he does things in such a weird manner. And this is such a good example of it, right? Like, you know, the Zealots into just mass Immortal, and, well, you know, the idea of what he was ending up on is something we've seen day in and day out before, but no one really gets there in this way, and this is probably why, because you kind of just die to a mid-tier unit max. Maybe if this was like purely roaches and no Hydras, then you're having a better time, because the Immortals obviously stack up better against the roaches. Zealots can hold Lings off, but the introduction of the Hydras against someone who just did not have any intention of building splash damage until way too late, Scarlet just hit in that timing window and took the advantage of it, and she takes a very convincing first game. The thing with Estrella, though, is you don't really look at game one and you're like, okay, well, this sets the tone for the series. Unlike a lot of players who kind of play like that, that shows what they're going to do all series long. Estrella is going to mix and match a whole bunch of different builds and strategies. I'm pretty sure of it, so it'll be very interesting to see how this game number 2 goes. Now, this is a super important matchup because for Americas, 2 players only receive the seed into Dallas, which is where you get to start in the winners stage. You get to avoid that very difficult open bracket, which has the likes of potentially a Cyril in there, a lot of very good Koreans, and more. So this is actually a very important best of 5 because, yes, there's more prize money for winning out, but top 2 gets that winners stage seed, and it's such a big deal for having a good event at Dallas.
Yep. A lot of pressure on the line here. I don't know if that's necessarily affecting anyone right now, but yeah, it doesn't feel so great for the first lost player. It's going to be Estrella after showing it looked like a questionable game. You know, it looked like okay, well, scratch our head and just kind of move on, but that is Estrella, so we're allowed to do that. And I also think that really gets to look so bad after that initial Zealot attack really doesn't do anything. I mean, as far as disrupting Scarlet, I suppose on a very technical level, it made her make army as opposed to drones, but she was kind of doing it in preparation anyway. It's like she anticipated it, And just by nipping that in the bud, there was no confusion or hesitation after. The more I think about it, the more that it just looked like a game that they had previously played, in which Scarlet had gotten got by the build and then had learned, and then knew exactly what to do because she had like thought about it and knew the reaction after she had properly defended. Let's see if that is the tone, a consistent theme across the best of 5, or if this guy has other tricks up his sleeve. In the top right, it is Estrella.
Bottom left, the blue Zerg from the Shopify Rebellion. We have ourselves Scarlet.
Yeah, just too much perhaps on the idea of Zealots overwhelming, because now I'm really thinking about it. I feel like we've seen very similar circumstances from Estrella in particular. I know I'm right now thinking of a PvP, which is totally wrong, but like 40 Zealots are already losing his mind. But we've definitely seen some PvZs where that early Zealot attack, not with Archons, although sometimes there's also that Archon push, Anyways, it really throws off the Zerg. Just didn't do it that time. And now Estrella definitely showing that he, is anticipating Scarlet going for a gold base. Scarlet seems to have been planning on it. I mean, they both find out ways of intercepting that gold base or taking the gold base, and now Scarlet's just been denied it.
Yeah, there's going to be no gold, normal natural coming up, and away we go then as our gas finishes, and we'll see what the next steps of this will bring us. This probe gets into the main. We'll obviously keep an eye out for a little bit here, but there's not too much else for it to see. Just double checks everything else looks normal. I nibble at some mineral patches. Well, it actually has minerals already, right? So you actually can't even do the typical nibbling to kind of throw drones off their stacking. Yeah, this probe really has no use other than to kind of just go.
You know what I would really like, Wardy?
Tell me.
A Ling all-in.
Ling all-in?
Look at Estrella's wall. Like, it's not only a pylon in the wall again, which we talked about, but that gateway has so much surface area. Not gonna happen though, apparently.
Could be really good, wouldn't it? Like, the gateway is
like
so exposed.
I really feel like it would. But I feel like I've been saying this for so long for Hero, because Hero has been doing this pylon wall since the beginning of the last map pool. And I feel like I don't see that many Ling all-ins against them. Obviously, a Protoss will know the weakness of their wall and have some idea how to cover it in case it goes poorly, because these are not mistakes. These are not like a whoops-a-daisy that we sometimes see from professionals. It's very much on purpose. They must have a backup plan. Still feels worth testing out. I could see Scarlet winning this game however she does, and then for the final game, trying to end it really quickly and abuse this wall setup that Estrella has, depending what the next map is.
If he keeps walling like that, then yeah, absolutely. I mean, Scarlet's the player who will play aggressively. We saw a proxy hatching trigger yesterday, for example. So she is one to absolutely punish mistakes. And honestly, like you say, there's just not an optimal wall. There's a reason why not everyone does this, why we're even pointing it out in the first place. As Lings try for a probe. The micro is decent to save the probe, but it does cost you a little bit of mining time. So the Lings get in, a little bit of a kerfuffle caused. Ling's speed is about to be done from Scarlet, but it obviously alludes to the fact that it's not going to be anything too wild. And Estrella just on the way to the Void Ray once again, so just getting that straight up and running here into the Void Ray. And seems to be happy with this, basically scouting denial in the early stages.
Yeah, I guess so. Pretty happy with it. It does have a kind of a more solid defense setup, but kind of not. Like, it really depends, right? The Void Ray is excellent against any type of roach play, for sure. But then we saw how it can struggle against something like a 30 Ling swell on that third. That's where the Oracle does the best job. And so many other Protosses are going to obviously go triple Oracle, first of all, and then leave one Oracle at all times, back at home in case that Ling swell happens. But not Estrella. Dedicated to the Void Ray opener, perhaps only one Oracle. Different build, though, for sure. Twilight Council coming down way faster, no Forge. Additional gateways already on the way. It actually kind of looks really funky right now. In fact, Estrella shows that he already has 2 additional gateways on the way, which, I mean, isn't that abnormal, but the fact that he put them on the front lines is like, yeah, that wall is kind of scary. I don't like it. I'm gonna try and protect it. Where usually the whole idea, I feel like, is that you don't need another gateway to help wall the natural. Nitpicking aside, blink attack is on the way. All right, that is the really important thing. Blink attack on the way. Apparently, Trigger able to do some significant damage, comeback potential with Blink in the last series Scarlet played versus him. And Estrella is going to try and get some of that magic here with some early Blink Stalker pressure. It's going to be a total of 5 gateways. No War Prism, no Proxy Gateway, but, you know, you can still get a jump on the Zerg player.
Oh, Oracle dropping down a Revelation there. Melee upgrade halfway done. Blink halfway done from Estrella. As we just have the Ling's going to show up. Going to see all the Stalkers. Again, this faster Blink, you kind of just know what's coming. And now Scarlet's aware. And we see her playing the melee upgrade. Honestly, pretty good against Blink Stalkers. And especially Blink Stalkers that only have like a single Oracle support in them. Because a lot of the time, the Stalkers' protection against Lings is going to be like the Oracles that zap down the Lings if they try and get a surround or a wraparound. That doesn't really exist. So, if nothing else, the Ling's always going to be a great buffer as well for any roaches. And Scarlet about to finish out there. He's going to see a Stray dropping a 4th immediately. He is not chilling out at all. He's just going to expand.
Hey, it's just totally fine. I do usually expect some type of move out with the Blink Stalkers, so the Blink coming out this fast, opposed to adding both technology structures at the same time. But nope, absolutely not going to do it. I mean, I think the Oracle, I'd caught sight of the... no, they had the Faster Evolution Chamber in the back of the Natural. Creep spread's already insane because, you know, it is Scarlet, and so perhaps figuring that Stalkers would be best left at home. I might be right about that, which means that Scarlet's scouting and reading and droning, I mean, maybe could have been a little bit harder, I guess, but she saw the Stalkers and immediately went back to droning, so... Still doing that with 38 Lings in the field, looking around in case anything tries to catch her by surprise. Now actually going to use them to tap the 4th base a little bit. Shield battery's done, so definitely not going to find any success here.
No, nothing to be done, but Infestation Pit's finishing. Hydrogen's coming online. Estrella's going to start up that Storm upgrade. We had some magnificent storms from him in PvT yesterday. And starting that Storm upgrade right now gets me kind of excited for the PvZ Storms as well. Scarlet, of course, with that fast Infestation Pit straight into the Hive, and that does open the door towards kind of playing Ling Hydra into Lurker. That's the Lurker Den as well, so that's just going to confirm that that is exactly the route that Scarlet's thinking of here. And not really anything to stop you going there. I mean, even Vipers, because it's kind of straight as Storm and High Templar's out, you don't really need to rush Vipers. They don't add a lot against the army comp of Estrella right now, so you can pretty much just spam up Hydras, get the Lurker upgrades going. We're even going to drop a Spire down from Scarlet. Okay.
I think she's really got a good read on the situation, which apparently is just going to be a super macro game, right? These Lings aren't just looking for opportunities to catch High Templars that are alone, or force merges, or kill a couple of probes. They're also scouting positioning of the army, size of the army, composition of the army. And while the army is getting to a point where it can actually start to, I think, confidently control a little bit of the map more, you know, it's not even over 150 yet. It's probably not going to push out. There's very little harassment elsewhere. There's yet another base coming down for Estrella. All I'm saying is I think Scarlet's kind of picking up on the fact that she's not going to be attacked anytime soon. She can afford a lot of upgrades. She can afford waiting to bank and then making, boom, instantly 9 Lurkers, which are scouted, by the way. Probably not a surprise to Estrella, who's doing many of the similar things that I was talking about scouting-wise, just with an Oracle. Still very important. This Oracle keeps track now, I would say, of the Lurkers. You know, keep track of what count is, yes, but absolutely where they are going to be coming in from. Because I think we are about 60 seconds away from actually having engagements. Maybe not a game-ending one, because they both are, again, going so late game, but I think we're going to see some action soon.
You'd hope so. It's definitely getting to that point. Everyone's had a lot of building up time. Max outs are happening. Scarlet, of course, is happy to keep teching. Her Great Aspire starts, and she's still got some Lurker upgrades finishing as well. Adrenal Glands plus 3 melee. I mean, you can list off anything in that production tab. You know, it's all going to be helping our army in the near future. Estrella finished up the Fleet Beacon. A couple of Immortals on the way out as well, just to help buffer some bonus damage against the Lurkers, and everything is typically great. And you did mention keeping track of where those Lurkers are at. They are going to be chilling out on the bottom side. They're going to be pretty much pushing forwards on their own. There's a Stasis Ward there. We're actually going to fight that from afar, as we do just kind of poke our way through some of that Zag defense. Oracle will drop a Revelation down. The Lings are just going to send it on this wall off. Well, that's one way to try and fight this, as plenty of Zealots show up, though, and those Lings get turned away. Nothing to really be found here.
That is so many Zealots. That is so much army supply that is not really that useful, I would say, unless they get one heck of a concave against the lurkers. But obviously if they come in through one direction, not that helpful. I would be far more scared of them being used in a gigantic run by, which maybe is what Scarlet's thinking. Just a handful of banelings though would really help to deal with that. So yeah, I mean, Scarlet's wary of the Zealot run by, Estrella's wary of the Ling run by, but really wary of the now 15 lurkers on the field with both upgrades. No attack upgrades, no carapace upgrades to be fair, but they got the range, they got the speed burrow. And Estrella is just buying time currently. This is now a big bust. Those gateways are dead. Banelings rolling into, well, waddling into the third base, and Estrella, I mean, yeah, just out of position and caught with kind of his High Templar soccer army, decides to full send those Zealots.
Yeah, he's just going to send those across the map. Now Scarlet's caught with the Lurkers having a retreat away as well, so that portion of Scarlet's army not looking great. And the defense of Estrella started to look a whole lot better as well, right? Because the realistic situation here is that it's only Lings from Scarlet on the other side of the map. Her supply is disappearing. She rebuilds 29 drones, but she's half the army supply. I feel like this was not quite the right plan. I mean, I get we just lost a bunch of drones, but we do actually need units to kind of defend with. I mean, I guess that's going to be the next wave of units, but man, that's painful. I mean, Spire coming up still. We've got ourselves. The Lurker's going to play cleanup finally. This just was so expensive for Scarlet, and she was the one to actually end up losing drones as well. I mean, just everything about this kind of sucked.
It kind of felt like, you know, who was going to blink first, actually. They're both poising with these really strong run-bys while kind of stalemating their quote-unquote main armies, and it looked like Estrella blinked but handled it better, and that mass Zealot really did start to, well, dig into Scarlet's economy, yes, but then also make her make really tough decisions. So she does drone all the way back up to 93, which was scary with that army supply deficit that she had, but Estrella, you know, doesn't know that, doesn't exactly how many lurkers were left alive, blah, 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 blah. Is only pushing now. And Scarlet does have a chance to hold, but lurkers being left a little bit alone. More lurkers are here, and if there's enough lurkers, they will cover each other. That is the hope anyway, but it is being busted. Scarlet wasn't all together right from the get-go. The Immortals lasting through, the Archons barely surviving, and Scarlet once again dips down in that supply. Estrella finds an opening at the very least to kill this hatchery. Those are some very injured units, however, so I don't think it'll continue on much farther, but Scarlet has lost her entire bank, certainly will not have that transition, and she will just tap out.
Probably not a terrible idea to just get out of that one. I do not think this was going to continue to go her way as Estrella ties up the series, and we are going to go 1-1. Interesting game again. This time Scarlet just so Ling heavy. Obviously wanted to get to that Ling Lurker, but when she got there, she never really hit any scary timings, right? Like the Lurkers did the most slow push onto this gold that never really got onto the gold as well. And I can only assume the idea was the Lings were going to drag units out of the way to let the Lurkers take position, but then that never really happened because it was just Lings on that top side. If that was Ling Bane, maybe that's way scarier because then actually you have a bit more. I know there was like 6 Banes that waddled into a mineral line, but like a few more Banes like hit the Zealots that started showing up. Maybe then you've got to really pull units away, and Lurkers can make a play as well. But it just felt like those Lurkers, fully investment into them, never did anything at first, and from there, Estrella just decided to kind of get a couple pushes going, and you could see at that point that Scarlet, after losing all those drones, just couldn't really have enough Lurkers. Like you said, it was maybe okay if everything was together, but she didn't have any wiggle room for mistakes anymore, and that was a bit of a mistake with everything not being together for that final fight.
Yeah, 100%. She'd already spent most of her bank, and so she really needed to stabilize at the very least. The fact that she had already been broken of any type of map control is already a little concerning for someone who was on lurkers, just because, you know, when they're offensive, they're far scarier. But yeah, particularly when she made another mistake. You know, she couldn't stabilize. That was really the knife in the gut there. So she had like, I think she had like 15 lurkers actually, and there was 9, and then there was 6 that were coming. Imagine if 15 lurkers were there. I don't think you break in. You control the game in other ways as the Protoss player. You continue moving on to your Stargate, and she's still in a little bit of trouble as far as getting into the late game versus a very powerful Protoss, but yeah, she made a mistake with those lurkers. And then just yeah, the whole idea that game again, that like who blinked first, who did the run by first. It is still kind of amazing that Estrella got so far ahead with it.
Yeah.
With, you know, I easily could have seen it gone the other way, but it did not. So we have a tied up series. Game 3 on Oceanborn. In the bottom right for Shopify Rebellion, she is Scarlet.
Taking on the red Protoss in the top left corner of the map, we have ourselves Estrella.
And the other thing is that even if her lurkers had retreated more successfully and more in time to stop the Zealot run by, that also could have worked out really beautifully. You know, as you were saying, probably the plan was to try and get so much harassment into Estrella's bases that he had to send something else back to defend it. And then she either collapses on the gold base or she just, you know, does that damage and has no damage to herself done. But in another way, you know, if she had just been building up to the Ling run by and then perfected the timing of the lurkers retreating, that also could have been, you know, beneficial for her. But it worked out so freaking well for the 20 Zealots to get in there and do maximum damage, and for the rest of the army to get proper positioning on the lurkers. Usually a very difficult aspect of dealing with lurkers, especially when they have that speed burrow. Estrella controlled it very well. A little more of a passive game than I was expecting, though, and I wonder if we're going to get some more hubbub in the first 10 minutes. Since Scarlet did not continue on with a win streak and a 2-0, I don't think she's going to try and Ling bust here, despite another pylon wall. This one is a little less surface area on the gateway this time.
Yeah, it is looking a little bit better for sure, as we do have just everything looking fairly normal. Obviously, hatchery blocked, forced onto the third location, but intrigued to see if Estrella keeps going Void Ray first as well and kind of like using that to hide what he's doing. It's definitely been a couple of different ways of getting set up as Estrella. It's definitely not been like the plain and normal. Obviously, this pylon in the wall could still lead to like a Banelane bust, for example. That could still bust down the pylon and you just flood the links through from there as well. So that's still a weakness you don't usually see. So, yeah, still kind of intriguing. That's the way that Estrella sets up. It does mean that the Stargate can go down deep in the main base, though, so it's a little bit tougher to scout and everything. The Overlord would have to dive deep to see that. As the link speed is coming up from Scarlet, and she is cutting gas, so it's just link speed for now.
Yep, typical stuff here. So see if it's the Void Ray opener. I guess the Void Ray opener also is a little more consistent in terms of dealing with any type of push. Obviously, Oracles depend on energy, especially if they're brand new. So it might be an additional safeguard alongside the opener. But yeah, most of the time we talk a lot more about how the Void Ray is very good at taking down Overlords, and can even sometimes pair up with a push, depending on like what the follow-up is. But obviously, just generally a good defensive unit. So tick tock, it is another Void Ray opener. I really feel like with all the Void Ray openers, though, we are going to see Estrella do something really cheesy behind the Void Ray one of these games. But even though I thought he'd be more aggressive with the Bling Stalkers last game, he ended up being totally non-aggressive. So far, that Void Ray isn't hiding anything super sneaky.
With you every step of the way, ZG, I think I expected more aggression. And with the Void Ray game after game, at some point, if you do just switch it up, it almost sets the stage to do it perfectly, because Scarlet may just assume, oh, Void Ray into just setting up defensively again. And if one of those times is actually like 20 Glaive Adepts suddenly shading in, she never got a chance to find out. Well, that's the problem, of course. Scarlet just needs to be diligent with her Zerglings. If she can scout with those throughout, then she should be able to pick up on stuff like that still. So it's just very difficult to pick up on things like that. You've got to be counting units, seeing what's there, seeing what's missing. So it's not impossible, but definitely extremely difficult. It's the benefit of opening the Void Ray.
It's the same opener as last game so far. The third Nexus coming down, Void Ray into Oracle, and then the Twilight Council faster. So, you know, you basically can compare games 2 and 3 with game 1. Game 1, there was Twilight Council and Forge down at the same time. Ended up being for charge. Wanted to do this kind of, I think, more pacing upset type of build order. Didn't work out, but this time around, especially because, well, I guess there's ways of pushing on any map with a small subject of stalkers, but I don't know, for some reason I kind of felt it like even better for Oceanborn. I guess I'm constantly anticipating a little stalker aggression, because so often we do see even a handful of stalkers just hold around that creep, kill a couple of creep timbers, kill a queen that's way too far forward, or at the very least scare the Zerg. And yet we just did not have that happen last game, and maybe it won't happen again here. Going up to 3 gateways in total right now. Oh, is that a complete wall in? I didn't even notice.
I kind of assumed there was a gap between Cybercore and Gate, but apparently not. Oh. That's strange.
Yeah, I think he saw like Ling somewhere and was like, oh no.
Yeah,
and
and it doesn't want to depower it yet. Well, not depower it, but I mean, I guess unwall it, but then. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay. Interesting. Scarlet's still with the melee upgrades. Obviously, he wants to just play this Ling heavy style again. As the Void shows up, gonna nibble at the fourth, but Queens will punch that back. And Estrella just again, Blink, Forge. Looks as though we really are just gonna sit here and, for now, just wait and chill. It's honestly not really the set of games I expect to see out of these. To kind of expected Scarlet to be a little bit more aggressive throughout, and that's obviously not happening at all. So yeah, a little wild.
Or Estrella, especially because Trigger had the success with what he did.
Yeah.
Okay, we do have a little bit of a push out. I mean, you're totally correct. Like in some other game, to point out that a lot of the times these types of pushes are accompanied by far more Oracle help, and so there is a real staying power to even what is this, like 8 Stalkers if 3 Oracles are helping to defend it, and it's not something that Estrella is doing, but you can usually still. Yeah, just with the blink micro ability, try and control the creep spread more, and that is what's happening now. The Oracle is being used to help, even if it's only 1, it is still helpful, which means it's not scouting, and that is becoming a bigger and bigger problem. Scarlet is changing things up here. She's not going into a super macro game, she's not going into Roaches and a Roach Hydra bust. No, it is Ling Spire. And that Spire is completely undetected. The fact that Estrella's only seen Ling so far isn't necessarily indicative of something mysterious happening, It could still be Roaches being built up, or Hydras, or a Hive, for all he knows. And that is worrisome. Surprise metas are never very fun.
I mean, as far as Estrella's concerned, it looks like the last game. Lots of Lings. Like, okay, well, I played against this last time. Not really an immediate cause for concern or anything. But obviously we know that the mutas are in fact on the way, and they are very much so surprise mutas. 13 of them coming through right now. Now, Storm's on the way up. We do have Blink Stalkers, so they are meant to be, very useful in this as well. As the Lings here going to grab another probe and just still poking around on that upper left-hand side. Oracle moving toward the main base, and I think might have just spotted one muta there if we were paying attention.
Yeah, if he was paying attention, which I actually don't think that he was. I saw static defense go down, but it's all at the 4th base, the more anticipated static defense, I was more so seeing cannons and shield batteries in the mana natural. Now they're coming down. Stalkers are in position, but there was obviously a delay of that, and Lings actually jumped on top of the side defense that I was talking about. Before it was done, kills the ones that actually finished, and now gonna jump on top of probes, Stalkers, High Templars. Not the start, because this actually opens up a snowball opportunity. Scarlet decides that going after the main army was possible. One warp in actually stops her, but maybe not for very long. The snowball has kind of begun here for the Muta Ling player. Estrella forced to bring the rest of his Stalkers, but still has the old runaround game to worry about. So the fact that you already lost 19 probes, all the side defense on your 4th base, and a decent amount of Stalkers, and you still have to play the runaround game, doesn't feel very good.
Completely opens the door for Scarlet to be very, very successful from here on out. We got Phoenix now building, 2nd Stargate, Fleet Beacon. Gonna take a while for those numbers to rise up, so Scarlet definitely has a time window here. She finds a few more probes transferring. Anything really missing would be, again, maybe I guess enough Lings to actually really take this fight, but apparently this is just enough anyways. I was worried that the Lings would kind of die off a bit too soon, but we get rid of the Archon as well as a bunch of Stalkers, and again, the more units you get rid of, the more you keep the door open for future attacks and future reinforcements into this. So Skull continue to look good, has been eating another Stasis Ward, he's eaten a few of those so far. Because now we're just going to get and finish off this battery. A bunch more probes go down. Estrella has maintained a decent work count. 70-ish is impressive considering the numbers he's losing. But again, it's just the unit count now is obviously just continuing to go down. It's too many mutas. You mentioned the snowball. This is now an avalanche.
It is helped out by some really well-timed upgrades, too. The last Ling Muta pounce on the Protoss army happened as those Lings gathered a +2 attack. Which is very unfortunate. Now the +1 flyer is done for the mutas as well. All before +1 armor is done for Estrella, which would have helped certainly against all the units I just described, with the Glaive Worm bounce as well. It's way too over. It's been a little while, it feels like, since we've seen surprise mutas really snowball so hard so quickly, but it is always possible, even at this really high level. You kind of just have to give this one up. Go up, muta's got me, it's so cool, it's so fun, and then move on to game 4.
Definitely an adjustment from Scarlet that kind of takes advantage of the fact that there is limited scouting from Estrella, right? You've got to keep the one Oracle back a lot to deal with the, amount of lings and so on that are being brought into play. So I think this is a smart kind of set of surprise meters. And Scarlet does go up into the advantage 2-1 in her favor right now. And she looks to make a bid for the Grand Finals and also that slot in the winner's stage off Dallas. The offline finals for this season of the ESL SC2 Masters. Can she close it out, or will Estrella bounce back? I'm genuinely impressed with how good Scarlet is looking. I've always got this thing when Scarlet's about to play. It's like, you never quite know how much Scarlet has played. You never quite know what sort of Scarlet's going to show up. And, right now, for this season, I probably really wasn't even thinking about Scarlet much at all. I thought she was, playing because she's still very good at StarCraft. But it's clear she's putting a lot of time into StarCraft. And that was very unexpected for me. Because she has shown up. And it's not just like clean play. It's like there's a lot of just very good build choices and strategic choices going on. Like she's really been an all-rounder, and it's not like she's just like scraping through series. Like she's been very dominant in a lot of the series that she's played as well, until she lost like 3 maps in a row to Trigger last night. She was on a 13-map winning streak. It's good to see Scarlet bidding for Grand Finals and looking so good while doing so. I think Scarlet's always going to have a chance in the region, but yeah, the way that she's playing is, I think, just the standout for me.
Agreed. Yeah. Definitely, if she continues playing at this level, then, like I said, I favor her for even the championship. But I think we have seen flashes of this type of Scarlet. They were when she was practicing less. Either she was busy doing something else, or she was traveling, or, years ago, actually, she kind of even had like a period where she didn't really do anything at all. She wasn't really interested. I'm talking even around Legacy of the Void arriving, but she would have flashes of that. Well, she could be the best in the world. She would go up 2-0. She would look really dominant, and then something would happen in that game 3, and she would kind of lose all her like confidence. I don't think it's confidence, but she would just basically lose all her momentum. I feel like we've seen that so often in the NA regionals. We saw it when she was playing versus Neeb, which was a historic matchup that had a lot of layers of the mental game as well. Sure, but we've seen it against Trigger, we've seen it against Estrella. So you always are on guard, I guess. You're always kind of on the edge of your seat as a Scarlet fan, wondering if it's going to turn around all of a sudden. And Estrella has certainly been there to turn it around. But Estrella just got bopped. And as I said, maybe it's a question of being able to just let that one slide right off, right? Mutas do be happening sometimes. And Estrella still has that really solid macro game to think back to as how likely his chances are to win in a more even, well-scouted game here to bring it back to potentially a game 5. We are on Estrella's last life onto Ghost River. In the top left, currently teamless, he is Estrella.
Up against the Blue Zerg, top right from the Shopify Rebellion, a map away from Grand Finals, Scarlet.
I do think if Scarlet wins here, then she'll have a very, very good chance of getting the successful rematch against Trigger. Considering how she started versus Trigger in their series, and yeah, she let it go, but then she gets a second chance. It does kind of feel like rematches across the last week have been going favorably for the loser of the first round. Yeah, I feel really, really good for Scarlet. Estrella, if he brings it back, obviously, like him and Trigger have had some really, really cool best ofs and even finals beforehand. Either way, Trigger has a dangerous road ahead. But now we're on to what could be the final map, and Estrella, maybe finally time to bring out that real surprise cheese, all in, whatever, off the Void Ray opener.
I'm with you on Scarlet looking good going into like the rematch as well, especially if overnight she just looks at the kind of couple of Blink all-in games from Trigger and says, oh, okay, this is what I'm going to do if he does that again, because a lot of that comeback from Trigger was on the back of those 2 builds that were very similar. So if she can figure that out, across the course of a 6-game grand final, I don't know if Trigger has enough ways to then start taking down Scarlet, because she looked very good in the other portions of the game. She lost 1 game to Adepts as well, right? And I feel like that happens in PvZ. To me, that's acceptable, so yeah. Anyways, settle in to this game 4. Feelings coming about. Ghost River, definitely a bit of a weirder, interesting map. It's a little bit more compact, and it's a little bit smaller, but it also is difficult to kind of push in end games on, so kind of got some weirdness to it, of course, right now. We've already got Lings across the map early, and the probes are here to help deflect.
So Straya saw that it was a gasless opener from his opponents, but as soon as seeing, the surplus of Lings, not the typical 4 or hell even 2 sometimes, does grab the Zealot, and that is smart. If you're kind of foolish, you might think, well, it's clearly not an all-in, so why would I build this extra unit? But you can see how much trouble these Lings, these slow Lings, are giving Estrella. I think 1 probe went down. Yes, it did. 2 more are so close to falling. Looks like they will not fall here today. Some good micro there from Estrella, who comes with the Adept as well. Zealot might feel a little useless now. Maybe it'll just guard the wall forever and ever and ever, which, by the way, was on a pylon wall this time. So I do think Estrella was keeping in mind the length of the map, the history of Scarlet being in an advantageous position. I feel like she is absolutely known as a player who will all-in you if she's on a roll. And has taken that into account, is not going to take too many risks in the early game, at the very least. We do have a sentry now on the way. Some proper scouting certainly is going to happen with this little bit of aggression. Zealot Adepts checking around for that third base, actually, which is not there. And then the sentry, I guess, will hold things up as he grips the third base. What is Scarlet doing?
2 base. I guess she's gonna... I want to say she's gonna drop a lair, obviously. I mean, at this point you're mining gas, what else could you really be doing? So you drop a lair into... That part I don't know. Maybe something very aggressive, like Nidus could be potential?
I was thinking, no, that was a GBT that I'm thinking of. Yeah, Nidus could be a potential, but it becomes increasingly more obvious that something is amiss the longer this third hatch is scouted as not being down, so then you really gotta worry about it. So the map that I was thinking of, the game that I was thinking of was her versus Future, in which she was caught on 2 bases, forced by Future, but same map, same positions, and like a weirdly similar late third hatch. But it's just going to come down. I mean, first she had to make those extra Lings, then she had to make some other Lings to make sure the Zealot Adept didn't do any damage, and it seems like with everything, she just couldn't get the third hatch up very fast. It finally got to the gas. Didn't actually end up doing anything with the first 100. And now the Hallucinated Phoenix is going to get all the scouting that a Stargate opener might have gotten instead, but obviously it's a Twilight Council opener, which is something that Scarlet should be picking up on. Obviously that was a fake Phoenix. So if it's not Stargate, what is it? Most likely a Twilight Council. Little bit of a concern for a Robo, but you'll also start seeing Stalkers warp in and pick up on that.
Now the blink is halfway done. The Zealot just going to swipe the third a bit. She's got so much gas stacked up from Scarlet, but she's just droning. It's just we're just having weird openers. Like, no one wants to open normally. No one wants to like let the game make sense as it typically would for the first little bit. And, weird series so far, but without going like completely out, away from the realm of like what's normal. It's just getting to the normal is being done in a different manner to usual.
Yeah, the journey is different than the destination. Although the destination also might be a little different for Estrella. He's bringing in double Forge. So, I was thinking about a mass gateway style when he went charge first into Blink, that kind of really late delayed gas game that was very odd. Didn't end up happening just because he died. Immortals came down first, and it was kind of weird. But this could be the game. This could be the actual intended from the start. Gets to finally have a clean game of it too, but mass gateway, which was obviously a very popular style for a while. Hero definitely, made it popular, and then everyone else copied it. Kind of died down, kind of comes back, kind of dies down, kind of comes back. We're back to it. Double Forge, relatively low gas. Lots of Stalkers, and eventually that charge as well. It looks like Estrella, seeing the Ravagers already built, is quite wary of being attacked. Don't necessarily blame him, but that might have actually been either a fake attack from Scarlet or an overreaction to what she thought might be offensive. I don't know which one, but she's got an Infestation Pit now, so not attacking. Well, then also a decent amount of Lings too. Is she gonna follow this up with Swarm Hosts?
That's a great question. Swarm Hosts would be a wild choice right now. I guess it's not too late to head into Swarm Hosts as the Stalkers come through, knocking down a creep tumor or two as we go with the Observer. Going to take down multiple of these creep tumors. Drone going down as well. Going to push up this ramp, and Creep will continue to fall. A few Stalkers poking about. These Stalkers are going to get themselves a little bit caught. The Lings do get here. Corrosive Valves will open the door. We blink and recall. We're going to lose multiple Stalkers. Scarlet gets a very good fight there. Cleans up and +1 missiles and roach speed about to be done. And there it is. The Swarm hosts are coming, ZG. What a call.
The call put me in the Hall of Fame, put me up with her, Apollo on the floor. No, I'm just kidding. It just it didn't seem like anything else would make much sense, I guess. Like either it was that or she is clearly thrown off, right? She's like making army and then making tech and then making army and then like it would have been weird. And there is definitely some concern necessary for Estrella's aggression. You know, you saw you could, abuse some of the positioning and force fields and stuff. So you do have to respect that, of course, but it seemed like an awful lot to be waiting for and building up to. And then she just started to bank and bank and bank. So, yep, Swarm Hosts are the composition. And does Estrella know about that? He doesn't see the visitation pit? Yeah, he doesn't. He has no idea.
So a little bit blind at the moment. A lot of Zealots on the map that currently do not have charge, by the way, which means they're kind of slow moving for the foreseeable future. You're going to see a little swing around the bottom left side. Lings and Roaches are going to make their way across and up. So already a potential attack. We're actually going to catch these Zealots, which honestly is not a bad time to fight for Scarlet because she can get the Roaches on top of them while they're slow. That's very kiteable. Obviously, if the Lings run in, charge doesn't, the lack of charge doesn't matter anymore. The Swarm Hosts during this are going to set up and they're going to come straight into the natural. This is going to be a very deadly first wave of Swarm Host Locusts. It's very rare you see the first wave being super successful. Estrella pulls away immediately, but this is going to be a dead Nexus, potentially a dead Robo. I mean, there's just so much damage output.
I love when Swarm Hosts aren't all focusing or locusts. You're like, it's not that bad.
And then they all target fire.
Oh, well, hey, this actually is a little bit of a mistake here from Scarlet. I mean, I think it doesn't really... It's hard to call it a mistake. She's already done so much damage, right? But she was caught a little overwhelmed. Too much Protoss army was still available. After all, the Locust after a Nexus, not army. So a Roach Ravager army does get completely enveloped. It ends up being, I think, a good enough trade that obviously the Remax will cover Scarlet on the backside. We'll also have that the Locust wave actually just used. So I was going to say it could be used offensively. Still being used offensively. It's going to kill another Nexus, but this time the Swarm Hosts will take the brunt of the damage, and things are still a little screwy. I don't think they're screwy enough. Estrella is climbing up a very big mountain right now.
I kill, every single one of the original Swarm Hosts, though. That is not the value you're meant to get from Swarm Hosts. They're meant to fire, 100 more times, because you play a low drone count with this style as well. Scarlet is extremely fortunate to have taken down 2 Nexus so far, because without that level of damage... These Swarm Hosts would have been completely, just not good enough. So often the first 2 waves of Locusts just don't get much done. If you lose all your Swarm Hosts in that situation, that's terrible. As it stands right now, it's still playable, but it's definitely big for Estrella because now Scarlet spends a lot of her money rebuilding hosts, and that's not what you really want to do. You want to be thinking about the future and rebuilding and tacking up for the next step of your game, and that's obviously now not happening. So Estrella will stand in this with the Nexus coming back online. Chances are there for him.
I thought 7 Swarm Hosts were going to be able to escape. Scarlet's army would have distracted, Estrella would have needed all of his army to defend, or would have just gotten distracted and, 1-8 or whatever. But no, every last Swarm Host went down. That's 14 Swarm Hosts killed. 1 reinforcing one also got sniped at some point. You're right, that is a huge chunk of change that was all supposed to be in Scarlet's bank for emergency remaxes, for tech decision-making, for expansion processing. That actually did, I think, make up for 2 Nexus killed, because it also has severely stopped any momentum that Scarlet was building up to. And Estrella is continuing to take these fights in a pretty decent manner. Haven't really talked about the upgrades, because obviously the focus has been on the Locust, but 2-2's done. 3-3's almost, it's over halfway done for Estrella. His Stalkers and his Zealots are pretty freaking mean. And this Nexus is going to go down. Okay, that is a bit of a bummer, but nonetheless, you always got to keep in mind with these Swarm Host games, the supplies are really quite a big lie. And while Scarlet is getting back into the proper position as Replay wants to be, and Swarm Host buying time, buying damage, buying a bank, she still isn't where she was supposed to be. And Estrella is back up to at least 3 bases, mining pretty well, able to harass, able to take main army fights, and able to even start building in some of that splash. 3 disruptors will be out very soon, and back up to 4 bases we go for the Protoss.
And 3-3 upgrades as well, right, from Estrella. So that's going to be kind of a cool factor. These roaches just going to run in over here, and I don't know what Estrella has to deal with. A bunch of Zealots warp in. They will try and buy time. Uh-oh, Banelings are here as well. Scarlet backed away. I actually think she could have just sent it with those Banes rolling to Zealots. Now this army's coming back from Estrella, trying to deal with this Roach Force. Scarlet, she does leave before the Disruptors are able to close the distance. Do not mind these few Banes helping against the Zealots as well. Just softening up the numbers, but Estrella's numbers are indeed increasing, and until the Storm Hosts are available again, this is a little concerning. Scarlet is still trying to get away with these Roaches. Looks like the Swarm Hosts are setting up to go into the natural one more time. There's just a few Locusts currently going in, and even if you just find a few probes, could be nice, as you're going to see Scarlet's reinforcements starting to show up on this position. Estrella does drop the first Disruptor shot, and the second one actually does connect. As Scarlet stopped moving, but there's a lot of Lings. The Zealots, though, are going to catch the Swarm Host and pushes back over there. And now Disruptors are still being chased as Scarlet comes through the bottom side, but her supply has dropped a lot. She's going to have to do a lot of rebuilding, and that is expensive. Again, she's kind of in this because she's doing so much economic damage to Estrella.
Yeah, otherwise, a lot of the actual battles and circumstances outside of the Nexus kills have not been going very well for her. They've actually been kind of touch and go for both players, right? At times, maybe Estrella is getting a little overzealous. At times, Scarlet is. At times, thinking that she'll be able to ultimately maybe distract her opponent well enough, and then realizing, oh, I can't. Estrella is very good about keeping Zealots in different locations and chasing after my Swarm Hosts. And with that, I think one really great addition to this game with how it's going and how it's getting really weird would be Burrow. I mean, if she could have gotten Burrow immediately, the Swarm Host from the get-go would have lived. But now, still wouldn't be a bad addition, considering that she does still have a bank. She showed some really fun Burrow play in her other series as well. I would personally like to see it, but she's not getting it so far. Now going for it. Baneling roll by, which Estrella picks up on. And is going to save almost all of the probes. Ultimately, not the best use of... Wait, no! Still maybe not the best use of that many Banelings.
Honestly, this one, like, oh, the Banelings sucked. Oh, the Banelings are going to do okay. Wow, the Baneling! Oh, down to the Wreck Pass. They still found something extra. Locust cancel up the natural expansion once again. It's a lot of Zealots, but Scarlet deals with this. This is a big deal. Not letting these Zealots get a bunch of economic damage. The scare now is... Oh, no. How many times are we going to lose our Swarm Hosts?
Yeah, she's been really cavalier with them, you know? Like I said, like maybe she's used to playing worse Protoss players who aren't as active in a wild game like this. Because I certainly wouldn't blame a Protoss player for being less active, for, you know, their gut instinct to be just hold down the fort back at home. But because Estrella does have army on the map, it means, yes, he's taking more damage, I guess, back at home, but then he's also dealing damage, so it's becoming a screwy game. And now Estrella even has a really powerful Protoss army because of that 3-3. It's not maxed out. It's, you know, not 8 Archons, it's 4, but it's got 3-3, and Scarlet is scrambling from multiple different directions with very, very poor units to try and tackle this, and now she's working against her own choke.
Yeah, Estrella is going to push himself into a great position here. I think you just can't rebuild your Swarm Host count 2-3 times in a game and end up in a good spot, even with, you know, she was in this before so long because she did so much damage, but Estrella has slowly built up those tech units. Those have never been denied. And as long as, I mean, we're rebuilding Swarm Hosts again, which just feels like disaster waiting to happen as Estrella sits in this main base, Infestation Pit, Bane Nest, all going down. I mean, arguably you're a little bit stuck in the main base perhaps, so maybe that's something to note. But yeah, this does those Scarlets in a ton of... I mean, I say a ton of trouble. She's of an army supply, but again, it's so deceiving when it's Roaches against all of these tech units. I mean, again, Swarm Host popping out. Not sure how much the Swarm Host will really be able to do as she's rebuilding them fresh and new again. The Hive obviously in trouble as well, and yeah, it looks as though she's getting cleaned up, trying to run by on the other side of the map. Estrella is going to wrestle this game into his favor as he just constantly caught the Swarm Host. I mean, that is what won him this game, straight up and simple. Because he killed that Swarm Host count the first time completely, the second time over, a pretty big chunk of them died as well. I mean, and the fact Scarlet chose to rebuild them, the first time I can kind of understand, the second time I was like, what? Because maybe then if she just spams units, she could have had a timing window, but by now, yeah, it's way too late to do anything against those tech units.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think first time you understand, second time, question mark. This last time, it is once again understandable, but it's, you know, a tough decision in a really bad circumstance. But I do think the Swarm Hosts are correct here, just because you're clearly going into an even worse economy game. It's not even low economy, it's just worse for you. Swarm Hosts are the only thing that's going to help that. But imagine, I do believe the first time the Swarm Hosts were called out, there was no Observer. So imagine Burrow, okay? Or Nidusworm.
Yeah.
Then a Nidusworm would have definitely been the definitely get out of jail free card. But Yeah, she never invested into it, which I think was possible post the first Swarm host death. And might be regretting that a little bit, as I think it is clear that she is losing this game unless she can get the Swarm host Locust to surround the Protoss army and add in those corrosive vials. I don't see her beating the 3-3 growing Protoss army. 3-3-1 actually. So that's kind of insane upgrade. It's only 2-1 for Scarlet here. Swarm hosts have got to do much better than they've done for the last 17 minutes.
Yeah, Swarm hosts have to kind of like dig deep and just do things they shouldn't really be able to do, I think, is the realistic way to look at it. They're losing all the creep on this top side. This will allow Skull to kind of focus kind of bottom right, which is kind of an intriguing situation for this map. Locust having to be used defensively is never good, right? Because you just back away. You do not fight free units if you do not have to. And if the free units are on defense, now we're going to knight us, okay.
All right, well, better late than never. Apparently, she still is in this game, kind of. I mean, she had a bank, just that is the way with Swarm Host, right? You're basically going to always have at least a mineral bank so you can replace drones and hatcheries. But it is deceiving, you know, just because she's almost max again does not mean that she's actually in a good position.
No, this is a maxed army that I've got zero faith in being able to fight this force of her opponent, as disruptors are going to get a lot of kind of freebies, essentially. So we do kill a disruptor in return, but you need to do so much here, Scott. A few more locusts. I mean, I kind of like that we split the locusts into 2 waves so that she has an extended kind of way to kind of engage this. Those locusts are going to push this all the way back. Of course, the rock's knocked down from Scarlet early, so that is a position Astrea can still run down that ramp in. As the locusts go, you could have had maybe a disruptor.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Oh, Scarlet's hoping that was a breather. Actually made 12 more drones during this, and now it's actually her turn to be surrounded. All the Swarm hosts without the Locust to help out. Astrea realizes it and is absolutely freaking gonna win this. Super one-sided. Astrea ties up the series 2-2. Don't really want to call that a throw necessarily from Scarlet, but I think that was a fumble. That wasn't the best way to use Swarm hosts that we've ever seen.
It's like the Swarm host did so well on their first and second waves. They were just like, yeah, we've never done this much damage. Like, usually I see the first wave is like the most injured because the surprise wave for this was like the dream start. And then usually if Swarm host gets caught, it's like, oh no, I lost a couple of Swarm hosts. This was like, you lost every single Swarm host. And then, you know, we rebuilt them. And then it happened in this kind of the same way, you know? We got them trapped in the top corner. Astrea was constantly fishing for that to happen. He had Zealots kind of positioned to catch those Swarms in that position a couple times. And then he finally catches them again. And Scarlet just did not have a good answer to the fact that Astrea actually went Swarm host hunting, quite frankly. Scarlet's Swarm host positioning and setup on the map with them was really what lost her what was, again, the dream start off of Swarm host. Getting base kills like that. I mean, you saw how long the game went on. Like, you're meant to lose games if you lose Swarm hosts. The game went on for that long because they were that good, as you know, initially. A frustrating loss as we'll get going on to Game 5. Amphion as well, for an interesting map to round out this series.
Yeah, I do love it, though. Like, you could just say that was better than and worse than you would expect from Swarm hosts. First one, then the other. It's like very rarely do Swarm hosts get such a great start. 2 Nexus, boom, popped. But also 16 Swarm hosts, boom, like cut down as after their very first wave. Both things are extremely unlikely to happen, much less in a single game. So it's just NA, you know? I feel like this is just the way it goes. Not because NA is a worse region, which I feel like is often what people will joke about. No, because these players are so familiar with each other. And they have been, I guess, you know, born and bred in a kind of a bit more wackadoodle region, that it just encourages games like that. Even if they're both playing at their absolute tip-top level, and so 9 out of 10 of their other competitions are flawless. You know, there's like 3-0s across the board. They meet each other, and it's like, you know, 2 hurricanes meeting each other. It's just like, what the hell is going to happen? I don't know. They don't know.
This matchup really never fails to deliver, does it? It's almost always one of the very exciting series in the NA region. As it's living up to as well, we're going to get to Game 5. It's really not been very many normal games or normal ways of getting to normal games. And now Amphion. I feel like the map itself just lends itself to a little bit of mayhem here for the final map. And of course, I feel like Trigger's sitting here watching this. He's probably like, man, I love it. They're going to wear each other out a little bit. Let me go in as fresh as possible against someone 1 down. So he's obviously waiting in the grand final as we're just giving the players a moment here to be ready. But yeah, Trigger in the grand final, waiting for the winner of this series to come through and to meet him there.
I assume Australia's in America, right?
Yeah, I think they're both in
Yeah.
NA.
He's currently getting coffee. It's like 1 p.m.
Nice.
That's fine. Whatever. You know.
He's West Coast though. It's like 10:30 for him.
Oh, you're right. You're right. I don't know why I thought he was East Coast.
Yeah.
Crazy talk.
Oh, look at the American, not knowing the American time zones. Unbelievable.
Mate, I don't even know my time zone.
Yeah, I remember when he forgot to show up for cast CG. You know, I will lie, I was a little nervous this morning. You know, I was like, oh my goodness, is CG gonna make it? It's like an 11 a.m. start for her. Like, ooh,
Look,
scary.
okay. No, it's an 8 a.m. start for me.
It's 8
Excuse you.
a.m.? Oh, yeah, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, excuse you. No, but it's because Team Liquid doesn't just auto adjust. Okay, this is literally the problem. Why I was late last year. I figure that most websites nowadays can like automatically adjust the time zone that your computer or IP or whatever is in, whatever how they do it. Team Liquid. You gotta
Blame
go into
Team
your
Liquid.
settings and change it.
All right, we'll blame Team Liquid. You know, Clem just won the EU, but we'll blame Team Liquid anyways. They sabotaged the
Yeah.
first series of an Asia region stream a year ago.
Yeah. All right. Final game, guys. Amphion is going to be the final battleground. And both players are ready, all caffeinated up or whatever they need to be. And bottom left, we do have the Shopify Rebellion player, Scarlet.
Taking on our teamless Protoss in the top left-hand side, it is Estrella. In an extremely important match, because again, this is not just an advance into the grand finals, more prize money right here and now. It's winner stage of Dallas on the line, and that is such an easier road to having a good result in Dallas than going through that terrifying open bracket.
Wow. Really? All right. I was going to talk about, you know, I guess like I have time to fit it in, but wow, we got a cheese on the way, guys. Both players are in America. Oh, it's going to be...
No!
Oh my gosh, okay. Both players are in America. It might be easy for them to participate in the open bracket of Dallas, but the format really punishes open bracket players. So yes, a lot of importance on getting that top 2. But now we can absolutely 100% focus on this. The triple gates wall-off coming through. The Overlord checks back in on potential cannon rush places. It just stands in the natural. But that is not what that Overlord needs to be scouting. I mean, the alternative, I guess, it could have just gone directly north. It also wouldn't have scouted this. And Estrella saves the best for last. Not hiding behind a Void Ray, just getting it done within the first 2 minutes.
Not messing around, is he? Well, the gates are coming up. Scarlet is completely clueless to what is happening. And this is going to be a rough time for her as the Zealot numbers are going to increase quickly. There's no good way to deny the gateways because it's a wall-off. I mean, if nothing else, yeah, you're walled into your 2 bases as well. I know that's a long-term problem, but yeah, now the Overlord is going to see this. The gateways are here, and Scarlet is going to have to come up with a solution. As I think the solution is a Roach roaring ASAP. There's a second gas coming down. I don't think there's anything else you can really do right now.
Oh, it is so difficult. I wish we had player cams, though, for her reaction. But now that we're here, we have seen Zerg players successfully defend a totally unscouted and unprepared defense against the 4 gates that is often, I guess, around a pylon. There's 3 gate. So it is possible that she holds, but this is the best possible circumstance for Estrella to do game-ending damage with this.
I feel like that was a good surround on that first Zealot there, so that gives you a bit of a better chance. Now going to get onto the next Zealot too, so yeah, the mineral wall kind of blocks you a little bit. The next Zealots were on the low ground. Blings will start to come down here. Scarlet still has gas, has not yet spent it, and a few more drones actually popping out for her. She's going to start the Rotron, give up the natural probably is the case here. I don't think you do much. Maybe you try and get some freebie shots on the Zealots, but yeah, I don't think you actually try and fight this. And you just now go into Roaches? Well, don't love it still, obviously, but it's something.
Yeah, I guess the Roachborn is kind of a difficult thing to place down, actually. Like, you're just on such a low economy that you actually have to be kind of careful about how you place it down. I mean, the Spine Crawler first is obviously understandable, but Roach was coming out perhaps still very well timed against the non-Zealot units, which the Lings are going to have even more difficulty with, you know? They don't have speed. So Roach is absolutely necessary. But now we're in that weird one base versus one base scenario. Assuming that Scarlet just somehow like holds on to everything she has here, it's still really weird for her. Technically, this is still favoring the Protoss, especially as Estrella gets an expand.
Yeah, I mean, it's just going to take a long time for Scarlet because she has to knock down these units, then get to the low ground and knock down the gateways so that she can break out onto the map. This is good control, pulling the drones back, letting the Spine and the Queen take a big part of this. The Lings going down is pretty fine. We lose a couple of drones. That's probably as good as that could have gone. A couple of Ravages come up, and it's very difficult as well for the Stalkers that are popping out. We're even going to bring that Spine to the low ground too. So Scarlet is slowly but surely getting something of an answer for this right now.
I said it in her games on Friday. I'll say it again for ZVP. She is more practiced than most in these types of games because she often is the one that forces these weird games. You know, she got 3-gated, so it's not her fault this time, but she does proxy hatches and stuff. So I have some faith in her ability to read through the scenario, but it is just... It does seem impossible. You know, if Estrella loses his production, which obviously is eventually going to happen, but then also loses his army somehow, well then clearly that's bad news for Estrella. But assuming that he makes sure that he has some form of production, some form of army helping to defend his natural, Scarlet can't really bust. She wouldn't have enough reinforcements. It'd be too slow. Like, you don't have much production as a Zerg on one base, blah, blah, blah. But then, you know, you try and expand, take advantage of the time where Estrella doesn't have an army to fight an all-in, I guess. True, yeah. How much can you actually squeeze in before Estrella does have an army ready to kill you? That is the question here. Scarlet tries to hold on to some, I would say even light pressure, but you can see how dangerous this can be. Good focus fire attempts from both players.
It's only 4 Stalkers. She was very fortunate to get the gateway. I think she obviously targeted the pile when she saw the gateways. Was trying to morph to warp gate. She's like, okay, I got to stop these warp-ins. She did. That was essential. We now need a couple more units just to stop these Stalkers from really succeeding against this hatchery. You cannot afford to lose your hatchery again here. This hatchery coming online is meant to be one of the things that kind of resets things in your favor a little bit. These Roaches need to get in front. They need to be the ones taking the damage. We eat a transfusion, so that's nice, but we will lose one Ravager. Couple of gasps as, yeah, it's close, it's tense. The micro is important. The hatchery does live, and the Spine's in front. That should be good enough now, but of course, Blink is on the way, and does Scarlet ever have enough to realistically hold off a kind of a big aggressive Blink attack, which is kind of naturally coming now?
Yeah, she doesn't know that for a fact. Yeah, her Overlord hasn't gotten to the fronts. Is obviously too scared to do so. Might be figuring it out. The only thing I can say is that maybe this map does have some nice defensive capabilities. If you were to take the triangle, if she mines out the map and takes the triangle, then Estrella doesn't mine out his side. Then Estrella's only pushing through this ramp. Okay, well, that's not... Well, never mind. That's not what she's doing. All right, so now, unfortunately, with Scarlet's third base being where it is, that actually is pretty blinkable. You know, you can get a concave. You can have an escape path to, like, the top right. I am scared. I am concerned. Scarlet gonna try and do everything that a Zerg needs to do, fit in all the technology and all the economy that she missed out on, as well as, frankly, actually get production. I mean, she's been roach-based for a while, but eventually she will want the help of Lings, and she's gonna need larva for that.
Stalkers, very nearly getting an Overlord. And then with the Blink, we will be able to kill it as we set up around this left-hand side, so that's going to be the plan from Estrella. Work over here, Prism on the way, and just set up. Obviously, you can even take this base if you want it, as all the extra gates are coming online, but these Stalkers are 100% going to be pressuring, and Scarlet has to figure that part of this out right now as we go down the left. A couple of Crypt Tumors will begin to drop, so she's going to lose her control on this left-hand side, and Estrella, let's see what sort of a fight he's able to pick. Scarlet on equal work account, and is now back into Roaches, and also that Infestation Pit coming through. I wonder if she's going to try and sneak 1 or 2 Infestors out of good fungal. Locking down the Stalkers from blinking could be huge.
Yeah, that might be the first thing she gets, and then maybe in a Swarm host again, honestly, but we'll hold off on that. And I guess Scarlet was kind of damned if she does, damn she doesn't. Either base would have been attacked as Estrella did mine out his side of the map, and as you said, could you take the base there too? So that no matter where she took that hatchery, it's a goner, it's dead. Scarlet's on the ropes, her last life in the tournament. If she misses out here, she will not get that seed into Dallas. She'll probably still attend, but it is a much tougher road. And once again, letting victory slip through her fingers. She was up in this series. She had a good chance with that Swarm host game. And ended up kind of fumbling the ball there. And now, Estrella's looking to end the game with a 2-base Stalker attack that still has the macro. You know, there is still a third Nexus on the way, so Scarlet has to do better than hold.
Yeah, she needs to. I mean, that's the problem, right? The pro setup is just so good that all of this pressure is just pressure. It's not commitment. It's not all in. It is just getting some light damage done and getting going from there. We are going to see a Nidus coming up. It's going to be able to get the Swarm Host across and hit the natural a little bit, but I mean, these Stalkers are pushing through and they are looking very good. We have a few of them hurt, but they blink back. Reinforcements are here. We really need the Swarm Host to put in work on the other side. They need to do some serious damage. Scarlet is barely hanging on. She needs something to help her out, and I just don't see what it's going to be. I'm not even sure if the Swarm Host doing damage on the natural is going to matter, because you're probably just going to get overrun over on this natural. I don't think you can ever defend this base. So Stalker's now in the main as well. It looks as though this is done and dusted.
Yeah, not even really that much probe damage. You know, smart decisions after the fact, but she was already in such a bad situation. What a cheesy build from Estrella. Ending this series in an NA way. Way to go. It is going to be another PvP Grand Finals. See if Estrella holds on to his champion status, or if we have a new contender in Trigger. I say goodbye to Scarlet for now, but like I said, she'll probably sign up for the open bracket. It just is such a longer road if you do that.
Yeah, it's so tough, that open bracket. It is not easy. It's an absolute slog, and it's going to be absolutely brutal to make your way through that one, as you are correct in what you say, and that Estrella makes it to another PvP finals. He's obviously been in a few PvP finals in this event in the past, because Neeb used to be one of the players you had to get through. Now Trigger will start this PvP with the 1-0 lead. We'll look at the bracket here quickly before we head into break ahead of the grand finals. So Estrella versus Trigger. Again, Estrella making the full lower bracket run from round 1 of that lower bracket through Nina, Kelazur, Future, now Scarlet. And Scarlet, who was just on a tear, gets stopped in the upper bracket finals, stopped in the lower bracket finals, setting us up for this PvP. Again, was so close. That Swarm Host game we mentioned on Ghost River absolutely seemed as though it could have been it, but nope. And Estrella, he really embodies North America, right? Like, he just takes North America and he implements it into his gameplay. It's something impressive about how he manages to do that, honestly.
You really get the impression that he was, you know, born through the region, right? Like,
yeah.
Because there's plenty of other examples of NA people who are actually just mostly following the Korean side. You know, I get like Neeb, I guess, was following the European side, I suppose. But even he would be dragged into the mud and have to get familiar with it. But NA, like, he really is it. He was a very weird player back in the day. Didn't have the mechanics to win no matter what happened. Got better. Went to Korea for a while. Got way better, and then. Yeah, now he just seems like a kind of like a total package to deliver to the rest of the regions with a, you know, sticky note that says "boo," and then the bomb explodes. That's what we do with Estrella. Send him in there.
Well, we have got ourselves the grand finals coming up here. The grand finals coming up here between Trigger and Estrella. That does have to have the 20-minute downtime, so we will be waiting until apparently 7 minutes past the hour. I feel like that's actually more like 22 or 23 minutes since the series ended, but that's okay. We'll wait. So we'll be back here in about 20 minutes, everybody, ready for our grand final between Trigger and Estrella. PvP coming up to wrap up the Americas SC2 regionals for spring. We'll see you in a few.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
One final series in this entire season of the ESL SC2 Masters. We're wrapping up Americas very, very soon, as we do have ourselves this series coming in between Estrella and Trigger in the grand finals. It is going to be PvPZG. I feel like we're going to have a good time with it. What do you think?
I think they always deliver a good time. North American PvP. A lot of things can happen. A lot of things, including a lot of cheesy things, a lot of aggressive things, a lot of base trades. Everything we like to see. It all comes down to this. Who will win? The repeat champion Estrella or the newcomer Trigger?
It's exciting, right? To see Trigger obviously here for the, first time looking to be the champ. Can he get it done? He's had a solid run so far. 3-2 champ, 3-0 Kelazur, 3-2 against Scarlet. Like, he's taken down the big names, right? Champ, Latin America champ. Kelazur, big name from Latin America. Scarlet, previous champion. Estrella's probably the biggest name. He's not really had to go through just yet, but I believe, did he go through him in the group stage? I probably should have checked this one out earlier, but yeah, he 2-1 Estrella in the group stages as well. Also 2-1 special in the group stages. Honestly, if Trigger wins this, he's gone through anyone and everyone you would expect people to have to go through to win out in the Americas region. It's a solid run.
Yeah. Trigger's had some really solid runs before. These two have met in the finals before, but it's just a matter of Trigger actually sticking the landing and actually coming up to be a true contender to the top 3, which, I mean, at this point, it does seem like he's more reliable or more half and half, versus Scarlet, where that used to be a stopping point. But yeah, now it's Estrella who ends up being the stopping point for him usually. So it's a matter of time, it does feel like, before Trigger finally gets his number. But is that today? Is that next season? We don't know. We're going to find out, though, because we're finally getting into the game.
Finally getting into the game. Estrella has readied up, waiting for Trigger to ready up as well. Everyone apparently needs just some extra time before we actually get started, but it looks like that time is going to be now. And so we will just wait for Trigger, who apparently took an extra moment or so as well. So, yeah. Okay, we're just waiting. You guys are really excited to start ZG, and we're not actually starting.
I thought it was gonna go.
Yeah, me too. I was with you. I kind of believed as well, but...
I don't even know what Trigger said, honestly.
Yeah, I was trying to figure this out as well. I think... yeah, I don't know. I just...
I don't want to say it in case it's...
speaking a foreign language to me.
Yeah. He said he was doing something, but we can't figure out what. But now he's back, and now we're finally going to get in the game, so we can find out who is the champion of the Americas.
I thought you were going to keep going there for some reason, but yes, we will find out who's the champion of the Americas as we get this set up, ready to go. One more matchup for all of the regions. It's the last region to conclude. It is time to get this underway as we head on into game. We're going to be starting off in the top left-hand corner of the map. The player who will be starting down a map in this series, of course, remember that is due to the winner bracket advantage. Coming from the lower bracket, it is Estrella.
In the bottom right, in the best position yet to actually win a championship, he is Trigger for Basilisk. And by championship, I of course mean the regionals. Yeah, that can be a little confusing.
We call them a regional championship.
I'm okay with that. It is the regional championship, not the championship or the world championship, I guess.
Yeah.
Still pretty important.
I'm into it, calling it as you did. I think I've called it a championship a few times today, so can't complain.
We're on the same page then. And apparently so are the players. That's called a segue, ladies and gentlemen, as they have both the same build order going down. Site Delta is one of the more appropriate maps for a gateway expand.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the few maps in the map pool where you can actually get that low ground gateway on right. There's not really too many other maps that have a ramp. Obviously, Post-Youth is kind of like a wall-in base anyway. Like, you've got the in-base expand, so you can kind of gateway like that. But a lot of maps just have that, low ground, which is flat. And so we do see I mean, it's not a world where you can't expand in PvP because, the new Sentry actually enables a lot of the one-gate expansions to happen, but it's usually with a high ground gateway. So this is just going to be a little bit more defendable still, and that's definitely something worth noting as we get set up.
Trigger's doing something weird, though. And I do love when this happens. There is a probably like 1 in 3 chance that this is actually just a pure mirror matchup. They both block each other's Nexus the appropriate amount of time. They both get a Stargate at the same time, and the game comes out even sometimes Phoenix versus Phoenix. He's out in Europe. But it is like 1 in 3, because I feel like more often, yes, it is like a little trick. They're trying to do something to hide what they're truly doing under the guise of a 1-gate expand that is getting blocked repeatedly. But that can only last so long if the scout continues. We have seen at least one game I can recall in which a similar situation happened like this, and then like Astrea's probe had left already. So it doesn't even see if Stargate's on the way or Nexus is actually on the way. But in this time, in this game, Astrea does get pretty thorough scouting and should realize that there must be a proxied something or another out there on the map.
Yeah, just going to be able to, maybe piece the pieces together. Oracle is coming up very quickly then from Trigger. He will expand, so it's not like this is super committed, but obviously would like to try and get some damage done for the fact that this is going to be a later expansion from him, if nothing else as well. So that is worth noting, that's worth looking at. And we just have our Stalker and Sentry nibbling away at this Adept, and Trigger is in fear of losing an Adept right now.
Barely gonna live? Woof! Real barely. Astrea does have shield batteries finishing up, so the one Oracle will not do anything. Wait, what? Alright, I saw 2 shield batteries and one was in the main, Wardy.
Not in the main. Maybe one was walling.
Oh, you're right. One was walling against that Adept. Oh my good lord. Alright, total call on my part. 7 probes go down. Wow, he got right up in there. He saw a lacking pylon, no technology, delayed Nexus, and no shield battery in the main. Wow.
No battery in the main. Yeah, that's rough, and that's a lot of probes dead, so Trigger is going to be in a little bit of trouble. Astrea's going to be in a little bit of trouble next. Oracle shows up. We're going to get another couple probes. This is nice. Just extends the lead or the time in which you're going to have that worker advantage. We're going to let this Oracle go down, which I don't even hate because the Phoenix was coming. So, you know what? We get a 7 worker lead off of this. Trigger doesn't have many units right now, but that's something you can catch up on. Your opponent making Phoenix while you're diving into the Twilight Council. I'm okay with this right now.
Yeah, obviously with a proxy Stargate, we're not going to have Trigger fighting the Phoenix battle. That wouldn't make any sense. But he doesn't necessarily have to. A lot of times if they are almost similar time with Stargates in base, it does happen. But not this time around. Going into the blink and hopefully mitigating the amount of damage the Phoenix will do. Already having done so with a shield battery, yes, actually in the main base, protecting this probe. Oracle is going to swoop on by again soon. Should be, just because it's revealed itself, so the Phoenix are on the way back home.
Well, this Oracle is going to still try and find a little extra here. He's going to get one more probe. I love that. We're just going to try and keep it alive, but I think that may be a step too far with the Phoenix nearby. But, well, Astrea didn't realize. He just assumed it died. Run, Oracle, run. Well, you never
He almost lost track of it, too.
Yeah. That would have been crazy, right? This Oracle actually gets away.
Right? Yeah.
Would have been something for sure.
There you go. Still buys more time with the Phoenix all out on the map instead of harassing any probes. As Trigger's blink ticks on down here. He's even going to be well positioned for this interception. Nicely done. Hull damage on a Phoenix. Always nice to see. And presumably the Phoenix won't get anything done if the Stalkers are out of position, just because there's 3 of them. There's a shield battery, there's reinforcements. Blink is very close to finishing. Astrea's time with the Phoenix seems like it's already over, and it didn't do much because it didn't cover his Oracle defense. The Oracles did plenty of damage.
Yeah, the Oracles did plenty, and now the Phoenix are going to get kind of turned away, by the way, so that's nice as well, and I feel like that's going to be kind of part of the continuation here, right, where the Phoenix shouldn't really be able to do much, and that's why I like the setup for Trigger, who is building himself up his own robo, but also that forward gateway to try and get something extra done.
I really like the follow-up attack. Astrea, at the very least, will be contained from this point on. I think that's on my throat. But he should be contained. Like, even if it's known about, as Astrea's Phoenix go over the gateway, can he actually break out against the Blink Stalkers? And can he defend? Oh, shoot. Well, the Sentry goes down. Shield battery is in a potentially vulnerable spot too, honestly. I mean, that could actually be targeted, and then the Immortal might be shot down as well. There's there's real fear here. Dark Shrine is on the way for Estrella to try and bring him back in this game. He managed to even up the probe count at some point, but Trigger's obviously had all the minutes of which he was ahead in probes, and now has a third Nexus because he didn't have to commit to an attack just because he proxied a gateway.
No, that's definitely not something you have to commit to, and we do see Trigger is just going to move up. He is actually going to be able to shoot down the Phoenix quickly, but the 2 Immortals are going to be a little scary. The good news is there's a bunch of Zealots that do not have charge yet, so it's a little early to maybe start building Zealots, but apparently Estrella don't care. Problem is the Stalkers care because they're going to be able to get a whole bunch of value out of it. They are loving Knife right now. As they back it up, and they come back in, and we're going to take another shot. Charge still on the way on both sides. Actually, +1 going to be ahead from Estrella as he gets the Dark Shrine up as well, so DTs are going to be a factor very soon as well.
It might even be for DTs. I mean, he might try, obviously, but there might be an Archon in the mix soon. Maybe an attack to at least try and get some pressure on Trigger as well. I think you have to be very, very careful, obviously, because Stalker's so mobile, and they can do really great micro that you don't want to just willy-nilly run across the map. But War Prism is on the way. DTs are on the way before that, and they are going to arrive very, very soon. There is an observer on the offense for Estrella. It's not actually checking around to see if there's a defensive observer. There is one. It's not covering that third base. It does see this DT, but now it's just a problem of having DTs in multiple locations. A good attempt at a block there from Trigger. Works to stop that one from getting into the natural, which means other DTs are going to hold off. And actually, Dark Templar Blink is on the way this fast when Estrella is down? All right, then. Okay.
Gonna double down on the comeback mechanic, essentially, is what he's gonna aim for here, so that's going to be his plan, get the Shadow Stride up and really try and rely on these DTs deeper into the game, but I mean, there's a realistic timing window where Trigger, as long as he doesn't get held back by these DTs too much, he could be across the map and getting some serious work done sooner rather than later, so definitely watching that as you see the DT moves in. Cannon's obviously going to be in a good position. We lose a few probes, but this is fine because this is the sort of damage where you can still move across the map, now because the cannons are surviving. We are going to do so by knocking down some Orcs, and Trigger, we'll see what he can do to the other side very, very soon.
Might be time for some defensive Archons. Trigger has quite the army with even upgrades. And he has mobility too. Okay, well, I thought he was going to maybe play around a little bit more, threatening the natural, threaten the third, but he just jumps on top of the Immortal. Shield Body Overcharge does save 2 of the Immortals. And that is not it. Yeah, exactly. That wasn't it. He turns out 4 Immortals and a shield battery, 2 shield batteries. It's still a lot to take down. A lot of sacrifice for that.
That was, well, we're going to kill this Prism. I mean, Trigger just kind of making life difficult for himself. It feels like he's had the advantages, and the ways in which he's trying to take, the lead of his advantages or further his advantages is definitely not helping him too much. Getting a bunch more Zealots now. I mean, with extra charge lots, you're going to do a lot of what the Immortals can get done. So that's big. We actually blink on top of that Immortal coming down the ramp. There's actually a battery there that keeps that Immortal alive for a very long time. That was surprisingly long, how long that stood and fought for. As we see the Zealot Stalker going to come back across, and we will see, does Trigger have enough? He's still 15 army supply up. He's going to be able to blink now on top of another Immortal. There's an Immortal that's extremely low that survived earlier, was saved by the Super Battery. And we actually get rid of this Archon that's low as well. That would be nice. We get rid of the Immortal. We blink through. The Phoenix goes down. It looks as though the Stalkers are starting to just be too much now, as Trigger will come in. And he has a few Zealots to reinforce it, and it looks as though Trigger is going to secure himself a 2-0 lead in this grand final. So Trigger gets off to the hot start here in the Americas region. But don't get ahead of yourselves, because that's what MaxPax did in Europe earlier as well. And where did that net him? Not a victory.
Yeah, it was very true. And that started off in his favor. And the fact that we were maybe getting a little concerned towards the end doesn't
bode well.
Give a lot of confidence that this is going to be an easy road for Trigger.
Exactly.
Yeah, he definitely almost lost it there. Almost lost the lead.
Yeah, but these things happen. It's North America. Well, this is a North American matchup. Obviously, this is the Americas in general now. But yeah, it's the Americas. Sometimes things do not quite go as expected. We'll see if Trigger can sharpen up a little bit going into Alcyone for the next map. We'll see what the builds look like, what sort of setups we are going to be getting as we work our way into this game number. It's map 2. It's game 3 kind of because it's 2-0 already. I always hate these 1-0 starts just for explaining like the maps. Someone's like, "Whoa, it's map 3," but yeah, I know. I hate it. Can't do anything about it. Can't win.
No, you can't. But There's one true victory. It came down to build orders and execution and strategy and all that good stuff. And that was won by Trigger. The maybe a little overzealousness that has plagued Trigger's career showed itself a little bit, but one thing that I've been impressed by this season is I guess continued improvement when it comes to like the confidence game, the patience game, and the clean game actually too. Not that that was his cleanest game, but there's some other examples in the bracket of which he was just playing really smart, solid StarCraft 2. So as long as he can keep that in check, rein it in, then yeah, he can still get to the killing blow in his favor, which is what he did in game number 1. Now we're on game 2. Map 3, or yeah, again, don't know exactly how to explain it, but you guys know what's up. The top right, down 1, down 2. He is Estrella.
Bottom left from Basilisk up 2-0. Can he keep it going in this grand final? It is Trigger.
He has been a Protoss who has shown some of that immaturity. It sounds worse than it is, but he's been a little overeager. He's gone for risks when it's unnecessary, or not been able to execute, whatever risk he takes very, well enough, and has lost some games. I was talking about this last time I cast him, but just, there's been more cases of Trigger having missed micro than some other pros. Seems to have gotten that under control. And then if he can play really smart, stable games, I think he's definitely one of the best. Because he's also been, improving mechanically all around as well. A little bit of a scout into the natural really quickly. Even delays his gateway by a second, which is not a super big deal, but these are things that are usually timed up absolutely perfectly with each other if they're going to both go 2 gateway, 2 gateway.
Mm-hmm.
Seems like Trigger really wanted to scout that natural.
Yeah, I'd like to have had maybe a bit more info here. With the pylon coming up to the top again, Trigger, proxy pylon, proxy Stargate last game, ended up netting himself a lot of kills. This pylon is once again placed in, I want to say a Stargate-y-ish position because it's kind of on the edges.
Yeah.
I can't imagine it's anything else. He's sat in the forward position to put it down as well. There it is. Stargate choice once more. So second game, he's just going to try and get a fast Stargate going.
Yeah, it did work out last game. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Yeah, I'm still very surprised it worked out as well as it did, though. I mean, he just... Yeah, I thought the second shield battery was actually in place because I thought Estrella actually knew it was going down, and I thought he had enough information to do it too, but clearly I missed something. Estrella missed something, whatever happened. And so what I'm trying to say is that it's not, I feel like, ever supposed to work so wonderfully if it's scouted. Obviously, if it's unscouted, it can work however much it wants. And so far, so good. Estrella has not gone for a main base scout, so he doesn't see a lacking pylon. He might try and find the Stargate all with the probe right here, but then maybe it's going to be too late. That is actually really the question right now. Probe's getting awfully close.
Ooh, we're going to hit this Stalker a few times, but another Stalker shows up. The Adept's going to start to be in trouble. As this fight continues, the Stalker's genuinely going to be quite low. I mean, the Oracle will be popping in a moment. I can't imagine we go chasing the Stalker. We got to just go across the map right into the base, but like, the Stalker was so low.
Yeah, but I just mean Estrella's probe stopped for so long. You could have seen this Stargate the entire time. Fortunately, it is coming from the direction of the natural, so you have like that little bit extra time to try and get some reinforcements, which is exactly what Estrella has done, but it's getting a little sketchy timing there. We also had, you didn't even mention it, but, oh, whoa, no, jeez, no! I don't think he was paying attention to the actual screen. I think he just moved on the minimap or something. That was weird. Okay, not a great start for Trigger, but I was going to mention Estrella's SimCity. He did not wall off the front. He went for 2 gateways in his main, which hasn't affected any like Adept defense, but it kind of affects where his units are popping and whatnot, at least for the first 4 minutes. We got a scuffle that's also not going very well for Trigger. He's trying to take advantage, I guess, of Estrella, not having his army together. That did not happen, man. Trigger, just very, very ugly game for him right now.
Everything's going wrong. I mean, just lots of little things going wrong altogether. We do try and push back. That doesn't really even end up that well. Estrella starts to blink a little bit sooner. And, well, I mean, Estrella has the units right now, and Trigger has no real way to defend, just the number disadvantage. There's no battery ready, so he's going to be taking a lot of bad shots. Now he's going to pull the probes, because that's his only real good answer to this. He gets out microed a little bit. Honestly, he's going to lose another Stalker, and now one is very low as well. On top of it, the probes are going to start dropping very soon, and this is some serious damage dealt. Honestly, I think Trigger in the end just about made it work, but 2 more Stalkers show up, and now the problem resurrects itself. Just about gets the battery online. Man, that was absolutely essential right there.
Yeah, no shield battery, and that might have snowballed really badly, like 4 or 5 probes dead type of badly, which Trigger doesn't recover from, I think. He's already behind 4. That's, he survived. That went well enough, I suppose. And the game will continue on in a way that I think that there are definitely comebacks available. But I would say it is about comebacking. So he has to maybe control the third base a little bit better, catch Estrella off guard. He doesn't really have anything else to work with that I can talk about, though, because he doesn't even have like a 2 Oracle situation flying around trying to find little bits of damage. It is just the same composition, the same pacing, but just worse all around.
Yeah. It's rough. It's definitely going to be difficult. There's nothing really advantageous for Trigger. Just going to have to start playing some better positions. I mean, maybe right now you can get a little move up here. Maybe there's a little chance to do something because, hey, there's a bunch of Stalkers out of position, but nope. Estrella has a warp in ready, so nothing gained there either. Maybe the Adepts can slip in at some point too. That's also a possibility, but nope, they get found and jumped on. Wow, I'm just like naming possibilities, and Estrella's just like, oh, that's a possibility. Never mind. He's making sure that this is not comeback territory at all.
No, it's getting even worse and worse, man. Trigger making some Adepts try and get some harassment done. They just die doing absolutely nothing. That's a waste of money. It's a waste of army supply. Estrella taking the expansion while also feeling very confident about having his map control. And since he went for a couple of observers, I don't think he's that scared of a Dark Shrine either. Literally one just parked in Trigger's natural. That is confidence. Trigger doesn't have a Robo or a Stargate now. Estrella could actually end the game with a Dark Shrine. He could end the game with Stalkers. He could end the game with a big Stalker. Zealot push, which probably is more so what he's going to be looking at. But you just name it and he can do it. Maybe this turns into an uneven fight. Yeah, Estrella has to back away, but it doesn't overall matter. Faster 4th base coming down for Estrella. He just knows that he's got this.
Extra gates, the Forge, second Forge coming up for him. He's doing everything faster, better, more of it. I mean, you name it, and Estrella's pretty much got it right now. It's really kind of waiting to see if Trigger can somehow find a way, but like I said, we already were kind of listing the possibilities or the options, and each and every option that we listed, Estrella was just kind of slashing off the list, checkboxing it down, and now, yeah, I think Estrella's very aware of his position. And again, you look at the numbers, like, well, okay, Trigger's got an army supply lead. Yeah, but no 4th base. The extra gateways are going to be missing. Charge isn't there. These are all things that Trigger needs to succeed. And again, a minute down the line, you're going to see that this is no longer a game that is even by the numbers.
Yeah, I think exactly a minute, actually. Gateways finish, 2 warp-ins. Supply is going to suddenly be very, very different. We also have Estrella able to hit with a max out, probably with 1-1 and charge before Triggers is done. He's gonna have Dark Shrine. His observer did see a total lack of any Robo. He knows he killed the Stargate. So there's that. A Robo is on the way, but it's also just time for a Dark Shrine, honestly. Estrella's on 4 bases, very comfortable in his economy and his position, and a Dark Shrine has no downside. Even if the DTs themselves don't do anything, eventually they will. This is not the entire army as of yet. There's no Warp Prism either. Seems like it's just kind of getting positioned on the map, but there it is. There's the Warp Prism. There's +1 finishing, and the armor, and there is an attack on the way. I guess he figured the 4th base would be down here. It's not. That's still a walled-off runner.
He's just that far ahead. So, yeah, there's no reason to be here for Estrella. He's just going to turn it back around. At that point, though, is there any reason for him to attack? Not really. He's up a base. He's ready to take a 5th. He doesn't need to fight because, yeah, he's just in a fantastic spot. His opponent is only on 3 bases, as long as there's not some hidden base, but I think Estrella sees everything on the map apart from the top left bases. So yeah, I think he's very confident about his position. He's in no rush. He's got DTs available to him as well. This very much so is just a case of Estrella looking to be absolutely pristinely set up. And at this point, he probably waits to max out, and then maybe he fights. Maybe he does go before then. He's got a lot of Zealots now. Maybe he finds a timing. I just feel like because it's so Zealot heavy, pushing up a ramp doesn't feel great. But then once he maxed out, there's kind of no reason not to, I guess.
Yeah.
So, yeah, maybe he fights, maybe he doesn't. Honestly, it's hard to say that anything you do would be the wrong decision. There's so many ways to close this one out.
Exactly. And I'm with you. The mass charge lots are, you know, they're kind of like an ultra to a certain extent. You know, pushing in with zealots being your main composition, pushing into a defensive player. It's usually when they're the worst. But if you have enough of them, and Estrella might lose a lot of zealots in the pushing aspect of it, but eventually they will get this around. Eventually they will be on top of the stalkers, and the stalkers will have nowhere to blink to because they are entirely on the defense, so it's not ideal. A couple of Archons would be amazing to have here. Has had to pick and choose what he gets, so that includes a significant delay on a robo that could have become a problem if the DPs were faster, coming in now, not a big deal. Significant delay on his fourth base, could not protect it if he tried to get it any sooner. So Trigger is making all of the decisions and taking some of the risks that I think a Protoss should in this situation, in which he's also very blind. Trigger has very little information on what Estrella is doing, but oof. These DTs just powered on through, didn't they?
Yeah, now the Chargers have a fourth base that's open to attack into, so it's way less concerned than it might have been previously. As Trigger is going to scramble to try and find an answer to all of these Dark Templar, he is in an absolute world of trouble. We see it, everyone can see it. This is a... I mean, this is just bad. We're losing pylons. We're genuinely just supply blocked off the pylon losses. Zelts charge up the ramp, we will just trade out. Of course, Estrella's going to have money and economy compared to Trigger that, you know, Trigger just can't compete with, so Estrella can do this, trade out, rebuild, go again. Again, bit of a boring cast, but quite frankly, Estrella is just that far ahead. He has established himself so well earlier in the game, but there's just not much else to say about it. Estrella did a great game to get himself back onto the scoreboard for the first time in this grand final.
Yeah, little sliver of time in which you have that possibility of getting the Adepts in, for instance, and if they killed 7 probes, then that can kind of make up for the amount of time they've already been ahead, but that didn't happen. I think that was the real, okay, nothing else is going to go. Nothing else is going to happen. You can't do anything else. You know, if you try to go for a Dark Shrine, the Observer was literally on top of his base looking for that. If he had gone for Disruptors, people have just gotten really good at making sure they don't just stupidly run into Disruptors, so that doesn't really work on 3 bases anymore. You just are behind. You do the exact same thing as your opponent, but you're behind. And when that happens, you have to depend on Defender's Advantage. Shield Body Overcharge, which is great if Estrella was foolish enough to literally just try and throw 40 Zealots into a choke. No other attack. But Estrella isn't that silly. And just multi-prong, get him out of position, get the Zealots actually on top of Stalkers. Easy peasy. And confidence booster for Estrella. It's also good old America versus Canada.
America.
I guess I got my bias.
I can't believe you're so biased, CG.
I really am.
All these years later, and it's still a problem. The casting.
It really is. And it's so weird because everyone thinks I'm Canadian, but I've been clearly so biased towards Americans for the entirety of my career. It's unbelievable.
I just can't believe you, CG. Every single time.
I know, right? Same for my Terran, you know? People think I'm Zerg for God knows what reason.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I could not be more biased towards the Terran, I swear.
Alright, well, we are hopefully getting into this game in just a few moments. It is going to be Trigger versus Estrella next round coming up. Obviously, Trigger still leads this series 2-1, so still feeling, you know, good, still feeling confident. Obviously, 1-1 on the day. He beat him in the group stages. I feel like there's no cause for concern immediately here for Trigger. This was a game that was kind of disastrous from the start, and just all the little things fell apart, so that's alright. Those games are allowed to happen, especially in PvP. Like, this really isn't like a, oh no, everything's coming crashing, burning down around me, so it's not alarm bells just yet. As we wait for game to start, I guess one of the players said they weren't ready before I was in here, but looks as though we're ready in GLHF, and now we're going to need a straight swap to Protoss, but with that done, we're going to be able to hop on in-game.
Yeah, Trigger taunted him. Play Terran, but didn't work out. No.
Oh, I see.
Didn't work. Estrella had been playing some decent amount of Terran leading up to Katowice, I believe. I remember thinking, like, is he hiding strategies or whatever? But to be honest, his Terran wasn't that impressive. So.
Not as good as some of the offer races we see in this day and it's just StarCraft.
Exactly. I mean, obviously still like 1500 MMR above mine, which is great, but it's, yeah, not compared to Nick Rainer's off race, which he can absolutely bring out in the top 8 of a playoff.
Alright, well, let's get into it as we are going to be in the top left-hand corner. This is our blue Protoss player, Estrella.
And in the bottom right, still up a game, he is the red Protoss, Trigger. think maybe Trigger's done with the proxy Stargate. It worked wonderfully once, worked terribly second time. You've done it twice as well, which I think is gonna, might be getting old at this point. What else is he gonna throw at us?
Yeah, I'm 100% with not proxy Stargate a third time. I think it was cool to do it a second time because honestly, as well, like Australia was so slow to scout it, but the positioning of it was rough as well because it came in from the natural, and so even though Australia was so unprepared, the fact that he just had 2 more Stalkers popping out, the Oracle had to like fly through 2 Stalkers to go and do anything more. Honestly, then it maybe wouldn't have still even been so bad if we were just able to keep the Oracle alive, but that died, and then I feel like from there you just got yourself flustered, so... time to mix it up a little bit right now, do something a bit different, and this is going to be 2 gates versus the 1. We mentioned earlier, the 1 gate expanding stuff is absolutely more of a viable thing now with the new Sentry. With 2 gates, Trigger can just match the expansion, or you can also get aggressive, so you really do have a choice here still as Trigger, so that'll be interesting to kind of watch out for over the next little bit as well. Oh, you unmuted, Jess?
Oh, I was saying you could hide a pylon, and then I made some baby sounds, but yeah, Trigger's hiding a pylon.
I was like, waiting there. I looked over, I still saw you were like laughing. I was like, she's made a funny joke, and no one heard it.
It's okay. I mean, I don't know if it was really funny, but it was. There's funny sounds anyway. It was
Funny
like,
sounds.
you doing the thing, you Super Bowl. But it really is just like it's like hiding their axe there, man. Now you got Estrella all freaking out about nothing.
Freaking out about nothing. We're pulling it as a DCI warp gate's coming up, Stargate coming in from Estrella, which is kind of expected when you're playing the 1 gate. That's not really surprising in the slightest, so expectations being met for the moment. As you see probes nibbling at other probes. It's for a little bit as well, so some action on all of that. As you do have the a couple more Stalkers still coming through, warp gates continuing. Waiting for the next step, because kind of still intrigued as to what we're going to do in terms of Trigger's tech. That's something that's not yet been revealed, so information we can wait on.
Kind of a neat way to still kind of confuse your opponent and get him a little worried without really dedicating a whole lot. Estrella, where is the army, broski? Is that in the depths, not back at home, safeguarding the pylon that safeguards the shield battery that safeguards the Nexus.
Yeah, this is a little bit funky as that pylon takes a lot of damage, and now we're going to see, obviously, Trigger with his own expansion coming up, so, I mean, even just a little bit of a delay here, or a little bit of concern could be neat. There's the Oracle going to show up. It's going to straight up fight these couple of Stalkers. The Stalkers will take some damage, and we're actually going to have a pretty bad time there, as we are going to lose both. But hey, the Oracle's hurt, so it's less likely the Oracle can do much more. Trigger, 2 more Stalkers showing up now, and Australia's supply blocked quite heavily.
Yes, he is. 1 Oracle now out of juice, so it's back to 1 Oracle helping 1 Stalker. Oh, and Adept as well. Hey, Adept. I guess you're kind of helpful. I mean, very, very little on the line here, I suppose, because there is just no proxy gateway. There's no additional gateways, so that maybe isn't worth it. But if he could have killed one of the Oracles, but she's just as shy of doing again, then maybe it would have been. But both Oracles alive, yes, significantly injured, but now you're worried about whether or not you're there on location correctly to stop them from killing all your probes.
This gets to be a little bit funky. Dark Shrine comes down as we continue to play some games. Okay. I'll see how we're going. Let's get into one of those situations. Let's just have ourselves a couple of Oracles coming about. And obviously, it's very difficult for Trigger to necessarily have an answer set up to this immediately, unless you kind of just blindly get your Robo ready. So, a little bit of a troubling moment or two perhaps coming up here for our player who leads the series. Can he figure this out? Can he deal with this? Can he handle the incoming DT pressure? Big questions.
Yeah, I've already forgotten how the first game went, honestly. Down to the Robo timing is what I'm thinking of. But the second game, Trigger's Robo was absolutely late. And that was, kind of a cause and effect thing, though, to the way the game went. And him having to cut corners however he could. But I was going to say, it's been maybe a little bit of a theme. Estrella is going to at least try to get an easy victory with a fast Dark Shrine. It is fast enough that if it doesn't do anything, it's awkward. It's a little, maybe a little bit of a wasted resource. But the Dark Shrine hardly feels totally wasted. It is always a threat unless you actually kill it. Not going to happen anytime soon. So, as it is scouted, It might not be used very much at all, but while that is not great for Estrella, you know, again, like I feel like you can just hold with shield battery against anything that maybe Trigger has over him, and then 3 base, 4 base, you know, DTs will come back in and be pretty powerful.
Yeah, I think you're, at the end of the day, DTs, like you say, they're always good to have. The biggest issue with going Dark Shrine and it not doing anything is like the immediate future of like, oh no, like, are you in trouble right now? Like, did this investment cost you the ability to like play a defense? You know, sometimes that happens. A lot of the time it does not happen like that, so it's just kind of, you know, it works out. So we'll see what the situation arises to here, as these Oracles are going to play cleanup, a couple probes going down on both sides. Adventurous little start so far.
Yep. Trigger ahead by 4 workers, 10 army supply, and the third no, actually just those 2 things. Third Nexus is pretty much on point. Forge a little bit faster for Trigger as well. So there's clearly advantages for Trigger, and that, you know, might lead into further advantages down the line, but not nearly at the same pace as like last game where Estrella got ahead and then really ahead. This is certainly a time in which if Estrella plays well defensively, he can make the comeback happen. It's not a huge one.
I like it. Ahead, and even further ahead.
Well, that's how it went down, wasn't it?
No, it was. It was just the knock-on effect. It was not pretty. Shut your eyes, don't look at that. It was not a pretty one. But, yeah, I mean, game is still very manageable. Trigger has a worker lead, and Oracle's going to push back. We're going to have a little bit of a fight here. Uh-oh. As Trigger is going to find those Stalkers, going to get a couple kills. Estrella making a misstep.
You're right, yeah, hoping that the army was more out of position than it was, then realizing the initial safety retreat wasn't actually there. Got awkward soon, very, very soon. So Trigger, I mean, really starting to get some of those just like, okay, now everything is going his way, kind of like what Estrella had last game, where it's like, oh, that didn't go well for Estrella, I can go well for Estrella. So Trigger should be feeling pretty confident in this game. Still 2 Oracles that can always threaten a mineral line, but obviously at 8 minutes, 15 probes dead means a lot of different things. And I'd say maybe even those Oracles more useful for something like defense, stasis traps, and, well, yep, stasis traps. But Estrella, not going to play the fearful Protoss just because I think he knows he's behind. Just making sure to stay out on the map a little bit, take the expansion actually even faster than Trigger. And also be because Trigger is planning on going for a big ol' attack, which is quite worrisome. Trigger's War Prism's on the way. His +1's finishing. No 4th Nexus. Gateway's finishing up as well. And the question is now, can Estrella hold on to try and take advantage of a much faster Nexus if he even gets to have it? I feel like that's the first thing to be canceled here. You got to give that up and then maybe defend with an overcharge.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be looking rough to defend this portion of it, so buy some time. This is the moment where maybe some DTs across the map could obviously distract your opponent and maybe get in for something as well, but then do you want to invest the money there? Well, we've got 1 DT showing up already, so that's something that Trigger has to go deal with while we'll try and make this attack happen. The Zealots having to come around the corner with the force field was actually quite painful, and the Prism is here, so it's a lot of Stalker Warpins. Trigger is not going to slow down in that regard. He is ready to send this in a big way right now.
I do like Estrella placing down stasis traps wherever he can, though. A couple reinforcements were actually caught, and then maybe the armored battle goes a certain way, and he can use the rest of them. But actually jumping on top of Trigger once again, this is a repeat. This is how he took the battle last time, basically just diving forward with a mass amount of Zealots and hoping that the Zealots last long enough. You know, because you know that eventually the Stalkers will micro, but if they can last a long time, if they can get their decent amount of hits, then maybe they'll be enough. It's just that Stalkers are so microable that they will end up winning out. And Immortal popping out for Estrella is much needed. Nexus did finish. The shield battery overcharge is available, but that one was popped in a very awkward fashion. Not going to be available for, I think, what is the true push coming in 30 seconds. But at least that Immortal got to come out and help.
Immortal will be here, and Trigger is going to be slowed down. A couple of the Oracles across the map are going to go in for some damage as well, so Estrella just keeping these alive. The value of having kept these alive throughout. Now they're going to go down, but hey, 4 more probes at a vital part of the game. Absolutely worth it. You got to love to see that going down at this stage. Well, at least if you're an Estrella fan, not so much if you're a Trigger fan, because his game's definitely looking like a bit of a struggle still for him.
Yeah, I know, it's kind of reversed, right? So he went for a 3-base committed attack, shall we say, particularly because his opponent was getting a 4th. It was committed. And that felt like at the time actually a very good thing to do. I thought he was going to get it before the overcharge was available, before SAC defense was up, stasis traps weren't an issue because he had an observer. Seemed like a good idea. didn't work. Defensively, Estrella chose all the right moves. I think particularly when it came down to the decision to go for that many Zealots. Because again, like there's times where Zealots look really good and really easy, and then there's times where the Zealots look really difficult to control because they keep on running stupidly into the Stalkers and they get out microed, and then it's just like a waste of minerals. So it's definitely a decision what you build at that time, and eventually mass Stalker is more so the way to go. But that was perfect, and Estrella not only defends, but defends his fourth. That is really the worst thing about it, is that Trigger, you figure with that army splay that he had, would at least gotten the cancel. And instead, now it's Estrella in the lead, guys. Like, he's up workers, he's up army supply, he's got double forge working here, so he will catch up on those upgrades and then actually exceed Triggers.
Yeah.
It's, quickly things turn around.
The series has a very similar vibe to it as the earlier series with Max, Bex, and Clem, right? Just, you know, the guy that starts with the 1-0 lead gets, you know, out and he takes a quick little advantage and gets the next game, and then things will start to unravel a little bit from there. So hopefully that's not completely true. Hopefully this is something we can still stay on top of as Trigger, even if we do lose this game, as we are going to be seeing the attempt to push up. Obviously this one is yet to be decided in full as well. I'm not trying to get too ahead of ourselves, just painting a little bit of a picture for the future, as we do have Zealot DT going to get turned around, and again, that's the challenge you just have to keep on facing against right now as Trigger, because Estrella has so many units. You keep flinging them at you. You can come from all sorts of different directions as well, so that's always going to be a factor. That's going to be something we've got to keep our eyes on.
And it's really important to note the compositional differences. It's really what's good to keep track of here. Obviously, supplies, upgrades, also good to track, but Estrella's army is those mostly Zealots. It's 35 Zealots and 14 Stalkers versus 53 Stalkers. Trigger's army is more microable. In an elongated battle, it's got a better chance because they can, you know, blink back from those Zealots trying to chase after him. But if Trigger gets just pounced upon, and especially if he gets surrounded and forced to kind of like quote-unquote waste a blink, just blinking everything back, that's when the Zealots look freaking amazing. Both of their upgrades going to finish up here. Both of them thinking they have a timing, which isn't exactly true, but here comes that potential surround that I was talking about, or maybe not. That left side gets depleted so quickly. Estrella's supply just goes down in the gutter.
Wow, that was an absolute disaster fight, and now the right side's obviously going to start melting away as well, as Trigger wins a huge fight here, and we're just talking about, we're worried about him, he's in a little bit of trouble, and he just absolutely crushes this fight. So this fight is amazing on the side of our Canadian Protoss, and all of a sudden we have got ourselves Trigger in the driver's seat and looking good. Love that fight. Wow, that was really something. DT's all over the place though, and Estrella does have money to rebuild, so causing trouble like this, it's a great time to cause trouble because it's going to give you time to spend the money that you've got. However, Trigger's just sending it across the map, and I kind of love that, because honestly, Estrella lost way too much there, and you shouldn't let him recover from this. And well, so far apparently that's what we realize as well. Good to see that as well. That wasn't good.
Yeah, the Immortal getting blocked out, the Overcharge taken down. That one pylon gonna really screw up Estrella's chances of holding. Because honestly, that Overcharge the entire battle, the Immortal pops out, the cannon's even helping. Second Immortal was crab walking its way over. That might have been enough to hold. And then when you combine that damage on offensively, it gets, you know, kind of screwy. But now it's very clear. Trigger cleaned everything up at home, won the battle on the offensive, and Estrella will indeed lose this game. Kind of feels like it's supposed to how it's supposed to happen. But it is undeniable that Estrella was coming back. He was getting a different composition, but one that could have been used way better and actually still could have won, I think. And then just kind of threw it away, and Trigger was smart enough to realize that he really did throw enough away.
Yeah.
And so he's going to win with this push.
Big push, just not stopping. Loses the prism, so warp-ins are stopped. I don't even know if we need warp-ins right now, because you've got 2-3 times the size of any warp-in that can come through, and there's no other units. The couple cannons will not do much here. Good target on the pylon, realizing that that is the only thing supporting everything in this position. Still some DTs going to try their luck on the other side of the map, as this Nexus will be continuing to be targeted down. We should get rid of that either any which way. I mean, this is absolutely looking good enough here for Trigger to be up 3-1 and a map away from this Americas regional.
I do believe he wins. It's getting a little scary just because we have some Immortals being produced, but
surely not.
Yeah, Trigger should win.
Yeah.
There we go.
The moles are good, but are they that good CG? That good?
No.
It's a little crazy. A little crazy.
Only if the Immortals were next to a shield battery with only half of Trigger's army on the offensive and the other half dealing with DTs that aren't being dealt with. I don't know. I'd have to go really screwy.
Okay.
The Trigger does finally put a final note on that particular game, and it is in his favor. So now he's one game away from finally getting that championship. But he's been really close before. I feel like the last time they played in a playoff, it actually was his. Like he was up 2-0 or something, or 2-1 because he came from the lower bracket, and then he lost it. So I'd still be on the edge of my seat, but Trigger is looking good. Really love the decision making in that last game. A worse Trigger, less experienced Trigger, or Trigger from 2 years ago might have let that game get way too chaotic and just would have gotten mentally defeated before he went for the attack. So nicely done to choose what he did. Go for the attack, kill Estrella, win the game, no matter how much damage the VODs did.
We're asking for a second here. Big moment, obviously, going into this game. Potential to win the tournament on the back of it. Huge opportunity. Just wants to be calm, collected. Make sure you're not messing around. Play your best game, right? Get into your best mindset. And pick your best build as well, Golden Aura. Do you see Trigger throwing? I know we've already had some like proxy Stargates and stuff. Do you see any more like curveball aggressive builds from Trigger here as we continue through to maybe just say, you know, I'm a couple maps ahead. Maybe I can just get it done on like a little bit of a proxy play.
I feel like Trigger's been doing so well in some of the more macro games. I mean, all the starts have been different, so it's not super simple, but I feel like he's doing well enough there that he should have a lot of confidence going into a normal game. I mean, I liked what he did this game, right? Which was to put that pylon elsewhere just to get a little bit of a psych. You know, that was just a nice little touch to begin. So I think something like that would be warranted, but I think the onus is on Estrella to get something done, to bring back the momentum, to get it closer in the series as he is on his last life.
All right, well, Golden Aura. Let's see if Estrella has some craziness planned to get himself in this. He's had a great lower bracket run, but it could all come to a close here as he's in the grand finals, and we are on match point for his opponent. We are going to be starting with the blue Protoss player who is in the upper left-hand side of Golden Aura. This is Estrella.
And at the bottom right, for Basilisk, he is Trigger.
Not even a wall-off pylon from Estrella. Okay.
Did this in the 2 games ago, so...
Yeah. Just one of those Estrella things, I feel like.
Yeah, Estrella does it, but then Nina does it too as well, right? Like, I think it's an NA thing, if anything.
Roddy used to do this as well. That's when I knew truly that this was not a build you were meant to go for. Roddy defended this for a long time. But because of the way he played, because he plays Phoenix, so like actually you kind of want the Adept Shade in apparently to lift the Phoenix, to lift them up with the Phoenix. It was the long con. Gotcha.
Yeah. Well, he gave up on it though, didn't he?
Yeah, it doesn't do any more.
Well, Estrella does. I think even Trigger has done it every so often, but I think Trigger does it when he's experimenting. It's like in an open cup or something. Not so much when he's everything's on the line. I do like that he's going into basics too. Not that this positioning of the SimCity has mattered a lot of the time, because it's really weird to explain this, because basically it boils down to, in a lot of PvPs, it doesn't matter. Like, I swear to God. It used to be that if you didn't wall, you were just dead. And people wouldn't wall, and Adepts were actually just base trading in 2016. It was fun. And then you walled all the time. And then you didn't wall, and people didn't know how to defend without a wall, and it was still awkward. And then it became a bait, and then stopped being a bait, and it just became a weak... Like, it just came all over the place. But at the end of the day, most of the times when we see this, whether it's from Estrella, Trigger, Nina, whoever else, Protoss who does it, it doesn't really even try to get abused. So you see Trigger doesn't get bothered, doesn't actually build any Adepts trying to abuse that. So it's always funny just focusing on it when it doesn't really need to be focused on. Estrella goes for Sentry Stalker, Trigger goes for Double Stalker, Estrella places a pylon on the map, but then doesn't use anything to actually proxy. So it's all not Gucci. Estrella goes for a Robo.
Alright, Robo it is. That means we can get very aggressive from here. As Stalkers come down this ramp, and it's a Robo versus Robo. Well, that means we are getting really funky right now, ZG, because obviously the mirror aggression kind of can get very weird depending on who figures out what's happening first a lot of the time. So, yeah, this is already a wild little setup to potentially wrap this tournament up on.
Yeah. And you know, the funny thing is, both of them could have planned on doing this from the get-go. I wouldn't find that too surprising. Estrella can throw it down all on the line, right? Trigger, he's up, so of course he could do whatever he wanted. But then it's also kind of funny because it's possible that Trigger is like, oh my god, there's a proxy pylon, there's no nexus, I can't, I don't know what this is. And so he's getting a robo himself because of that. But this actually was a, robo. It wasn't a fake robo into a nexus that Trigger is now going to force to one base all in awkwardly. Maybe he didn't decide to. Like, they're both doing the exact same thing. Estrella knows it as his hallucination does see what Trigger's doing. Trigger's going to find out that it wasn't proxied. But that is all the information that he has. He still doesn't know that it actually is a robo. Right into a robotics phase from Trigger. You do not see that too often.
No, very quickly the robotic space, so a little bit different to usual, but I don't think I like it. Based on the situation that we're in here, which is obviously a bit of a weird situation in the first place. It could, honestly, don't know. It could be good, it could be terrible. I think that's what I'm landing on.
I wonder if he then figured, maybe he put down that robotics bay when he saw that it wasn't a proxy robo and thinks that his opponent took a nexus and is thinking, I'll contain the guy. But now he knows there's not a nexus. And now he's like, okay, so do I still contain him? And I guess and I feel like there's mind games that are going on that eventually just end with just do your thing, chicken wing.
Yeah.
There's mind games, don't even worry about it. Just do what you're already doing. Because overthinking this is going to make it even worse.
It's one of those weird situations where it's obviously not like an impossible situation, but sometimes you just got to play the way the game feels. So like you say, don't overthink it, don't overcomplicate anything. And we have ourselves a very weird setup here for what could be our last game of the tournament. I wouldn't have it any other way in NA.
Yeah, this is the way you do it, man. Who's better, though, when it's down to the mud wrestle? Estrella, I think, has even more experience, but Trigger, he's gone through the fires of NA playoffs, of America's playoffs, and knows how weird it can get. We got some force-filled battles going on in the middle of the map. Seems like relatively unscathed for both of them. But then Trigger has a warp prism that has Adepts now doing more damage than Estrella's Adepts did. Should anyway. The Immortal doesn't kill them particularly quickly. Yeah, so okay, 3 versus 2 probes with the Warp Prism still here. Warp Prism on the other side of the map too, though, so we're back to, oh goody, we're back to 2016, just Adepts space trading each other. I love it. More damage done for Estrella at this point. Trigger down 6 workers.
Yep, Trigger is down, and significantly, obviously, at this stage of the game, to be so early in the game and to be down workers, it's going to suck a little bit, and uh-oh. That doesn't look too pretty on the other side, as I guess the Warp Prism is in the back, so that's not good. Okay, this is just wild. I mean, yeah, we're getting damage done, but it cost you a whole bunch of units, so that was just messy, messy, messy.
Yeah, no, absolutely not worth the mortal loss. Up until that point, there was still that chance that something could be done with the army alongside all these worker conundrums, but now Trigger has less workers and not as good of an army, so just a bad situation all around. And the robotics bay never did a damn thing in this game. No, they disruptor. Where is it? Oh, it rallied.
Oh, it's just wandering?
Yeah, it's just wandering.
He's as lost as we were with the build, ZG. That's all. He's like, I don't usually spawn into these kind of games. Am I attacking? Am I a defender? I don't really get it, guys. Understandable.
Yeah. I don't, Wait, at this point, he's purposefully sending the disruptor over, right? No. I thought he controlled it back. Hey, what is he doing?
This is the disruptor run by into the dirt. Oh, no way!
Oh my god, it was on purpose. Who would do that?
That was ridiculous. I can't believe that was actually legitimately the plan.
What? The walk-in disruptor, by the way, miscontrolled the warp prism, so it took hull damage. He just stopped moving it, actually. So now it's extremely vulnerable. Oh god, and the Stargate's finishing. Boy, you better have a recall. He does, literally right now. Recall.
This prism.
Recall! Oh my god, I'm gonna go Brood War caster. Recall! Come on.
All you want to see is a recall.
Come on!
Yeah,
no, it's gonna die.
We really gotta recall it. It's dead.
It's so dead. Oh, dang. Yeah, it's way too late, buddy.
Well, we settle back down. Estrella definitely looks comfortable. Expansion on the way. And it doesn't feel as though Trigger has much to do about it, so we might have this series going a little longer, ZG. We might get this going a little longer.
I think we will, yeah. I guess it's very possible that Trigger did not click on that building and realize it was a Stargate, honestly.
Yeah, just wasn't sure what it was, and then yeah, we don't actually know what's up, as we are going to be seeing Trigger just tapping out a GG right here, and now Estrella will close this one out, and he is going to be, well, in the series still. Now it's a little bit more pressure on Trigger, but he has a couple more chances to close this out before Estrella wins the event himself, so that's where we stand. We wait for the next map to come up, and yeah, you know, good to see Estrella fighting back, because it's been kind of a bit of an up and down series, right? I mean, 2 games does not seem impossible for Trigger for Estrella with the way that this has all been going, so I'm down to clan around and do some more NA stuff, like walking the Disruptor across the map. I mean, that is just... yeah, okay, StarCraft. American StarCraft.
It's good stuff, man. I cannot believe that was on purpose.
I know,
It was.
Yeah. I mean, you were like, I'm sure you controlled it, like, but it makes no sense, but actually intentional. Actually, it was honestly okay. Hitting Immortal wasn't the best thing in the world, but like, it could have been 10 times worse, so, you know.
Yeah.
Crazy stuff. Crimson Court for the next map. Ooh, I love Crimson Court. Definitely a bit funky. Could get interested in PvP as well for sure, so it's a good one to continue the series on. Excited to see what the guys have planned.
Chat reaction is great for that type of game.
Twitch chat response.
All right. So yeah, I agree with all your points. Yeah, this is something that I was actually wanting to check the most recent finals between the two to see exactly how the map order went, because I swear Trigger was ahead by 1 or 2 maps at least, but he ended up losing. So I'll check that when we have more time, I guess. But I wonder. I wish I could know exactly what the mental gymnastics were of both players, because I feel like that is something worth discussing if we knew going into the rest of the series. Like, if Trigger was so concerned about that missing pylon that ended up not even doing anything, and that's why he had to change up the build order and why he did that kind of weird, like, robotics pay at the very least, then you know, I'd go along with kind of this question of how much does he now feel pressured by Estrella, even though he's still ahead by 1. But I actually have no idea what was going through Trigger's head at any point in that game. So I cannot speak to the mentality or the setup here for a best of 7.
I don't know what initiates you to build a RoboBay.
Yeah. That's because
RoboBay is like a, oh no, I'm kind of trapped in, or like it's gotten weird. Not like a I'm broke. Like the timing at which he built the RoboBay specifically, I think is like the moment. You know, like I feel like you meant to let the game go on, and sometimes the scenarios where the RoboBay makes sense, but the scenarios never got a chance to even develop in this one because the RoboBay just got slapped down so quickly.
Right, yeah. And I was going to say I could kind of see it either direction, I guess. Either like defensively because you think you're both doing the same thing, or offensively because you think he did expand. I don't know. But it is just so up in the air. Which, by the way, it actually wasn't a play. So I was thinking maybe of a winner's bracket game. Trigger's already made it the farthest he's ever done. But more information on that after the intros. Bottom left of Crimson Courts, we do have the Blue Protoss Estrella.
The top right, still just a map away from winning the tournament. This is Trigger.
So he got 3rd place a couple seasons ago, and then 4th before that. Yeah, so this is his highest achievement result so far. In the one that he got 3rd, what happened? Nope, definitely not what I was thinking of. Maybe it was him versus Kellezer. But I just remember Trigger playing really freaking well, and then getting up in the game, in the series, and then losing out, and chalked it up a lot to like his inexperience, still controlling his nerves, because I think that was also when he was still making a lot of big micro mistakes. But can't find what I'm thinking of, so disregard. I think overall, though, that has been true in Trigger's career. Like, he has occasionally fumbled it, you know, lost out on games 1, lost out on series 1. It happens to everyone, right? But when we talk about one of the freshest faces in the scene, even though at this point it is now 4 years old, not so fresh, we are still talking about like the experience between the two. Estrella been pro gamer for at least 4 years longer than Trigger, I think. Like, kind of debatable, I guess, what pro gamer means back in 2016 for Estrella, but Yeah, and obviously with more experience is winning the regionals. So that's always something to worry about for Trigger, but he's got that game in his pocket. He can still do something kind of out there and aggressive, and it seems like he is going to double down kind of on this hidden pylon thing. He's actually going to use it, even though it's still in his natural.
Yeah, so definitely a fun little idea. Definitely makes your opponent be doing a little bit of guesswork. Just a Stargate. That part of this is obviously not too wild or anything of the sort. As that probe comes through, obviously it's going to go check. It's actually going to check the back. It is going to check Wow Astrea. Just doing his due diligence to make sure he is as aware as possible of everything that's going on here.
Yeah. Good on him. And really not that far for the probe to go either to check some of these other naturals of way weirder setups. But once again, also went for the non-wall off, which I'll say again seems to not matter so much anymore. Because it can sometimes be a bait. You know, they do make adepts and they think, oh, I'm going to get him because there's no wall. And then the stalkers find him, which actually did happen in game 3, right? So, but there is a chance. There is a chance these adepts managed to actually get into the mineral line because there wasn't a wall. And then you
yeah, things can definitely get a little bit funky. The stalkers right now going to have a little bit of a catch on these adepts. I'm just going to put some damage onto them for a moment or two, but still nothing overly serious. Nexus is going to get dropping down on the other side as well, so just going to bring that up as we go.
Oh, proxy from Astrea. He's grabbing a 1-base Twilight Council. He's proxying a gateway right up there next to Trigger's main base. One hallucination. He's in there. Lots of room to play around to in that main base with Blink Stalkers. Oracle of Trigger is on the way. Obviously, Astrea knows about this. Has defenses. Didn't bother the shield battery. It's been scouted, by the way. It's 1-base Twilight Council.
Great scout. Awesome to know about. Obviously, now you can prepare a little bit. Now you can know exactly what you want to build against it. And this is great damage, too. If we could actually just finish off some of these probes, this is maybe just some nerves, right? Let's actually make sure we kill some, because there was like 3 that were 1 hit away. We kill off 2 of them. And that's a big deal, because that could have been way less damage than it should have been. Especially when you're giving up units and Astrea is getting ready to attack you. You don't want to, make that too simple a situation.
Yeah, and that was really why it got so awkward, I think, is because Astrea was preparing to attack. Like, he doesn't grab the shield battery in the main because he figures the Oracle's dealt with, but then there is the conundrum of the double, the Adepts and the Oracle. And the Adepts, they could have been walled off, but I don't think he was giving them enough credit. So, yeah, the Stalkers have trouble dealing with both sets of units. 1 shield battery could have helped, but it was not there. And now Astrea, he's only down 1 worker, to be fair. He's throwing for his attack. He could absolutely still win this game, but maybe it's a little bit weirder because of that damage taken. She goes for a Nexus. I do like that. I think now he can kind of contain and get ahead, even though he lost so many probes.
Yeah, I think the reality is it's very difficult for him to be, jumping into this base. There's units here, there's defenses, immortals on the way. You're on such a timer, so just take the expansion. You've got the map control. You've got the ability to kind of come up, trade, back away, and then just kind of, have your own expand coming in while your opponent can't move to the natural. I think that's the perfect kind of choice for the way that the game is played out. I think it's one of the safer choices you can make at this point in time.
Trigger could attack, and then depending on what he sees or how he feels, expand and then just kind of posture, or he could really try and just basically all in. I don't think it's a terrible idea either. Again, against Blink Stalkers, which this was feels like it was overstaying your welcome, but against Blink Stalkers, you got to be so careful about running across the map. Your army is just not as microable, even though it's more powerful in a head-to-head. Actually getting to that head-to-head is a question. So you gotta be careful, but if you are, and you do get those stalkers killed, first of all, another one bites the dust, but then also up against a wall with no shield battery, well, that is the absolute best scenario. There's no shield battery. These stalkers are gonna run out of room to actually micro, and speaking of micro, we got a War Prism for Trigger now. He can micro that Immortal for quite some time. Can Astrea hold? If he holds, he wins. We're tied up. If he doesn't, Trigger is the new champion of NA.
Huge moment as we are going to come moving on forward. We are going to have the Oracle in the back. That's going to see Stalkers blinking on it immediately. As we do have the power of the Immortal ready to show itself. That Prism ready to try and get involved as well. Do what it can to help out as we get this fight going. Force Field's obviously good to buy you some time. That's something the Prism can obviously nullify, but doesn't get rid of completely. So that's one thing that we just kind of sit and watch for the moment. Another couple of Warpins come through as Trigger just sits out the front. And he, for the moment, will just try and pick and choose his fights. Should be trying to micro with this Prism. Is kind of missing lifts that I expect him to be getting right now. Again, we've talked a little bit about nerves. It's a nervous situation. And a couple mistakes could have been a little bit smoother. And of course, Trigger has to make this work because he's not got the expansion, so he's got to go, go, go.
Oh yeah, 100% he's all in, and it has not worked. Stasis Trap hardly helps, already losing far too much. Trigger not going to win with the attack that he kind of forced into. This is a weird game. If you try to expand, he might have still fallen behind anyway. Tries to all in, it doesn't work, and Estrella will indeed tie us up 3-3. And he's starting to really get the ball rolling too. That was one of the, I felt like, less enthusiastic games there from Trigger. As you were pointing out, that micro not being super on point, really, for me, was the start of the end game. Not when the Warp Prism was sniped and the Immortal was sniped. I was like, oh, if he's not microing these Stalkers. The Immortal also wasn't getting very many shots, by the way, at any point because of the force fields. Yeah, it's over.
Now
Could be a mental game at this point.
I was going to say, you've got to clear your head. Now you just got to go into this game and be like, you know what? I'm going to play one game of PvP. Just forget what it's for, you know, because you've been up 2-0. You've been up 2 maps. You've been a map away for a couple games now. This is absolutely the point at which your mental can come completely crumbling down. So I think you've just got to get in and say, you know what? I'm going to play a game of PvP. I'm going to pick my strat. I'm going to execute it well. Don't think about what it means or what it's for until a GG is called, you know? Process all that later. Somehow you've got to try and block that out. It's going to be post-youth, which is kind of a weird map for it as well, because you've got the in-base, so there's mind game potential here too. Not a fun map to just sort of sit back. I mean, I guess even more reason just to be like, you know what, I'm going to do my thing and just going to set it up and go.
Very tough position for Trigger right now. Estrella has a history of... Estrella also has times where he gets up and then he loses. Every professional does. But when I do think of their overall careers, I think of Estrella as the clutch guy. He's had so many clutch games. Now, that sometimes is because he threw to a certain extent, and so he has to make it clutch, but it is what it is. Where Trigger more so has had the, fumbles at the finish line. Like, it's not the reason he doesn't win necessarily. Like, there's other things he's still working on and whatnot, but... Right now, I feel like at the level they are, mechanically, maybe they're very similar. Strategically, they have obviously very good ideas and kind of take a game off each other no matter what happens. But as far as that extra level, the mentality level, the clutch factor, Estrella's the one that's proven to have more of it. So this, if Trigger wins now, this would be not just monumental because it's its first regional win, but also because I feel like that's a defeat of the mentality game that he's been playing for years. So that'd be kind of cool. But then Estrella might just be all dependable and win, and we just congratulate him again on his 5th America's victory.
Estrella readied up, and he said, wait, not ready? Let me think. So he's been thinking for a minute and a half now, so hopefully soon comes to a solution about PvP. Man's about to crack PvP.
Yeah, he's thinking through it all.
He's so close to the answer, you know?
Yeah. I've never seen a player say, ready? Just kidding, I'm thinking. First.
Yeah. It's a first for everything. Well, it is Game 7 coming up, the final map of this region of all the regions. Of course, next stop after this is, of course, Dallas. And that is one step on the way to the Esports World Cup. As everything is ready. GLHF is called. Trigger says go, go. So everyone is set to go into one final map here to crown an America's champion for this season. Trigger, can he be a first-time champion NA? Is Estrella going to add to the number of these events that he's won? It's time to figure it out. As we go to post-youth, Estrella's probably like, man, am I going to proxy my 3 gateways on the left or on the right of the map?
Right. That's just what it's coming down to. I do think he's the one that's in control. I think he's going to be the one that goes for a bold move strategically. Trigger might be playing it safe, but it's a weird map. It all comes down to this. Another Game 7. Decide the winner of a regional. Top right of Post Youth for Basilisk. He is Trigger.
In the bottom left-hand side, bringing it back from a 1-3 deficit, this is Estrella.
Instant probe scouts, which is already something. Once again, Estrella... No, he is walling actually this time. It's just so close to the pylon. So what seems to be the trick here, because this is what Estrella did to his opponent, Nina. That's what it was, Nina. but I expect it to be something that he does continuously and probably something that every Protoss starts to add in, but to mine out the minerals so that you have multiple openings for adepts, that did give Nina some trouble. And I was wondering who would be the first one to do it also, or the first one to defend against it. So far, that's not what Estrella is doing right now. Gotta focus up on the fact that Estrella's gas has been stolen. But weirdly enough, I think it's exactly what Nina did to him on this map. And he still ended up winning, with the minerals also being mined out. Interesting.
Alright, well, something a little bit funky here then, as we have the Cyber Core coming through.
Oh, I guess Trigger had to delay his gateway because of the gas steal. Never mind.
A little bit later. And now the Cyber Core. Okay. Well.
As long as the 7X core is well timed.
Yeah, that's true. Right, I mean, as long as your warp gate gets through at a reasonable point in time, generally should be fine.
Doesn't seem like Estrella is mining out. It is. I mean, it does take a long time. Like, he had to put 3 probes over on the other side of the map after I think one had already returned. So, it is a strategy you have to dedicate to it. You can't just do it all willy-nilly. If it was only a 5 mineral block, then I think Protoss would have a much bigger problem with this map. Yeah. But it is such a weird. It's a little weird SimCity from Trigger because he wasn't planning on doing it for the second gate. Well, no, he was. He just gas stole first.
Yeah.
I don't know. Weird SimCity all around.
Everything's just been a little bit crazy to start the game off. We're just living up to the America's hype. That's the way it is.
Yeah.
That's how this goes.
Exactly. Good attempts. You can try. And it might work. Oh, no. Please don't let that pylon stay there. Not like this.
Not like this.
Not like this.
Yeah.
Trigger. Please.
Making his life difficult. He's gonna have adepts in the base, and that's just such a frustration when you don't expect to have to deal with that going into your Twilight, trying to focus on teching, and this could just be the way that gives, Estrella a way to get away with this faster expansion, right? So this is problematic, absolutely. Oh dear, oh dear.
Oh my gosh. Oh, Estrella can just completely wall off at his home and then warp in Stalkers offensively. He is going to intercept the Stalker reinforcing. Trigger's trying to take a Nexus at the gold base. And there is a wide open main. And this is super problematic. One Stalker gets surrounded. Good job, Trigger. Whatever micro he can show off here now. Warp Gate is about to finish. Blink has started. Pylon still up in the corner of Trigger's map, but Estrella so far not going to use it. Doesn't see a path to immediate victory. He's going to hold on to that for a while longer.
Yeah, just going to be seeing these probes dropping though, and that's going to be painful. So that is going to be damage taken, and 7 workers down. This is already looking pretty darn rough here for Trigger. Down a lot of workers. I mean, the gold base is something, but is it really enough right now? Not loving it at all. A couple of depths warp in, so we're going to have this pylon coming into play as well. It's likely going to strike and strike hard when it does. This is, that's not great, CG.
It feels bad, man.
It feels
bad.
terrible.
Whoever you're cheering for, I think you can admit that it just kind of all around feels bad. Trigger with a lead, really looking very, very good, and then Estrella did an excellent job playing out some of the weirder games, playing the weirder better, and then, sometimes even playing just the calm game out better, getting the benefit, actually winning with it, and now, in rather disappointing fashion, Trigger does tap out. Estrella gets the sneaky sneak pylon. It already done so much probe damage anyway, and Estrella will be winning 4-3, another America's Regional on his belts, whatever. And I can't deliver the gusto, man. That was
a sad final game,
Yeah.
to say the least, as Estrella, like you say, is going to knock himself into that victory. 4-3. Man, heartbreak for Trigger, because you're up 3-1. Your opponent's got to win 3 in a row, and Estrella absolutely just leveled up at that point. No, like, he was a different player, and I feel like Trigger was a different player too. I feel like the moment got the better of him. I feel like he lost to the situation in a lot of ways, because he was playing good. He's been playing great all event long, but it gets to this the final hurdle, and it just is maybe a step too far and ask too much. And unfortunately, that is going to be something you can't let happen. You can't let that get the better of you in these situations. That is not how these events work. That is not StarCraft 2. StarCraft is brutal. It's intense. And, yeah, unfortunately for Trigger, today was not good enough. Estrella is once again the America's champion.
Yes, he is. Still proven to be the best, but Trigger inches ever closer. Again, the best result so far for Trigger, making it to the actual finals, grand finals, not just upper bracket finals. So good for him. It really is kind of disappointing loss because he was in such a great position, and I think he really could have played a lot of those moments out better. You can definitely chalk up some losses to PvP, so the matchup being very difficult, and one or two of these builds or a secret pylon, it gets everyone once in a while. But I'm in agreement with you. I think you look at the overall best of series, and you still definitely get that feeling that Trigger is going to have to work on his mentality and his closing outs. However you do that, I don't know how you would actually practice that intently as a professional, but that is currently what he is missing and what Estrella has, and that is why Estrella is the champion.
Congrats to Estrella as he wins out Americas. Obviously, we wrapped up 2 regions today. Let's just have a quick look at every result that we had today. As we obviously had Europe a little bit earlier on, and that was going to be Clem on a steamroll. MaxPax put up some opposition. That was a 7-game series that Clem came out on top of. And then Americas went the full distance in all the matches. Estrella 3-2, Estrella 4-3. PvP kind of was, like I said to CJ, I think a little lackluster, like a little bit weird and crazy, but like games that kind of developed into a huge advantage early and then just kind of went from there, kind of similar to what the Spirit Clem series was like. But that Estrella Scott series was really something. That was, I think, my highlight of the day, probably. I loved the ZVP that we had.
Yeah, I think I agree. I think that ended up being overall the most entertaining and interesting. There's definitely some other matches that were interesting for one reason or another, but yeah, that was the coolest one. But we have had some storylines built and then crumbled completely.
Yeah.
Can Spirit do it? Okay, no, it crumbles completely. And then can Trigger finally do it? Okay, no, crumbles at the end. So, I mean, we could have a new guard soon with some of these results. Yeah, but it's not there yet.
Lots of hope, but the same old name is ending up on top in the end for the ESL SC2 Masters Spring. This has all been to help qualify players into the winner's stage of Dallas, of course. If you want to join us over in Dallas in person, you can do so by checking out the ticket sales at dreamhack.com/Dallas/tickets. It's 15% off with the code StarCraft, so make sure you join us there if you can get there. It would be great to see you in person. Hoping the crowd is loud and wonderful as always in America. Excited for that. Thank you so much to our sponsors, Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, the US Air Force, and ESL Shop for being with us for the entirety of this season. It's been a pleasure to, have been here the entire way through, and to have another one of these original seasons is just fantastic. And of course, it's all been building up for that Esports World Cup. $1 million prize pool, record prize money for StarCraft, coming up this August. So make sure you check that out in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. And all the information is on the Esports World Cup Twitter at ESWCGG. Zombie Grub, that is going to be it for us. That's it for the season. Any closing words? Any final goodbyes?
Happy birthday to me.
Happy birthday,
thanks.
Jess.
Yeah. Thanks for doing most of the work. Thanks to y'all for observing for the finals, and hope to see you guys again soon for some more StarCrafts on the ESL channel. Thanks, everyone.
Awesome stuff. We'll see you guys next time. Obviously, Dallas at the end of the month. Don't forget there'll be Open Cups every Monday until then as well, so you can check those out on all the community streams. So the StarCraft does not stop. But we had a great regionals, and we'll see you guys next time.